I'd like to call the Planning Board special meeting for May 25th, 2023, 9 a.m. Call it to order, seeing that we have a quorum with the Planning Board. If you could all join me in the Pledge of Allegiance, standing.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. As we start off every Planning Board meeting, I'm going to read a conflict of interest statement. Does any member of the Planning Board have a conflict of interest or the appearance of a conflict of interest with regard to any item on the agenda? If so, please state so at this time. Sybil?
I do not.
Jerry?
I do not, sir.
Don?
I do not.
I do not also. I'd like to entertain a motion to accept the draft agenda as we've been presented by town staff.
So moved.
Okay.
Second.
Seconded by Ron. The draft agenda is approved. We now go into public comments, and just want to say good morning to everyone and thank you for showing your interest, being here and showing your interest in our conditional zoning application proposal. Given the interest of this project, we ask that all interested parties intending to speak limit their comments to no more than 3 minutes. In addition, as this is a special meeting called for the purpose of reviewing a conditional zoning request, we ask that all public comments be specifically related to the relative merits of the proposal before this board. The Planning Board will be meeting today and tomorrow, and possibly additional meetings, to review this proposal. Action may occur regarding a recommendation for approval or denial of the request at this meeting or another meeting in the near future. Following any such recommendation, the Town Council will then schedule a public hearing and initiate their review of the proposal. Prior to any final decision of the Town Council, an advertised public hearing will be held. I want to thank you again for attending and look forward to hearing your comments and feedback. As we start public comments, we'll ask the person to step to the podium and give their name and address. I will be timing the 3 minutes. I will signal the speaker when we're down to 30 seconds, so they'll have an opportunity to wrap up their thoughts. While the speakers are free to use their time, and this is editorializing from the Planning Board standpoint, but while speakers are free to use time as they wish, staying on topic, the Planning Board can benefit greatly, us members of the Planning Board, from your comments and insight on individual specific sites that make up the applicant's submitted master development plan. Each site contains their own complexities. We all want quality golf and a quality town. Specifics are important in the Planning Board's decision process as we review each individual site. Okay, we will open the floor to public comments. If anyone has some, we'll start in the main chamber here, and then we will bring people in from our conference room behind us. Does anyone wish to make a public comment? Sir, please come to the podium.
Good morning. My name is Dan Riley. I live at 280 Sea Trail Drive in Sea Trail. First, I wish to thank the Sunset Beach Planning Board for the opportunity to share my and my neighbors' feedback. Am I talking too loud?
No.
Okay. Prior to 2007,
so he can control it from the
okay.
back there, so you're fine.
Prior to 2017, the town conducted a survey that became the foundation of our vision for managing growth and development over the next 10 to 20 years. Findings of the survey are recorded in the town's 2017 land use plan. As you consider a conditional rezoning of various parcels in Sea Trail, that is, converting the MR3 residential to MB2 non-residential, I wish to reference page 168. All of Sea Trail is identified as medium density residential. The future land use category is a predominant classification located on the mainland. This future land use category supports single-family residential development at varying degrees of density The intent of this future land use category is to preserve and protect existing single-family residential neighborhoods on the mainland. Duplex and townhouse developments are allowed within this land use category, but should be developed in a compact nature that conserves land and promotes open space. Additionally, duplexes and townhouses should not encroach upon predominantly single-family neighborhoods and streets. In such instances, design should be utilized to mitigate any impacts of duplex/townhouse development by requiring landscape material and buffering. Uses such as single-family, two-family, townhouse, age-appropriate retirement housing. The one thing that stands out on this document says inappropriate uses, commercial development. We're not against commercial development. We understand the developer undertook a very large effort to plan, confirm, and justify commercial development within Sea Trail. It is essential to review the developer's study supporting those findings. Certainly, their study identifies another Brunswick County golf course community where various parcels throughout the neighborhood were rezoned non-residential. We want to better understand the continued success of those businesses throughout that community. I am familiar with one, which is located at Brunswick Forest in Leland. There, all commercial properties are centrally located along Highway 17. They are easily visible to the public and residents of Brunswick Forest, requiring limited marketing or advertising.
30 seconds, please.
We have multiple empty commercial properties along Highway 904 from McDonald's to Beach Drive on both sides of the road. It seems prudent to confirm the viability of developing numerous commercial parcels inside a predominantly residential community like Sea Trail. Thank you again for your time.
Thank you, sir. Next person with a comment, please come up, sir.
My name is Tom Shepler, and we have a secondary home at Kings Trail, 212, Unit 22C.
Good morning.
I am somewhat new to Sunset, about 5 years, and I absolutely love the ambiance of the town and its community, the overall community. So much so that when I got a ticket for parking in a slight encroachment on the bike trail path beside the road, I just looked at it and smiled and said, yeah, I like this place. And I learned a lesson. Thank you, Chief. Anyway, moving on. We look to the south and the south entrance. That building used to be for short-term rentals, but it's transitioned over time to permanent residence. 2 of the units are permanent residents. We are, like I said, a second home for us. We don't rent it, and we just enjoy it. We look straight on the south entrance, and which is zoning areas 5 and 6. And we can't envision how it's possible to do commercial development on that narrow strip of land and not have light pollution, noise pollution, day and night, and basically destroying the ambiance and the quaintness, if you want to call it that, of Sea Trail at its entrances. I think it would be, unfortunately, a slide downward, not a climb upward for the community. And that's about the summation of my time, other than this gentleman, wherever he went, I was going to cede my balance to him, but I guess he's gone. Anyway, that's pretty much the sum and substance of it. It's just loss of ambiance. We're also, based upon the overall, it looks to me like we're going to lose a lot of greenway.
30 seconds.
I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate your comments. Yes, ma'am.
Please.
My name is Marion Sells. I live at 144 Talbot Court. I have been a resident here since 2020. Worst year ever to move. COVID. Anyway, wanted to acknowledge the fact that, and I'm sure everyone can point out where I live now, where they're building the new Sawmill Homes. You can look across from Clubhouse Road, and the house you see totally exposed is me. I'm now in a fishbowl. And when the homes will be built, they are going to be 2-story. These homes will have the advantage of looking directly into my home, so I will have to keep my shades pulled at all times and not be able to enjoy the forest that was there. The forest supported a lot of things, a lot of animals. I enjoyed seeing the deer, all the birds. You don't see this anymore because all of that's been destroyed. They also provided a windbreak. So if there was a hurricane, the trees would provide a buffer. They're not there anymore. As you can tell, there's nothing there anymore. Then they're going to put these homes there. I feel like I have been invaded on. I am totally exposed. And according to the first gentleman who spoke about the CAMA 2017 land use, that goes against single-family home dwellings. And I think the encroachment there is not right. I've been told, which I've been told things before and they're not true, that there will be a buffer. And as my father would say, seeing's believing. But I am for some type of progress, but this taking away your privacy, taking away your security, taking away what was ours, and I agree, those trees were not mine, they were on the other property. But I have nothing there now. There is absolutely nothing. And by the time a tree gets full grown, I'll be under it.
30 seconds, please.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment.
Next.
Sir in the back. Please give one to the clerk. Give one to the clerk, please.
You want to look at it?
Here.
Okay.
Here. I've got this.
She has one. We're set.
He needs one. He needs one. Do you have two?
I've already got
Okay.
Right. Thank you. My name is David Park. I'm at 174 Clubhouse in the Osprey Ridge condominiums. Just very, very briefly, there seem to be a lot of people in very strong and sometimes blind support of this, and also a number of people who seem to be in blind opposition to it. So I'm neither one of those. I think that as a conditional rezoning, this needs to have a lot of detailed look at it. It's not a rezoning, it is a conditional zoning. And I think that the specificity of the approval is what will determine whether this is an executable conditional zoning. And I noticed in the presentations that the words that were used by Riptide in presenting this seem to be pretty good in most of the parcels. But when you look at the documentation that went with it, it seemed broader than what they were saying. So my understanding is that the declarant is needing to write down uses based on the UDO language and definitions of uses.
which I think may be leading to an inadvertent miscommunication about what is desired and what is allowed. And I would encourage the board to review that in detail with each one of these things and allow them to write down what it is that they want to do, so that there's no question in the future about the transparency of the approval or what can be enforced later on. Most of these are actually pretty good, I think. But the baseline for this is the MR3 zoning that they have now. It's not woods. There's nothing wrong with development. There's nothing wrong with Riptide seeing their vision executed, although it's a little unclear to me exactly what that original vision is. There seems to not be a document indicating that. So using that term, I think, is not really a regulatable methodology. Specific parcels, the Jonesburg Clubhouse Convention Center area, all those subjects, 9, 10, 13, 13A, 13B, and 13C, always intended for a golf-centric development. Good job. I think it's great. The trading post, they call it across the street on subject 8.
30 seconds, please.
Is good. That's also is where specificity would be helpful, because there's a lot of people don't want tattoo parlors and things like that. So you should be able to write that stuff down. The Maples area, great. 4A and 4 and 4A, those are the maintenance office. That needs to be clear that it's maintenance office, not a retail development there, although the language would appear to allow that.
Can
And
you
number 7.
finish up your thought,
Okay.
please?
Number 7, it's not cooked yet. That's basically all wetlands, and there's a lot of other things you might could do with it, but it is not ready for prime time. So I would say not on that one. But
Thank
other
you.
than that, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for your comments. All right, additional comments, please. Sir?
Yes, my name is Jack Roberts. I'm speaking for my mom, who resides at 107 Old Oak Lane. And I've got some questions regarding the covenants. First of all, are these lands that are destined for commercial development part of the existing HOA? Second, has this board addressed the covenants in regards to the change of land use? Thirdly, if this HOA is covered by the North Carolina Planned Communities Act, any change of use needs to have 2/3 of the members of a good standing to vote on it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Comments, please? Yes, sir, right here. I'll get you next, sir.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning. My name's Greg Barrett. My wife and I live at 204 Jonesburg Court in Seatrail. In the 11 years that we've lived here, we've seen the golf courses and the facilities deteriorate significantly. All you have to do is read the reviews on TripAdvisor to confirm this to be true. Our 3 courses have terrible ratings. They are a disgrace. Even if you don't golf or don't have a golf course lot, you should be worried about this. Golfers have plenty of options in the surrounding area, and if our courses aren't competitive, golfers will play elsewhere. Revenue will decrease, and capital spending will decrease, and eventually maybe one or more of the courses will close and become an abandoned field. This has happened to several communities in the area. Many studies have shown that the closing of golf course can lead to as much as a 50% drop in property values. That's right, 50%, sometimes within the first week. The point is, we need the investors who are willing to purchase and upgrade the courses to come on board. Those investors have made a strong case for the need for the conditional zoning approvals we are discussing today. With a hotel, a state-of-the-art driving range, restaurants, coffee shops, and other amenities, imagine what your home would be worth if these facilities were contained within the boundaries of Sea Trail. I ask the planning board to please get on board and facilitate these zoning changes. It has already taken way too long to move these projects along. Please don't be an impediment. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Sir, in the green shirt. Tan shirt, sorry, welcome.
Address myself at the front. Hey, I'm Jack Lambert. I live at 627 Oyster Bay Drive. Been here for 33 years. I had prepared notes here, but after listening to some of the things, you guys are our last hope. You know, the planning board and the town council, you know. Sea Trail was never designed to be commercial. It was always, from the day we got here in 1989, okay, it was always set up to be a beautiful golf community, residential golf community. We're struggling now to keep one clubhouse open. I know there are comments been made about the golf courses and the investors and which comes first, chicken or the egg. And it's somebody that wants Sea Trail to be better would be interested in fixing the golf courses first, because that's the draw. That's our anchor. That's why we're here. I mean, the golf courses and the beach are the main reasons that Sea Trail has thrived over the years in Sunset Beach. And I think having those set up first, meaning the golf courses, and fixed first, would be the proper answer. Support for Riptide, I use the word fleeting. Last week, the Master Association had a meeting. Only 28 people came, because right now, what Riptide says, that's what goes. There's no other choice. There's no discussion. There's no meetings. There's no homeowners' input. It all is dependent on the developer and his board, which is handpicked by him. So it's going to rubber stamp everything. So we have no recourse in anything that Riptide does. Last thing, or next to last thing. We're the real investors at Sea Trail. I'm making a guesstimate here that's approximately 1,700 homes there. And they're valued at, let's say, 400,000. Some are 200, some are 300, some are 600. That's $680 million. We're the investors there. We have our life savings there in our houses. And on a personal note, our original investment was a club villa on the south entrance. It's the one right on the lake, the very first one you come to on the right-hand side. 4 units. They're proposing to put a 10,000 square foot building in front of that unit. Now, where are the trucks going to turn around?
30 seconds, please.
Where are the trucks going to turn around? Where is the garbage going to be? It's going to be behind the building, which is going to be in our yards. So just like the trees are going everywhere when they take and put these places in, the entire scope, the entire beauty of Sea Trail is disappearing with each commercial venture. Thank you.
Thank you. Perfect timing. Appreciate it, sir. Comments, sir?
Yes, I'm Brian. I live on 632 Kings Trail. And gentleman here, he spoke, I agree with what he said 100%. As far as the commercial aspect of this is concerned, no, we don't want this to be a commercial entity. We want this to be a residential entity. However, we need the some commercial parts of that in order to support the golf. You have to have the amenities. If you want to have a good golf course and you want to have people come and play those golf courses, you have to have amenities in order to support that. And I think part of the commercial things will do that. We don't want any, huge strip malls, things like that. We don't want a Lowe's department store or a Lowe's home store there or something like that. But I think we need little coffee shops, ice cream shops, places where you can go and buy souvenirs for Sea Trail, souvenirs for Sunset Beach. And I think all that will not only help Sea Trail, but also help revenues relative to Sunset Beach. Thank
you, sir. Yes, ma'am.
I am not going to take 33 minutes. Okay. My name is Sandy Reynolds. and I live at 214 Old Oak Lane with an E, as I always have to say to people. And I have always considered that Sea Trail was paradise. I'm almost 76 years old, and I'm going to die here. And I want it to go back to the way it was. Right now, like everybody has said, the golf courses are in terrible shape. And that was one reason 22 years ago why I moved here, was to play golf on a pristine golf course. Riptide has stepped up and has taken on several projects. But this is not paradise anymore. It used to be paradise. It's not paradise anymore. Please pass the zoning requests. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, sir. And I think
Good
that is
morning.
a green shirt.
Green. Good morning. Thank you for this opportunity. My name is James Huber. My wife and I live on 188 Crooked Gully. We are new residents of about a little over a year. We've gotten to know many people in the neighborhood. We love it here. We never knew Sunset Beach existed until February of 2021, when we discovered it, or 22, I guess. What are we, 23, 22? Anyway, we have gone and discussed and looked at the drawings and the plans of what Riptide would like to do. And we know that in order to move forward, you have to invest in the community. And we strongly believe that Riptide is trying to do that. We know that we need to do something with the golf courses. We have our investment in our homes. We don't want to see a Briarwood existence in Sea Trail. We don't want to see golf courses closed. We don't want to see things on golf courses that aren't golf. And there's a give and take, but we believe that the give is to allow them the opportunity to do what they want to do. So we ask that the planning board approve, and then the town council does the same. We want to see positive growth. We want to see our livelihoods grow, but we also want to have the opportunity to not have to drive 10 miles down the road to go get something or to go get an ice cream. Or we believe Riptide is going to put boutique shops up. We're not going to have Family Dollars and things in our neighborhood, and the commercial areas on the outside. It's not right inside of Sea Trail. The developments that they want to do with the golf is great. I've been a golfer for many years. I even coach college golf, and we need facilities that's going to attract people. And that's what Riptide is trying to do. So I would ask that you approve, move this forward. Let's get this project going. Let's get the people on board to do the investment in the golf courses. Let Riptide do what they're doing. I believe that they're going to take the comments very seriously of what the pros and the cons. And I believe they'll use those to rethink some of the direction that they take when it comes to whether they chop down all the trees or some of the trees or none of the trees, and where they develop and what kind of homes they're developing. And we know that they want to put, that they have to put what they could do, not necessarily what they will do, and that it could be smaller than what they say. And that's what, we'll wait and see. But we do ask that you all are in favor of this. So thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes.
My name is Lawrence Hirshoff. I live at 219 Barony Place Drive. I've previously filed a public comment for the March 31st event run by Riptide, and I'll try to avoid rehashing those observations. Please note these comments are from me as a private individual and in no way represent the view of the town or the board that I chair. I do believe that you can't stand in the way of progress, but I think you have to stand in the way of regress. I am shocked at some of the comments about the golf course because, in fact, I believe that there are no guarantees that golf course improvements are going to occur. What we have is a situation where we're asked to consider a rezoning so that certain parcels can be rezoned commercial so that they can be sold to outsiders. And I have not seen anything that says that there is a guarantee or assurance that improvements will be made to the golf course. I think Riptide has done a terrific job on the vast majority of things they've pursued at Sea Trail, and I'm a beneficiary of that. And the vast majority of the proposals that they have made have really good thought process and will benefit us all. There are a few of them there that I think are inappropriate. Mr. Huber, I appreciate your comments about the golf, but if you've noticed, the plans for Tract 17, which is right at your front door, include the possibility of 50-foot tall condominiums being built at a spot where Crooked Gully Circle is hopelessly unable to handle the traffic that would result from that development. On Tract 16, also known as Tract 1, depending on which of the documents you have looked at, there is a proposal to once again put 50-foot tall condominiums out on Route 179, which I think is a terrific idea, and to put them across from the people that just spent $600,000 for their single-family residences on Lunar Drive, which I think is not a good idea. So, by all means, this is mostly a very good proposal. Grandfathering existing commercial uses makes sense.
30 seconds, please, Larry.
Thank you. Sea Trail is a residential development. It was never intended to be a commercial hub. I understand that the town has the ability to approve, reject, or conditionally approve, and I hope that your recommendation and the town's will be conditional approval, and that some of the massive 50-foot tall buildings will not be approved. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Good morning.
Good morning. I have a few things here. Thank you so much for giving us the opportunity to speak here today. And also thank you for your service to the town, our town of Sunset Beach.
Name and address, please.
My name is Roz Dolan, and I live at 627 Eastwood Park Road. My husband Cliff and I have been property owners in Sea Trail Resort for 20 years. We first started with a Champions condo in 2003 and then moved here in full time in 2013 and built our home in Sea Trail. As I've got this whole thing planned, I'm going to probably throw it out the window, but a couple of things. I live on Eastwood Park, and that's right across from the new Eastwood Bluffs townhomes community that a number of my neighbors were very unhappy about. But of course, you've got to realize that there was a huge field that was totally empty with two big buildings sitting there. So at some point, everyone had to know that that was going to be developed. And it was developed. It's being developed now. And I think the townhomes are very attractive. I live across the street. I look right over there. They're being built right now, and it has not been that much of an inconvenience. And I think they blend in fine with our other single family homes. And I think when people say that Sea Trail's a residential community, you're right. It is a residential community, but I have the brochure from 2008. It's a resort community. And what that means is that we do have commercial in there. We've had commercial in there from the very beginning. We've had 3 clubhouses, 3 golf courses, a convention center, and many, many condominiums, which are residences, but yet they're part-time residents as well. So we have it's been a mixed use community from the get-go. We need that commercial business. We need the new clubhouses or the clubhouses to be renewed. There's questions about the golf courses, who's going to purchase them. I've spent the last 2.5 years talking with Riptide very closely. I understand their plan. I believe in their vision, and I feel that Sea Trail needs it, and I feel that Sunset Beach needs it. And they do have plans for the golf courses. That is in the plan. The golf courses are key to Sea Trail. If they don't survive, all of our property values will go down. So I ask that we, Sea Trail, the town of Sunset Beach, and Riptide Builders can work together to bring Sea Trail where it was planned to be in the beginning, and that is a wonderful place for visitors to enjoy as well as residents, and that will include commercial entities and small shops, retail shops, like many of the communities that we like to go to and visit, like Hilton Head and Pinehurst. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Comments? Please, ma'am. Good morning.
Good morning. Bobby Leonard, 108 Discovery Lake Drive. I will not be misunderstood as squelching growth nor squelching Maple's upkeep. There are parcels perhaps needing approval, however, not blanket approval of 22 tracts. The CAMA 2017 land use plan is a plan for future growth of Sunset Beach. This plan is used by the planning board and council when reviewing requests within the town and the ETJ areas. This document should not be taken lightly. Community concerns, along with the vision for 10 to 20 years, were taken into consideration by the residents, town representatives, and outside counsel in the plan's development. Existing land use was reviewed along with the community facilities, including water supply, demand, and trends. The land use plan is a guide for what the growth should be, how growth should take place while taking into consideration the residents, ecology, infrastructure, flooding, economy, and density. Being mindful of the importance of the land use plan, it would be irresponsible for the planning board to recommend blanket approval of 22 parcels. These parcels need to be considered independent of each other with a defined purpose. It is agreed individual parcels need appropriate zoning, such as the Maples Clubhouse and the proposed convention center complex. As of today, it is unclear if the Maples will be demolished and rebuilt in the current site, rebuilt on another site, or rebuilt at all. It is unclear where our dining facilities will be. The 2017 land use plan is clear in supporting the town's residents' primary requirements, which are single-family homes, restaurants and dining, preserving environment, maintaining open spaces with an eye on density, growth management, and regulation. Riptide indicates tract 16 was previously approved for duplexes or townhouses at town height of no greater than 35 feet. This approval was not acted on. 16 needs present-day approval within a single-family residential area, Sea Trail. Using facts, daily and weekly condo rentals certainly would change the flavor of this residential area, encroaching on single-family homes. The planning board should not approve number 16 parcel as written. It most definitely would encroach on single-family residents, including Lunar area, built by Riptide.
30 seconds, please.
Townhomes nor duplexes should encroach on single-family residential areas. Condos are not to be taken into consideration as indicated in the land use plan. I trust the planning board will be responsible. Thank you.
Thank you. Comments? Yes, ma'am.
Good morning. My name is Jordana O'Leary, and I live at 156 Edgewater Circle.
Morning.
Good morning. My husband Skip and I purchased our property in 1992 and moved here permanently in 97. We did due diligence in knowing what Sea Trail had planned, and we had a map showing us all future development. If you can imagine, in 92, there was nothing here, nothing compared to what we had now. We knew about Planters Ridge, we knew about Crooked Gully, we knew about all the other developments that were going to be made. We knew about the condos, and that was our progress. And we moved here knowing it was going to be a wonderful place to live. So we did not object to any growth. We gave everyone else the opportunity to live in a place and realize their dream, just like we did. At the time, we were fully aware of the vision that the owners had. The properties on the map was given to all new homeowners, were clearly marked future development. And we promised these changes would be made, and we're very excited for the future of our community. Unfortunately, as time passed and the next generation took over, Sea Trail fell into disrepair and ultimately bankruptcy. Promises, again, not kept. Then taken over by Mr. Pan, who also gave us promises, again, not kept. We have waited over 25 years to live in the community that was promised to us so long ago. We now have wonderful Riptide developers who will be creating an amazing place here in Sea Trail. They held many meetings for individual residents to have the opportunity to go and speak with them and look at every single thing they had planned. There was transparency, and there still is transparency with Riptide. A community like no other in North Carolina will be here in Sea Trail. We have wonderful communities up north and down south, but we need to have our golf courses come back, and that is part of our development. The overwhelming majority of Sea Trail residents want this to be the best place to live, and it will be, all thanks to Riptide and their vision. And I know this promise will be kept. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ma'am, you had your hand up? Hi.
Good morning. My name is Donna Morris. I live at 189 Rice Mill Circle, Sunset Beach. And thank you for letting us make our comments today, our views known. My husband and I have lived in Sunset Beach for 17 years full-time, owned for 21. As Joe Donna said, we knew the plan ahead of time. Everything was going to be developed and everything. It is a resort. It's not planned for residential. It's planned as a resort. It's advertised as Sea Trail Resort. I've watched Sea Trail deteriorate, and it has broken my heart. Riptide has come along and revitalized it. I have reviewed the plans for the rezoning, and I feel it is in the best interest of us, of the people living at Sea Trail, the people living in Sunset Beach, to approve these plans. And I think I think we need to stop the delays and get on with it, or nothing's going to happen. And it will look like the golf courses could go away, and then we lose our tax money there. So it's time to improve Sea Trail and Sunset Beach, and I feel change is good. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Yes.
Good morning. Thanks for having us and giving us the opportunity to speak. My name is Dana Conley. I live at 358 Sea Trail Drive East. I have lived at Sea Trail for almost 34 years, and I've also worked for Sea Trail Corporation for that same length of time. I was fortunate to have worked with the original owners of Sea Trail, which were 4 families that had a vision for the resort. Sea Trail once had over 600 rental units on a rental program, several eating establishments, spa services, sundry shop, little shop to pick up groceries for the people that are staying here. The original owners always had a vision for a hotel next to the convention center. They desired to have standalone services along Clubhouse Road, had entertained restaurants, freestanding restaurants along Clubhouse Road, specifically one area across from the Maples Clubhouse. They wanted to do this to enhance the lifestyle they created. The real estate declined in 2008, and the aging of the rental units all combined to a downfall at Sea Trail. Sea Trail has always been a resort with great bones, as they say. We have a fantastic homeowner base at Sea Trail. We have great staff members who want to see Sea Trail thrive. The success of the core business at Sea Trail is the golf courses, the accommodations that help support those golf courses, the convention center, all center around the ability to stand out and attract golfers and visitors to stay at our resort. The backbone of Sea Trail needs support. The current vision being contemplated in the conditional zoning application will not only enhance the lifestyle for those of us who live and work at Sea Trail, but it will return Sea Trail to a much better place to play, stay, and live. Sea Trail would be able to stand tall again. Our area continues to grow. We, just the other day, I think I left the north entrance of Sea Trail to go to my attempt to go to Little River. It took me 15 minutes to get through Calabash. Once I got on 17, it was back to, bumper to bumper traffic, and I had to turn around and come back. So that's going to continue to get worse over time. And having the ability to stay on property, to walk, to take your bike, for homeowners, for visitors to stay and support Sunset Beach is paramount to our success. The resort needs
30
change.
seconds, please, Dan.
Yeah, thanks. The resort needs change. The resort needs improved amenities. The resort needs these additional conditional zoning for approval for its success. I thank you for your service for the town of Sunset Beach and appreciate again your time.
Thank you for your comments. Yes, ma'am. I think you had your hand up first.
My name is Doris Roberts, and I live on Old Oak Lane.
Morning.
And I didn't expect to get up here and speak because I'm 95 years old, and my brain doesn't work as well as it used to. But anyway, I'm amazed at the people thinking.
Get close to the microphone if you can.
I'm amazed that these people that got up and want business to come into Sea Trail, that's a deterrent. I wouldn't, if I was looking for a home, I would not come into a development that had business in it. I wanted it to be a home in a residential section. We moved here in 2020, and I have already seen Sea Trail deter, not because of no business, but because of business coming in. I see people walking their dogs down the street, and Sea Trail, Main Street is Sea Trail, that used to be beautiful is now cluttered with homes. These people that wanted a home, there's umpteen acres being cleared off for them to buy homes that have business in it. I feel sorry for the people that have dogs that walk the road, breathing in all the carbon monoxide that is happening on the main road. I fear, I live in view of the entrance of Sea Trail, and I shudder them cutting down all those trees. People walking their dogs enjoy a wooded area for to walk their animals. As you can see, I'm not a speaker.
You're doing
but
great.
Anyway, my heart goes out to the people in Sea Trail. I'm, as I said, at 95. I won't be there to see it totally destroyed. There's ice cream stores across the street. There's another Wings across the street.
30 seconds, please.
And you know the traffic that comes down there when there's an event in the park there. They're starting to park down our street. I just want to be sure that these people that want development in Sea Trail to think it twice what the advantage would be and what the disadvantage would be. And thank you for listening to an old lady.
Thank you. Comments, please, if you can follow that. Ma'am? You don't have to give your age.
After following that, I'm not so sure I wanted to even come up here. She did a wonderful job. Thank you. Well, hi all. I'm not 95 yet, but soon to be someday, I'm sure, or hope to be. My name is Dawn Simorowski. I live at 115 Clubhouse Road in Sea Trail and part of the Seahorse Estates community. I moved here about 2 years ago with my husband, Michael, from Charlotte. We live in a beautiful Riptide home. And we are very, very grateful for the improvements that Riptide has already done to our community. And we absolutely support their master plan and moving forward. Let me repeat, we absolutely support the conditional zoning. As most of you know, being stagnant is is one's way of living or thinking is unhealthy. It promotes deterioration and it breeds a host of other issues. Change is good. Sea Trail was always meant to be a thriving place to live, work, and play. From the beginning, Sea Trail has been a planned golf community. Golf courses are commercial properties that typically offers a variety of commercial services, restaurants, and shops. What we have here is broken. It needs to be fixed and it needs to be revitalized. If Sea Trail continues down this path, it will no longer exist as it once was, or even in its current state, which we all know is not that pretty. It will get even worse and bring down our property values. It'll probably be even sold to an out-of-town developer who doesn't care about anything but making a dollar at any expense. Riptide is a local developer. They live in our community. Their children go to our local schools. They go to local restaurants. They live here, and they want this area to do well and to thrive because they are also residents aside from being developers. Yes, I believe change is good. Good growth is good. Smart growth is even better. It's essential to any community, but in a small town, it's key to its success. By supporting the conditional zoning before you, the town of Sunset Beach will reap the benefits to the increased tax revenue, and that's simple. Increased commercial equals increased tax revenue, which provides better services and amenities to the community and to its residents. This area is rapidly growing. Its demographics have changed and will continue to change. Its new residents and community members want to support
30 seconds, please.
Growth done right. So this is a win-win for the town. At the end of the day, I haven't said anything that anyone else hasn't said. All I'm asking is that this board see the positives that outweigh any of those concerns. I urge you to listen and support the majority of the community that we would like to see this conditional zoning be passed. Let's go ahead and let's move forward with this, and let's make Sea Trail the crown jewel that it once was, or that what they originally wanted this place to be like. Thank you all for listening to me, and I hope that you consider this being the right thing.
Thank you. We had another hand up over here before. Yes, sir. Good morning.
I hate politics, but I'm here anyway. I too support the
Name, please.
Mark Stanley. I live at 620 Eastwood Park in the New Bluff townhomes. Previously, we lived on 38th Street over on the island. Previous to that, we lived on 5th Street on the island. So we've been around a while. We have a second home in Asheville. I have studied, but we've had two homes built by Riptide. They're both beautiful. I have had a chance to learn a lot about Riptide as a company. They really run very efficiently, and I think they really have shown that they're going to do this. I don't have any doubts that if we can get this approved, that they'll go through with the transaction. We have a bird in the hand, ready to go. It just seems would be a terrible mistake not to let them go forward. There has to be some balance between commercial and residential. Everybody's going to disagree about some pieces of it, but in order for it to come out the right way, I think Riptide's plan is best. I've looked at the map, studied it the best I can. It reminds me of a crossword puzzle with pieces all over the place missing, and you have to I found my way around it, several of them, and but the puzzle needs to come together because it just not working the way it is. Interestingly enough, I was at dinner last night over in Wilmington at Landfall with some friends, and they asked me, they said, "What's going on with Sea Trail?" We used to go there for conventions. We used to go there for meetings, attorney groups, CPA groups, all kinds of retreats and so forth. And my answer to that was, we think that it will come back to where it'll be a place you want to come, have meetings, enjoy the town. I found that very interesting that somebody asked me in Wilmington about Sea Trail. So I think we should get this passed and move on and enjoy the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Yes, sir, in the front row.
I am Brent Wilkins, and I live in 620 Eastwood Park Road, just like the gentleman there. I've been a resident here for 60 days. And I'll tell you, I love this place. And the reason I love this place is the people behind me, the people. I've met more people, more nice people that I've met in a long time. I won't tell you where I came from, but my neighbors there, I didn't know my neighbors for 6 years. I know more neighbors and people, nice people. So I love this place. I agree with a lot of the comments that have been made. I think, common theme, the golf course needs to be upgraded. You guys are aware of that. I do think there's a way to improve the facilities without tearing down a lot of new and existing like trees, etc. Right? It's almost like the Sheryl Crow song. It's not getting what you want, it's wanting what you got. And try to take the facilities that are there, like the convention center, like the clubhouse, like the Maples, different facilities are there. Let's improve those first. Maybe look at that first. Improve those facilities. Secondarily, personal experience with Riptide. Hold them accountable. Make sure you hold them accountable. If they say they're going to do something, go to the contract. I worked on Wall Street. Hold them accountable for what they say they'll do. In the time period. The last thing I'll say, the concern too, is about workers. We were delayed on our construction. So any construction, new construction that goes on is likely going to be delayed. Where they're going to find the people to do it. So with that, I'll say, I love being here. I love this group. I love the town. So thanks. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Yes, sir, in the back. Good morning.
Gotta get my cheaters on.
Me too.
Let's see. My name's Steve Teitelbaum. I live on Discovery Lake Drive. I would like to commend Riptide Builders for the many good things they have done to improve Sea Trail. And I wish them success in their future ventures. I have one request, and that is that they rethink their plan to create several hundred short-term rentals in, I'm calling it area number 16. I believe that this will change the character of the neighborhood and not create a vacation destination, they hope. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Comments? Sir, right down the center aisle. Rock, scissors, paper.
Good morning. Good morning. I'm Bob Forrester at 110 Crooked Gully Circle. You and the council are facing difficult issues with passions on both sides. Of course, that's why you get paid the big bucks. But there's important decisions that need to be made. I submitted a letter, which I trust you've all had an opportunity to read. It's my opinion that the planning board should not recommend approval of this application for a number of reasons, but most significantly because it is flagrantly inconsistent with the 2017 land use plan. Many people have spoken about the land use plan, but it is a vital step in the planning process. It's required by state statute. It's required by the local ordinance. The North Carolina statute and indeed the UDO for conditional zoning requires that conditional zoning must be consistent with the general policies and objectives of the land use plan. Now, others have commented about the policies and the of the land use plan and the characteristics, but I'd like to address a couple of them. One is to preserve traditional character and the intensity and the density of existing single-family neighborhoods and open areas. The overall uses would greatly increase the intensity and density. Another objective is to ensure the development is compatible with surrounding areas as well as the town goals. Third is that Sunset Beach should develop as a primarily, this is language from the LUP, Sunset Beach should develop as a primarily residential community with limitation on location and scale of commercial development. This approval of this application, as it's submitted, will change this area from primarily residential to overly commercial. The land use plan specifically finds that the amount of land zoned for commercial in Sunset Beach is sufficient to meet the needs of seasonal and year-round population. It also specifically excludes commercial as an appropriate use within the land use category, which comprises the MR3 zone district. In fact, there is existing commercial in close proximity to the Sea Trail, the Mud District, the MB2,
30 seconds, please.
which are actually within Sea Trail, are zoned for 44 of the uses that they're proposed. It's impossible to address in 3 minutes the 22 parcels and difficulty with the 22 parcels. I do want to point out 6 and 7, which are at the east entrance. Terrific traffic problems are going to ensue. They already exist for a major ingress and egress to Sea Trail. You're going to have ingress and egress to both of those parcels on both sides of the streets, off of both streets. And you cannot deny the uses once you approve them as a conditional zone.
Please wrap up, Bob.
Okay, they are permitted by right. And a number of the uses, hotels, convention centers, restaurants, are all presently permitted within the MR3 zone. I'm not an.
We'll have to call time, Bob.
I'm an advocate of conditional zoning.
Bob.
Oh, jeez.
Thank you, Bob. Please. Sir, down the aisle, you had your hand up, I believe.
My name is Brian Sullivan. I live at 340 Sea Trail Drive East. I'm here to sort of represent not just Sea Trail, but I want to represent the town of Sunset Beach. In a different fashion, let me pull some statistics they're variable because of the change of time and because of the different numbers. If I ask how many people live in Sunset Beach, the fire department says it's 4,400. If I look at the proposed future or the dream value of how many people would be in Sunset Beach, they're thinking it's about 5,000. If you go back and look at the last 10 years, the growth rate's been maybe 1%, a little less than 1%. If you look at the reality of what a town is, it's revenue. It brings people in, they live there, and they have revenue. They pay revenue through property taxes and so forth. The absence of that revenue sort of limits what the community can do. The limits are, if you look at the restaurants in our town, they are barely open. Some aren't open at all anymore. So that the Sea Trail's examples are their restaurants in the resort. Those percentages of loss and gain due to population loss is actually what is killing our community. Now, of course, I think tax-wise, I don't want to say how much, but approximately a third of the population of this town lives in Sea Trail. And certainly it's a high residential tax-paying unit. It actually, the draw here, as everyone says, is the golf course. And it's undeniable that the golf course has to be the key to it. It's the jewel for the Southeast Brunswick County. To say it's a jewel, it's a little bit of a stretch. Decay, decline, is the single word used very often to relate to Sunset Beach. is actually considered to be a toxic environment for business and investment. Curiously enough, Riptide has been able to sort of turn that around. They've actually decided and determined with their partners that this might be an exceptional place to invest in because it's at the level now where it's do or die. If it's at the bottom end, and now what can happen is the turnaround could be amazing for the whole county, not just the city. When I look at percentages, who would agree with that? Well, in order to find out, we did surveys. We talked to our neighbors. We actually did a petition. So did those people that are opposing the revitalization, the restoration.
30 seconds, please.
So you have two petitions in front of you that will be in front of you that actually relate to the people in Sea Trail. Of let's say the 5,000 population is realistic. The Sea Trail proponents of the ordinance was more than 10% of the population, well over 500. It's actually close to 600 as we speak.
Please wrap up.
Okay, I cut it off at 500 to say that 90% of the people that were in Sea Trail that actually were interested in the change represented 500 people. Those that did not like the change represented 1%. So that in terms of the value,
time, please.
In terms of the value, we believe that the proponent should be approved.
Thank you.
A petition is here. Give it to the secretary.
Yeah, the clerk.
Administrator.
Comments, please. We have a comment here. Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you. You have to save one for the clerk, please. Got it. Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Kathy Trent, and I'm speaking on behalf of myself and my husband, Mark Trent. We live at 621 Oxcart Place. A lot has been said this morning regarding the conditional use zoning packet. Both of us feel there's somewhere in between here. The total conditional use proposes many commercial businesses, and we have a lot of concerns regarding that. You can see the packet. We've taken each parcel and have either identified no comment. They seem appropriate. The second set of comments deal with specific recommendations and concerns, and I'm going to highlight 4 of those for you this morning. First of all, please scale back the commercial uses. We have 21 different uses potentially at a variety of parcels. Many of those proposed commercial uses are found directly outside Sea Trail, in Sunset, nearby communities. Plus, I understand as proposed, any of those uses could be brought forward at any time. Could we be creating a revolving commercial business use area with continual changes, or at worst, vacant buildings? There are several commercial properties that we would support. Clearly, I think the golf courses need to maintain a viable business. The proposed hotel, the additional condominiums in the Champions, and even the Discovery Lake condominiums we would support. And there are other parcels that you'll find the details that we've provided that do align with, I believe, the overall primary residential portion of Sea Trail. However, we are concerned about the number of commercial uses. Please scale those back. The second issue that we're concerned about is really the estimated number of vehicles that will enter Sea Trail. I look at it, it's probably 48 vehicles in and out Clubhouse Drive, but with all the additional commercial uses, it's going to be more. We need to really conduct a traffic impact assessment. And you need to install sidewalks and bike paths. Yes, we walk our dogs, we ride our bikes. And thank you to Riptide for putting the sidewalks in the residential areas. But how is it going to happen on the rest of the commercial development along the convention center, the clubhouses? How is all of that going to be developed? I encourage the town, since these are public roads, to really do a traffic impacts assessment and put and install sidewalks and bike paths. Sorry, I'm reading this so fast. The third major concern is building height requests. Yes, we know the building height is 35 feet, but there are other areas that 40 to 50 feet directly inside the entrances, they need to be denied. And the fourth, let's assure environmental sensitive areas are provided. Track 17 is in a very sensitive area with wetlands and wildlife habitat. It should be denied, pulled from the application, and looked at in the future. Environmental permits like wetland areas need to be obtained first. Thank you, and I'm sorry I read it so fast.
Thank you. Yes, sir, in the back, black.
Good morning.
Good morning. Hi.
My name is Steve Miller. My wife and I reside at 140 Forest Walk inside of Sea Trail. And I just want to come up and reiterate what the gentleman said that was sitting beside me. There are two petitions that have been circulated. I think you just got presented either one or both. And I've been tracking it very closely. And we have over 600 people have signed in favor of the conditional zoning. And we have, the last time I looked, about 55 to 60 against the conditional zoning. So I just look at that ratio and say, within, and this has been done on Facebook, I believe is where they ran it. So we're looking at a 10-to-1 ratio of people in favor of the revitalization as opposed to against it. Now, I understand there are some concerns about some of the commercial areas, but the town isn't losing control here. You're putting a recommendation forward to the town council. There are still controls to be in place as people move forward with progress. And that's really all I had to say. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am. Take your time.
I'm planning on speaking. Sherry Lambert, Oyster Bay Drive, Sunset Beach.
What number?
What number? 627
Okay.
Oyster Bay Drive.
Thank you. I couldn't hear you. I'm
Okay.
sorry.
Sherry Lambert. I just want to address the petition. I want to say that the Master Association sent out one petition which only allowed people to sign up in favor of, and they had someone else.
No, please. She has the podium. Thank
The
you.
only petition I saw came from somebody else via email, if you were opposed. I would like you to look at each parcel separately as far as what should be developed commercially. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Can I address that?
No, sir. Everybody gets one shot at speaking on a topic, and the topic is conditional zoning. Comments before we go to the other room, and we won't cut you out if you decide you want to have a comment. Can we shuttle people back? Okay, line up in the hallway or? Okay, folks, you probably heard that we're entertaining comments from the, I don't want to say the peanut gallery. No, I won't say that. If you could go out this door and we'll bring you into the podium. Thank you. Well, we have room.
Somebody in.
Hmm?
Somebody in.
He is.
Quiet, please.
Let's do that. Yeah. Okay. Yes, sir. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is John Caulfield. Live at 250 Clubhouse Road, Unit 1C. Originally bought in 1990. Moved down full time in 2015. So we've seen a lot. in terms of the changes that have come to Sea Trail over the years. I know that you're looking for specificity with regard to the parcels. I approve of the hotel, the villas associated with it, as well as the redo of the conference center, on the supposition that that's going to be the basis for the way to get the support, the financial support behind the redo of the golf courses. I oppose any other commercial development inside the bounds of Sea Trail, in particular in any of the entrances. Understanding that in some cases they're already zoned for commercial, or excuse me, for residential development, as is the case in the one outside the south entrance. My advice in general for the community at large is be careful what we ask for. As everyone I think here knows, there was a massive overdevelopment of golf courses in the Myrtle Beach area. Over the last 30 years, we've had no new golf courses built in the last 15. However, we've lost 10. Most of those are in this region specifically. And we have a substantial amount of development, as everyone knows, not only within the town of Sunset Beach, but literally steps away in Calabash that are going to double or almost double the size of the development in the area. There's going to be a massive amount of demand for use of any of those facilities. And it will not shock me if we go from $30 green fees to $200 green fees in the not too distant future if we don't have any new golf courses. So Sea Trail is in a unique position. I just don't think that Riptide's plan is the only option for how to develop these properties, because there's going to be a lot of interest in how those things get supported. I do know that they're going to require some investment in order to get them back up to where they could or should be, and that's going to solve that problem. But additional development of commercial resources, I think, would
30
work
seconds, please.
to the detriment of the community. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Good morning. Good, thank you.
My name is Lynn Caulfield. That was my husband. We're at 250 Clubhouse Road. I want to reiterate some of the things that he said. He speaks to the golf. I speak to the ambiance that a lot of the people talked about. We've been here 30 years. To my way of thinking, there has been a lot said about what everybody thinks about. Oh, there's 600 people that signed this petition. I think that lady was right. The only petitions I ever saw were, "Are you in favor of this?" And I feel in some ways that we are being railroaded to only support the Riptide view. Now, I'm all for, as my husband said, the golf courses around there, the existing commercial buildings, the old Maples Clubhouse, that kind of stuff. We've got to reinvigorate those because they have gone downhill. But over the 30 years, they did hold their own. And in fact, when we did go into this bankruptcy, most of the golf course was really held up by full-time residents. And they supported it, we continued to support it, and tried to support it before Riptide came in to buy. That being said, I have a special, I'd say, bugaboo about them ripping down all the trees at that south entrance. I just think that we're not thinking about certain hydrology issues, shade issues, just the ambiance of the community would come in, and it's just not there, and it is losing that ambiance all the time as they rip everything up. It's the clear cut, and it reminds me very much of when we lived in California. It was Condo Canyon everywhere, like what I think Eastwood Drive is now. Now, I can't make any recommendations on some of the things around the clubhouses, but certainly some of these commercial things I think will take away from local business, local areas, and really stuff is right at steps away from the exits to Sea Trails and the boundaries. You can get up to Food Lion and the restaurant's right up there in a matter of seconds if you're on your bike. So I don't understand why we have to put so much commercial development in a residential community. And frankly, it has evolved into a residential community.
30 seconds, please.
And I just thank you very much for listening to us.
Thank you. Yes, sir, in the back corner. Are there people still lined up outside? Sorry about that.
My name's Jack Philibom. I live at 126 Forest Walk in Sea Trail. And I'm a past president of the Sea Trail Master Association. And I want to clear something up. I was not railroaded by Riptide to come as a president. I was voted by other people. So Riptide had nothing to do with me becoming the president of Sea Trail Master Association. And I know the person that came after me was also not picked by Riptide to do that. And my wife and I walk a lot in Sea Trail, and we're walking up and down the streets, and I go, man, there's a lot of family members that are visiting here this week. She goes, no, Jack. She goes, those are people that own these houses now. They're younger people. Younger people are moving into Sea Trail, and it's so nice because we're getting old. And as the older we get, well, we're not. Yeah, I know. You're probably not there yet, but you're going to get there also. But we're older people, and we want to see our community grow, and they're growing by younger people moving in. I met a couple yesterday that just bought a condo that are 30 years old. They want to move to Sea Trail because they're excited about what is coming here. They're excited about the golf courses that are going to be improved. Their business is going to be put into Sea Trail. It's not going to take away from other businesses. That's not what happens. Everything grows. A new restaurant comes in. It doesn't take away from other restaurants. Just another restaurant to go. We're going to be improving our Sea Trail where people will want to live, where people will want to come to move here. That's exciting for me. That's exciting for people that live here now. So hopefully that you see what's happening here and vote on what Riptide wants. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to consider a bio break. If that meets the pleasure of the rest of the planning board. Yeah, Chief? Okay.
Should we take those three?
Let's take the three. And you don't have to decide if you want to make a comment yet or not. We can't shut you off like that. Please.
Hi, my name is Jackie Scambati. I actually don't live in Sea Trail. I live just outside of Sea Trail, but I use it.
That's fine.
I use it all the time. I'm a runner, a cyclist, and I moved just outside of Sea Trail 15 years ago. And I'm constantly biking and running through there. You all may have seen me before. The traffic is getting worse, a lot worse. I actually ride my bike on main roads here and feel just as safe on the main roads with traffic going by than I do in Sea Trail. So I'm imploring you to make more green space, parks where people can be active, walking. I see a lot of walkers, people walking their dogs. I don't see kids. I think when I moved here, I felt like I was the youngest one in Sunset Beach. And if we have younger people move in, that's great. But where are we going to put what are you going to do with the kids? Younger people move here with parks. If you have parks, you have space for sports. I see people playing soccer on our golf courses, the golf course I live behind. I see kids going out there with their families playing soccer, and that's not what the greens and the greenways are for. So more space for just active community. Pickleball, the pickleball court that I run by in Sea Trail is packed all the time. Pickleball tournaments would be great here if we had the facilities. So I'm just imploring you to think about more green space and more space for activity instead of just taking every single piece of property and building homes and condos. I think there's so much of that in Sea Trail, and we just need more open space to be more active. I hope this community wants to be more active. I'm willing to coach anybody that wants to be more active, so it can be a more active community. I moved here 15 years ago, but I actually I spent some time in Honolulu, Hawaii. I literally just moved back here a month ago from Hawaii. Yes, I moved back here from Hawaii. because I love this community, and I think that it's now that I run and bike through Sea Trail after being away for several years, and coming back and forth, it's astounding to me, the construction going on in
30
Sea Trail.
seconds,
It's
please.
no longer what it was when I moved here, and I hope that we can kind of go back to making sure that our community is built so that we can do more than just building condos and homes and short-term rentals. Coming from Honolulu, not a good idea. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Morning. Todd Wilson, 424 Lakeshore Drive. Certain parcels of land are not conducive to residential development. That is a statement that has been made on multiple occasions by the applicant. That is why we are here today. They have parcels of land they own they can't build houses on. They're trying to figure out another way to make money. This has nothing to do with what is best for the community. It is about what is best for their bottom line. If you actually take a step back and look at what they are proposing, what they have said is they have these investors, a golf management investment group, golf investment group over here, and that they are willing to spend in excess of $20+ million in Sea Trail. However, at the same time, they are saying that in order for that money to be spent by those investors, they need to have all these little particular pieces of land pass through the conditional zoning process in order for that to happen. Now, at the same time, they are also saying that when these investors found out that there will not be an actual true practice facility in a 54-hole golf complex, they said, no problem. Who needs a driving range at a golf complex? Okay. I know they have proposed a Topgolf style driving range practice facility. That's not a practice facility. That's a place to go with friends, have drinks, have food. Okay. That is not what would be needed to support a true 54-hole golf complex. No one in this community, which was the difference is, the difference with this community is that it was established when Riptide purchased land here. This was not brand new, a blank slate. And nobody should have commercial development forced upon their community. Okay. I know they have the petition with, I think it was 600 names on it. That's great. That's about 30% of the people in Sea Trail. Okay. Everybody wants the golf courses fixed up. Everybody wants the clubhouses fixed up. Without a doubt. Recommend that today. 30 seconds. But with everything else, when it is going to be something that is permanent, that will stick with that land forever, there is no way there has been enough specificity on what will be done on those properties to go ahead and recommend those to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
Good morning, and thank you for giving me a chance to speak here. My name is Hanneke Nagelkerke, 607 Deacon Court. I agree with a lot of things that have been said previously. One of the things is for more specification. I think Bobby Leonard indicated that, and to stick to the agreement of 2017. And the other one is to look at things more in detail, different projects or subjects, whatever you want to call them. I thought Kathy Trent has a good proposal for that. Because commercial, what can that mean? That can mean office buildings, shopping centers, nightclubs, hotels, certain warehouses like storage facilities, or adult entertainment. I think there's different rules for that. So some more specification, because commercial is a very wide thing. Otherwise it would be like, just believe me, it's going to be wonderful, and we signing a blind check. I also agree with the lady about more green spaces. I think that is the beauty of Hilton Head, And that's also the beauty of Pinehurst. If you want to kind of model after them, then I think we shouldn't chop all the trees. So indeed, really in favor of green spaces. And then all the condos. I think if we look in the future, there's going to be a whole slew of baby boomers who want to go to a retirement home. I think Project 16 along 179 or Georgetown Road, in a very nice way, could be a senior home with independent living and assisted living, which eventually, if the baby boomers all have passed away, could turn into a hotel with suites and still be used for the golf courses and the beach. I would consider that instead of having more and more condominiums. I think a lot of people in Sea Trail, but also in Sandpiper, Ocean Ridge, would like to move to something much closer. And I think it could be done in a very nice way without adding more homes. Thank you.
Thank you. Is that all the parent comments? Are we clear from the back room? Any comments? Okay, want to thank you all for your comments. It's important to the planning board to be able to hear them, absorb them, and we appreciate how succinct a lot of people were on their specific sites. I'd like to take see if the planning board agrees to take a break for 15 minutes. We will resume at 11:15.
So moved. Second. Aye. Aye.
Aye. Resume the meeting, please. Okay, now that we've concluded with public comments, and again, I want to thank everybody for addressing the topic at hand. Under new business for today, the topic is Riptide Builders LLC Conditional Zoning Application Review. Chad Starodumsky, our planning director, will start us off with staff comments on this application. He has a PowerPoint presentation that he'll be showing various tracks. I'll call them subject site-specific properties.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am going to be presenting my staff report a little bit differently than I normally do. I've prepared a PowerPoint presentation. That way everybody can see what we're doing here and I can explain it better. So I'm going to present this based on how it relates to the UDO and the land use plan. I'm also going to go through each site that way that the board can understand, everybody in the audience can understand and see what's going on. I will have certain periods where I'll pause. If the board has any questions to me, I can address them. So this is the
questions are for the board, not necessarily the general public.
That's correct. They'll be that I can answer for you if you have any questions that we might have on this part.
Thank you.
All right. So this is a petition for conditional zoning and master development plan. This is case number CZMA, conditional zone map amendment 2023-01. The applicant is Riptide Builders LLC. Conditional rezoning. So I'm going to attempt to somewhat explain, not to y'all, but for the benefit of who's here as well, what is conditional rezoning. The best way I can really start by this is take a tract of land. All right, you've got a base zoning district with it. That in this case, every one of these 22 parcels, 21 subject properties are zoned MR3. All right, I think that's important to start with that and keep that in mind here. What the applicant through conditional zoning is looking to do is peel that MR3 layer back. All right, think about peeling it, the sticker off. You got a blank piece of paper, and then relayer it with their own zoning district with certain conditions and certain requests. All right, does that make sense? All right, so that new zoning district, as we move forward with this, to what eventually would be approved, denied, however we get there, what comes out of this will be CZ or MR3 CZ 2023-01. All right, I think that's also important to remember as well. So it will stay MR3, but it will be associated with the conditions that are approved based on your review and town councils. So conditional zoning is a conditional rezoning is a process intended for development that has a high level or of certainty of being constructed. It is also that an application will contain a specified use or uses permitted by right or special use on a small or large scale projects. So you see that overall this is a big tract of land with a bunch of tracts associated with it. We good there? All right. Conditional rezoning is designed to provide more certainty for Sunset Beach and for nearby residents as to which uses can be expected in a development proposal and what uses may not be present. So again, tailored down, we know exactly what they're proposing and in this application, so you can review it as such. Good there. Applicants may propose custom standards or uses for consideration in the application for the new conditional zoning district. Master Development Plan. Master Development Plan, also known as the MDP, provides the framework for the development in the conditional zoning district. All applications must include a Master Development Plan, supporting information and text which specifies the uses intended for the property, dimensional standards, and any development standards to be approved concurrently with the rezoning application. The conditional zoning process. So this is the process of from submitting an application to the end. I'm just going to go through that for the benefit of everybody. Master development plan is submitted for conditional zoning. The UDO administrator will review it along with the TRC, if any.
TRC, can you explain about it or just
Yeah.
tell
So
what that acronym is for
yeah,
people?
TRC is our technical review committee. It is made up of staff department heads and outside agencies if needed to review the submittal application and provide comments back to me that I provide to the applicant on their application submittal. For example, we have building inspector, fire department, police department, public works. Those are your 4 main ones that you might get some on any given project. You might get some comments back on. After the TRC review my planning director and UDO administrator review conditional zoning holds a public input meeting. That is the applicant's responsibility. That was done on March 31st, correct? Yep. Right. That is the sole responsibility of that, is to hold a public input meeting to hear public comments on their project. This is the part we're at now. The planning board will review and make a recommendation, and then ultimately the town council will hold a public hearing and approve or denial of the conditional zoning. Development plans and subdivision plats submitted come after that, and that is to follow, and I'll get into a little bit more into this in a second, but that will follow how the UDO has it laid out, such as your non-residential entities through minor major site development plans, and your residential through preliminary and final plats. Any questions with any of that?
In other words, they have to go through the same process with new conditions, with different conditions, as anybody that would be bringing a preliminary plat before the town for development of a property.
That's correct.
But this just provides different conditions, set of conditions, than maybe would be just found in MR3.
Yeah, so let's say they had a non-residential entity come forward with a subsequent submittal for subsequent approval, such as a major site development plan. We would use this framework as to what's approved to guide us through that entity, such as parking, landscaping, buffering. The size of this gets a little new because there could be certain setback standards that are applied to this that are different than the current MR3. Also the size of building, with there being limited or allowance for bigger or smaller type of structure. So you're tailoring it to exactly seeing exactly what they're gonna do. So
other questions?
Ron?
Question on the master development plan.
Yes.
I mean, what we have right now is 17 subject sites that are included, 22 tracts or parcels.
So you actually have.
So are we and is a master development plan a set of text documents that going to cover the whole group or each individual subject site, because the conditions may be different at each subject site, needs their own development plan?
Wes,
Does that make sense, the question, I guess? Is
Yeah.
there a giant master development plan that covers everything, or will there be individual development plans for each subject site because the conditions may vary?
Before Wes answers, I want to say there's more than 17. There are 21 subject sites and 22 parcels related to this application. I know it goes 1 through 17, but it
I got
goes
A's and B's. Right?
Yeah, that's correct. So Wes.
Each site would have its specific details associated with it and any particular conditions.
So any new rules that we would adopt would be specific to a subject site and not necessarily apply to all of them.
I mean, they could be. I mean, you could have rules that you would request to apply to every site.
Yes.
But you could also have alternatively rules that apply to each specific site.
A specific site.
A specific site. Yes, that's correct.
Questions?
Good.
Ron, any more?
Nope. Good. Carry on.
All right.
Thank you.
Subsequent submittals. So after an approval, We'll have subsequent submittals that come through. So no zoning or building permit shall be issued for any development activity within a conditional zoning district, except in accordance with the approved petition and applicable site plan or subdivision plat. That's kind of what we just went over. It has to be laid out into what we approve. Non-residential and residential projects shall follow the subdivision approval processes following the approval of the conditional zoning request. Okay. Any questions with that? MR3 zoning district. I think this is important that we keep this in mind as we go forward throughout this meeting and any meetings following this. This is kind of the baseline of what we're reviewing here. As the MR3 zoning district is exclusively for, this is coming straight from the UDO. The MR3 zoning district is exclusively for residential development with provisions for single family and multifamily development and customary and secondary uses. The minimum lot size is 10,000 square feet and has the following setbacks. Front yard of 25 feet, side yard setback of 20% of the average lot width. If you're on a corner lot, it is 12 feet minimum, and then the rear setback is 25 feet. You're going to see on some of these lots proposed differently, but I think it is important that you write this down, keep this in the top right-hand corner as we look at site by site to how it relates to the existing MR3 zoning district as we move forward, because you're going to see differences. You're going to see how they're proposing different setbacks and how it relates to what we're looking at right now. Yes.
Rules of engagement. Let's say that a application for a specific site, instead of a 25-foot rear setback, had a 15-foot rear setback.
Sure.
I would assume it's very appropriate for the planning board to ask why the change.
Sure.
And then it would be the burden on the applicant to justify a lesser setback.
Sure. I also want to reiterate or add into that the applicant can ask for less restrictive setbacks as part of this application. Okay. So he has that right to be able to ask for it, or they. Sorry.
Okay, but
yes.
But if it is changed to conditional rezoning, then you're saying still we can hold it to the MR3.
I wanted to put this up there so you can see exactly what the setbacks are now, what it is zoned now, and to see if the differences and how we go forward through track by track by track.
Okay, I understand what you're saying. I'm just I'm confused about if it's already conditionally rezoned.
It is not already conditionally rezoned.
If it is, but we still can apply the MR3.
So if each site, how we were approve it. So if we were to approve site 1 with a 15-foot setback and keep everything else the same, and then as we look forward to approving this later on down the road as it comes back to you, such as a major site development plan for non-residential and then your residential approvals through preliminary, we would then look at the new setbacks.
I got you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any questions as we move into the future land use plan? All right, the 2017 future land use plan guidance. Town of Sunset Beach 2017 land use plan includes a future land use map, which physically depicts the town's long range and land use and development goals to be implemented by the town. The map is intended to show community planned future growth patterns in district areas, i.e. future land use classification areas within the town's planning jurisdiction. So each tract of land also has a zoning district, but they also has a future land use classification that is associated with that. The map is not regulatory in nature, but it is used for a tool for guiding decisions by offering policy guidance when considering amendments to the zoning map. All right. Future land use classification future land use map designates the subject properties as one of the following land use classifications. These are the 4 that are Yeah, 4 that are related to this application. There's numerous other ones, but I won't worry about those because they're not part of this. But the 4 that you'll be looking at today, becoming familiar with, will be mixed use, high density residential, medium density residential, and recreation. Any questions? All right, so I'm going to go through each one and what the land use plan says. We'll start with mixed use. The mixed use classification provides access to commercial, retail, office, and limited residential uses. These land uses are primary accessed by motor vehicles, particularly alongside Seaside Road 904. However, steps to encourage multi-modal travel to these locations is important. Reduced parking requirements, initial circulation patterns, sidewalks, and bicycle facilities should be considered for future development in this land use category and to encourage non-motorized travel. Reducing curb cuts should be considered for all new development. The land use plan is primary commercial, or the preferred land use is for mixed use is primary commercial, retail, and office with residential uses, limited to upper story of structures, or as part as a PUD, a planned unit development. The intent of the future land use category is to encourage a walkable mixture of uses and support permanent and seasonal populations while reducing vehicular travel. This classification has desired uses of commercial, retail, office, institutional, upper story residential, vertical mixed use, and PUDs, and does not support standalone residential development, nor included as a part of planned unit development. The desired density for this classification is not to exceed 21 units per 21 dwelling units an acre. There is one tract that is associated with this classification under the proposed application, and it is located on the southern part of Site 13, or Subject 13. Any questions on mixed use?
An example of mixed use, I think, for the edification of people on YouTube would be the Fibber McGee's area.
Yes.
Where it is retail underneath with living up above.
Yeah, that is Lisa's Sunset Village. Is that correct? Seaside Village.
Yeah, it's High Market Street. Yeah.
Okay.
Queens.
All right. High density residential. High density residential is a classification that has limited options for high density residential housing that are included on the future land use classification map. Where existing multifamily and residential development currently exists, the land has been classified as high density residential in the future land use map. The town desires to maintain low density development to protect and enhance water quality while also maintaining its existing character. High density residential development should be considered of a quality materials that are sufficient to withstand storm damage, flood damage, and applicable. Buffering and landscape materials should be utilized when high density residential abuts single family residential units. This classification has desired uses of multifamily residential uses and does not support commercial development. The desired density for this classification is not to exceed 21 dwelling units an acre. There are 3 tracts associated with this classification under the proposed application. Site numbers are subject number 12, the northern part of 13, 13A, and 13B. Any questions? All right, medium density residential. Medium density residential is a classification that is the predominant classification located on the mainland. The future land use category supports single family residential development at varying degrees of density. The intent of the future land use classification is to preserve and protect existing single family residential neighborhoods on the mainland. Duplex and townhome developments are allowed within this land use category, but should be developed in compact nature that conserves land and promotes open space. Additionally, duplexes and townhomes should not be encouraged upon predominantly single-family neighborhoods and streets. In such instances, design should be utilized to mitigate any impacts of duplex townhome development by requiring landscape material and buffering. The classification has desired uses of single-family residential, duplex residential, and does not support commercial development. The desired density for this classification shall not exceed 5.8 dwelling units an acre for detached units and 11.6 dwelling units an acre for attached units. I think that's important to keep those numbers separated and in mind. There are 11 sites that are associated with this classification in the proposed application. These subject numbers are 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 11, 13C, 16, and 17. Recreation land use classification. The recreation future land use classification is intended to preserve future public and private recreation open space lands, recreation lands such as golf course fairways, the town park, and the Wildlife Resource Commission boat launch should be preserved for future land use for future generations. To protect property values and enhance quality of life, these lands should be protected from future development. If golf course operations are no longer commercially viable, then a transition to public open space and or preservation of these lands should be pursued. Golf course lands are currently zoned to allow for future development. The classification desires uses of preserved open space, recreational uses, golf course and amenities, nature trails, parks, piers, and docks, and ecotourism amenities that does not support and ecotourism amenities. This classification does not support residential and non-residential development. And there are 6 tracts that are associated with this classification under the proposed application. Site numbers are 3, 9, 10, 12A, 14, and 15. Any questions? All right. In addition to the future land use map, the request should be considered in the context of adopted policies within the land use plan. There are 3 specific policies that staff found relevant to this application. Number 14, policy number 16, policy number 27. Policy number 14, types of development to be encouraged. Sunset Beach desires all developments to be designated and placed so as capable with existing coastal town and residential character. All new developments will adhere to the town's building and development regulations and to density requirements set forth in the UDO, Unified Development Ordinance. The UDO shall support existing growth patterns which limit height and density. To protect the community from adverse development and growth, the town staff and policymakers shall consider these factors when reviewing development plans. 1. The sustainability of land to accommodate the use. The capacity of the environment. The compatibility of land in which the goals and objectives of the town. The density of the development and the proposed height of the structures. The capacity and common services regarding increasing demands imposed by permanent and seasonal residents, and the impact of the development upon areas of environmental concern and other special and sensitive areas. All right, policy goal number 16, types, density, and locations of anticipated residential development. The town encourages both development and preservation of a variety of housing types to meet the needs and desires of current and future citizens. To meet these needs and desires, the town would administer the following policies: building height standards on the island and mainland. The town shall retain a 35-foot height limitation for residential, commercial, and institutional structures on the island. That does not relate here. As specified in the UDO, the building height on the mainland will predominantly be 35 feet, except for 50-foot buildings with supplemental regulations. Protection of single-family areas. The town shall maintain areas exclusively for conventional single-family dwellings for the growth population on the island and on the mainland. Multifamily areas, I skipped number 2 because it relates to the BR1 and the BB1 that are not associated with this application. Multifamily areas, the town shall allow multifamily development in designated and appropriate areas within the golf course oriented developments as permitted in MR3, MB1, and BB1. Commercial districts and outline described for future land use plan guidelines of this chapter. Number 27, land use development decisions consistent with the land use plan. And as of course, anytime we look at stuff like this, there's a consistency statement that is associated with it. So this echoes that any town development, as we review, such as rezonings, text amendments, special use permits, etc., there will be a consistency statement in regards to how it relates to that. Yes, sir.
Question. We had various comments, and I know the board in our conversations struggle with consistency with the land use plan and what is being proposed. And we do that frequently when we're dealing with applications, but this case in particular. If we determine on the board that the application is on a certain site is inconsistent with the land use plan, and we still move forward and approve, or do we have to deny?
I'm going to say something. I'll let Wes clean up anything that I say, but it is okay to be inconsistent with the land use plan.
Well, okay, it may not be okay, but it's allowed.
It's allowed.
Okay.
It is okay to be inconsistent with the land use plan. The land use plan should guide you in your decisions. Right. The UDO is what dictates us in the approval process. But as we look at the land use plan, the citizen input that goes along with it, ultimately that's used as a guide. It's used as a tool to help us in making decisions such as rezoning, such as this one. Wes?
Chad's right, and I'll just point out also that I believe that the statute regarding consistency statements speaks to you just have to determine whether or not an action is consistent or inconsistent with the land use plan, and it's just you use it to evaluate proposals to the degree that you want.
Thank you.
All right.
Any other questions?
I'm getting into the sites now. The weeds.
I guess first question. This section is, let's call it an introduction to the subjects, or are we going to get into the meat of the uses and conditions on these sites?
So I
just want to know what your intentions are here.
Sure. My intention is to introduce every site to you. Go through exactly what the applicant is requesting. If you have any questions on each site to me, how it relates to the UDO, future land use, anything like that, we can go through. There'll be a chance where you'll be able to go through all of that with the applicant.
So this right now is not necessarily the opportunity where we would deliberate
That's
about
correct.
the pluses and minuses. You're kind of being factual
Yes,
right now.
absolutely.
Okay.
But don't hesitate to ask questions on specific sites that you might have.
Now, this would just be with you. The applicant would not, at this particular stage, step up and...
Correct.
Okay.
All right. Subject track 1. Site number 1 is an unapproved track. I also think it's important that we take note of what is. You're going to see a numerous amount of sites that are improved and unimproved. I think that's important to note as we move forward. Site number 1 is an unimproved tract that totals 1.32 acres in size and is located on the border of the Sea Trail subdivision alongside Angels Trace Road. The applicant is proposing 19 non-residential uses. You have my presentation, you have my site, my staff report. I'm not going to list off every one of those, but they are proposing 19 different residential uses along for the site. The proposed setbacks that the applicant is providing here, and again, I think that goes back to what our original setbacks were and how they differ. The front yard setback that they're requesting is 25 feet. The side yard setback is 8 feet, and the rear yard setback is 15 feet.
And there's a height also.
Yeah, I'm getting there. The building on the site will not exceed a maximum height of 40 feet. The proposed building footprint shall not exceed 6,050 square feet. All proposed parking and landscaping must meet the requirements of the current UDO. And site number 1 has a future land use classification of medium density residential. This is the site right here, and I just found out my pointer does not work on these wonderful TVs.
It works on the wall, good.
It does work on the wall.
Yeah.
However, it does not work on the TV. That's a bummer. I should have pointed at people while they were speaking earlier. So you see that I'm going to flip back and forth here. You see, here's the site right here. I'll point it out where everybody can see it. As I'm going to walk around the room a little bit, excuse me. It is right here. It is this squared, funky little polygon here along Angels Trace Road. As I go back to the site plan that was submitted by the applicant, you can see how it is shaped and how it would fit on there. Yes.
What is the deal with Angel Chase Road, I guess?
I don't think we're at liberty to discuss that. However, I think what will help you in this is that north of here, along Angels Trace Road, correct me if I'm wrong, Todd, will be your
Mill Pond?
Pelican Reserve community that is already received preliminary plat. So this will be at the northern far east tip of that. So it will come into play with them along with the golf course, but also just north of that. Pete's going to point that out here.
Pelicans Reserve is right up in here. It's
Correct.
on the north side of, this is the Jones Golf Course. It's right up in here. And
Yep.
they have an entrance access onto Angels Trace Road shown in
Correct.
their preliminary plat.
Yes. So if you go
This
back
is the
right,
sewer, Brunswick County sewer
Yeah.
station that's there right now.
so
To be decommissioned.
Maybe.
So that's how it relates to Angels Trace Road. The town's ongoing conversations that it wants to have with bringing Angels Trace Road back to a revitalizing that is not up for discussion today. But that's how it relates to, that site. Any questions on track 1? Track 2, site 2 or track 2 is an unimproved tract that totals
Can we please
3.37.
not call it tract?
Sorry, thank you.
Subject.
Site or subject to is an unimproved tract of land that totals 3.37 acres in size and is located adjacent to the existing Sea Trail Sales Office, Fire Station 1, and bridge to the island. The applicant is proposing the following 18 non-residential uses. The proposed setbacks that they're proposing is 25 feet off the front, 8 feet off the side, and 15 off the rear. The maximum building height of this would be 40 feet. There are 2 building footprints being proposed. One building is not to exceed 10,000 square feet, and the second building is not to exceed 3,500 square feet. All proposed parking and landscaping requirements, and this you're going to find on every single slide. All the proposed parking and landscaping requirements shall meet the specifications of the UDO as it sits right now. Site number 2 has a future land use classification of medium density residential. This is the site plan that was laid out by the applicant. You can see the building, one at the north, a park to the south, and so you have the 10,000 square foot building right there to the north in between the preservation of trees. You have a smaller building footprint and then a playground area proposed at the southern tip of that, Mr. Larkin.
I should have asked this on subject site number 1 because it was applicable there as well as here.
Okay.
When the applicant is submitting a non-residential use,
yes,
such as on site on subject site 2,
yes,
they're providing dimensions from the property line to that building.
yes.
Is that locking them in, or do they still have the ability to move within the overall setback line that they're also establishing on this drawing?
It would lock them in for the setbacks that they're proposing, such as 25 off the front, 8 off the side, and rear 15 feet.
So the 65-foot dimension that's shown on there at the bend of the road and Clubhouse Road is really just, it doesn't matter.
It's a conceptual plan.
And that's a good point, Mr. Chair. And I think that we'll need to note that the setback shall be binding, but the approximate location of the footprints shall be conceptual, and that any future, unless of course this board were to choose to, bind them to those footprints.
So they could move the building right up to that 25-foot front setback if they so chose.
If it moved forward with that setback, that's correct.
And there'd be nothing that could be done in the preliminary plat review to oppose that.
They would be permitted that setback. That's correct.
Okay. That's an important clarification.
Okay.
Thank you.
On parking, I guess, where you say that, that it's all in conformance with, I guess I take a bit of exception with it because the current parking UDO varies based on use to a certain extent. They're kind of using the 200 square feet rule. So I believe it technically does not in all cases for all uses comply right now. Plus there's the limit on over parking.
So
the statement that it all complies, I think it's not technically correct. Because until the use is fixed, determined, and then the mins and max applied, let's see if they're range. I believe there's, I guess, their intent is to be in comply, but I don't think that's actually technically correct.
So what they're showing on the site is again conceptual.
Right.
Now,
specifically, I think they're over the limits in some cases.
So as we get more specific in our subsequent submittals, that's when they'll propose one of the uses of how it gets approved. Let's say if it's a restaurant.
Well, Ron has an important question here.
If I may.
Sure.
The answer to the question is the applicant is proposing to comply with the parking requirements of the UDO, regardless of if that modifies the number of parking spaces. That's what they are attesting to.
Yeah, but the wording on there is, I guess, troublesome in some places because some specifically are over the maximum allowed. Okay. Because we have a maximum, we have a minimum amount, and we allow
that's correct.
A little bit over. I forget the percentage right now in my mind.
10%.
Whatever.
Okay.
But they're over that. So I'm just concerned if we say, okay, that's a sort of, say we approve that subject plan, whatever are you saying the condition is they revert back to the UDO on the maximum, even though they picture more or say there's more?
My question to you, Mr. LeBruno, is that are you looking and counting?
Not at a specific site. Okay. Well, let's go back to one. It's way over.
Are you talking?
So is this one.
So that's what I mean. We're getting the detail. We're getting the details here. I'm just concerned with the statement saying that they're complying with parking.
I believe the statement is intended to say that they will abide by the rules of parking that are in the ordinance.
So
and if it just so happens that there's extra parking spaces, that's just because they happen to be shown on there. Correct?
Yeah, I'll speak to that. That is intent. So as both Wes and Chad have mentioned, as part of this process and to show more specificity with what we're trying to do, we do provide these conceptual site plans, which does give certainty as to setbacks, buffering, certain layout components, dimensional components. What is not included, although it's shown there, is a commitment to that, what the parking shown. That is conceptual to support those, again, dimensional aspects. So
I feel your position, but I'm wondering about the wording because these conditions have to be specific.
The conditions, and to the extent that we need to clarify that more, we're happy to do so. But the intent of that condition is to say the parking mins and maxes provided for in the ordinance will be adhered to. The parking regulations provided for in the
Depending
ordinance.
upon what uses you actually submit.
Correct. When we go through site plan approval, all of that, we will have to meet those requirements.
Okay.
And those discussions were had but with Wes and Chad extensively. So it is
I agree with Ron, though. It is unclear here. We just want to make sure that over parking is not allowed by us saying that 98 spots are okay on this site, no matter what you put in, as long as it's one of those lists.
And
things
it
you've
is a
asked for.
very valid question.
Okay.
And again, to the extent that we need to clean up the condition language to make that
That
clear,
wording
we
needs to be
can.
cleaned up.
But I do want it to be known that we will comply with those parking requirements, and it is appropriate to do that at a later stage as we determine the precise use as well.
Wes,
Thank
you
you.
had your hand up. You good?
No, yeah,
All right.
we answered that.
All right. Track number 3. Site number 3 or subject number 3 is an unimproved tract of land that totals 1.62 acres in size and is located across the road from the existing Maples Golf Course clubhouse. The applicant is proposing 10 non-residential uses that are listed in my staff report in front of you. The proposed setbacks are front 25 feet, 8 off the side, 15 off the rear, and no building on this site will exceed the maximum height of 40 feet. The proposed building footprint shall not exceed 8,500 square feet. Again, all proposed parking on the landscaping must meet the requirements of the UDO, and site number 3 has a future land use classification of recreation.
Will a flood map be provided? It was not provided with this site, and I can see that it encroaches on the north side into, I'll call it wetlands. It may not be classified. It's at least in a floodway.
I was not aware that this one was in a flood zone. I will double check that. I do know that it is, if you look to the north of that there is I think there's a floodway going through the top of that. I will, Mr. Chairman, my apologies. I'll look and make sure that, check Frizz and GIS to make sure there's no flood zone that encroaches on that. And I'll square that up with the applicant if that does come into play.
Because if I look at site number 7, there is a flood map that's there.
That's correct.
And it seems to come right down
Okay.
onto this site as well.
Okay. I will double check that. The thing it's important to note that where this one is, if you'll look at Clubhouse Road and you see the Maples Clubhouse right here at the corner of Clubhouse and Old Point, this site is just to the north of that, right across the street. Currently, if you drive by it, you will see more of a concrete garden and a stairs to nowhere. Any questions on that one?
No, thank you.
Subject site number 4. Site number 4 is an unimproved tract of land that totals 0.77 acres in size and is located in the Sea Trail next to the existing maintenance facility for this golf course. Subjects site 4 and 4A are related to each other, so we can roll through these pretty quickly. The applicant is proposing the following 5 non-residential uses. I think it's important to point out that the building contractor's office buildings, professional service establishments, professional or neighborhood services and storage facility it's the same for 4A and 4A. The proposed setbacks are the front are 25, 8 foot off the right side, 12 foot off the left side, and the rear setback is 15 feet. No building will exceed the maximum height of 35 feet. The building proposed footprint shall not exceed 10,000 square feet. Site number 4 has a future land use classification of medium density residential. You'll see that the smaller track right here, where the 101 is the current site that they're proposing to. I'm going to fast forward through this one, which is 4A. 4A has a future land use classification the same. It's medium density residential. They're proposing 5 non-residential uses on 4A. This subject site is 4.9 acres in size. And if you look at this one, you will see how it comes together with 101 down there in the bottom right-hand corner. I'll roll back through this one real quick. So you can see that's an up close. And then you'll see when it comes in how it fits more in a bigger picture. They're looking to use that. It's an improved tract of land that also houses their maintenance sites as of now. Correct. Is that correct, Todd? Yep. So that currently serves as the golf course maintenance facility. Any questions on track 4 and 4A? How they're very similar and next to each other and kind of go together. All right. Subject tract number 5. Site number 5 is an unimproved tract of land that totals 1.97 acres in size. It is located at the east entrance within Sea Trail, behind the Maples Golf Course Clubhouse. The applicant is proposing the following 21 non-residential uses on this site. The proposed setbacks on the front are 25 feet, 8 feet off the side, and 15 off the rear. They're saying that no building on this site will exceed a maximum height of 40 feet. The proposed building footprint shall not exceed 10,400 square feet. And Site 5 has a future land use classification of medium density residential. If you enter in off of the Old Point Lane entrance in Sea Trail, this will be the site as you're going in toward the Maples Clubhouse. This is the site on the right. Yes, sir.
Will the DOT have a say as to whether there will be a entrance exit off of Sunset Boulevard? It says Shoreline Drive on there.
Yeah, on this site,
Sunset Boulevard.
Yeah, so on this site, the NC 179B is a DOT road.
Will they have say?
So they will have to seek a DOT driveway permit if they are wishing to utilize that entrance, egress and ingress.
Okay, so that's a DOT requirement. It's not something we can impose because we don't have jurisdiction over Sunset Boulevard.
The only thing that would come into play is a separation distance from an existing curb cut. That's it. Yep.
Okay. One other general question, and this has to do, I think I know the answer, but I'll direct it at Wes. You indicated that they're showing the size of not the size of the building, because the 10,400 square foot footprint of the building, they're locking that in. Is that true? But the location of that building can move around the site within the setbacks.
That's correct, and we'll need to make sure that language is clear.
Okay. Now they're indicating at least conceptually 7 stores in that building. If I count the dotted lines, I come up with 7 different stores. Can they put one store that's 10,400 square feet in? Or could they put 11 stores that were, small?
So you see the total size of that building with the carve-outs there. The units, each unit cannot be 10,400 square feet.
No, that whole building,
the whole building
is 10,400 square feet.
The whole building.
Mr. Chair, I mean, it would, if for some reason this board felt it reasonable to condition that they have to be comprised of individual units, you could certainly make a condition to that effect. I believe that they're just proposing as of now up to that amount of building footprint that may be divided however it is that they see fit.
But we could set a minimum size.
Potentially, yes, you could.
You could say no individual retail space could be less than 2,000 square feet or something. Would that be reasonable?
Yeah, I mean, that's something that you would maybe want to discuss intentions when we got to it with the applicant. But yeah, I mean, if you had a reason to do so, you could.
Okay.
All right.
Any other questions from the board?
As you see the site plan layout for this one, this is the GIS layer. It is the one right in the middle of the screen with the 256 ending in 112. The next site, I'm pretty sure, is the one that will be south of this, ending in at the bottom of this screen as we're going to roll right into it. This is subject number 6. There you go, Sybil. Subject site number 6. Site 6 is an unimproved tract of land that holds 5.27 acres in size. It is also located at the east entrance of within the Sea Trail behind the existing Maples Golf Course community. The application is proposing 21 non-residential uses. The proposed setbacks on the front are 25 feet, side setback of 8, the rear setback of 15. No building will exceed 40 feet. The proposed building footprint shall not exceed 15,300 square feet. And Site 6 has a future land use classification of medium density residential. You can see that this one is a little bit wider and narrower. This is if you're going in off of Old Point Road, this site is on the left. So it is at the exact opposite side of the road as site number 4. No, excuse me, 5. This is the aerial shot right here. As you see Station Trail, Old Point Lane at the north. The site is just to the south of that and runs all the way down to Maples number 8. Any questions?
Another question, I guess, for Wes. They're showing access and egress conceptually, we'll call it. Can they add more? Can they have less? Or is that part of our discussions between the board and the applicant as we move ahead?
I mean, if they were wanting to propose anything that would not be compliant with the town's existing rules, then that would have to be specified. Does that make sense?
Well, yes, but the town has rules as to how far apart an access point onto a roadway needs to be, and I think it's like 150 feet or something.
Sure.
There's a dimension.
Yep.
But what we don't seem to deal well with is four-way intersections, where you have an access and egress on one side of a street and an access and egress on the other side of the street. I don't know that our ordinances address that specifically, because that really becomes, well, it's a traffic issue, but so is the 150-foot idea. But I just wonder if it's if the applicant is locking themselves in to, if there's certain things that they're specifying, and there's other things that they're being more general about, and our access and egress is more of a general, because it's not dimensioned. So
sure. I mean, so for example, on this site, if the board was interested in ensuring that curb cuts on the site opposite were located, directly across or not offset, that could be something that could be considered as a condition.
And that is my point, because if you look at 5 and 6 together, it's a traffic consideration that I believe discussion that we need to have.
And the existing ordinance may require that already. I would need to double check, but I'll put a note on.
All right. Thank you. Any other questions on 6, team?
All right, subject tract number 7. Site 7 is an unimproved tract of land that totals 15.78 acres in size. It is located on the Clubhouse Road near the Maples Golf Course Clubhouse. The applicant is proposing the following 10 non-residential uses. In addition to non-residential uses proposed, the applicant is also proposing 2 types of residential uses: dwelling, single family, and duplex. So this is also our first tract that we're going to see a proposal of residential and non-residential proposals. Excuse me. You'd asked me to do this on Tuesday. I don't know if I would have been able to. I've been battling something. Non-residential uses that are proposed, for non-residential uses, the proposed setbacks are 25 off the front, 8 feet off the side, and 15 off the rear. For non-residential use, the building will not exceed a maximum of 40 feet. There are 2 building footprints being proposed, one building not to exceed 2,500 square feet, and the second building not to exceed 1,000 square feet. All proposed parking has to relate to Article 9 and 7. Yes. All right. So residential uses. The proposed setbacks are for residential uses. The proposed setbacks are 20 feet off the front, 5 off each side, and 10 off the rear. The applicant is proposing a maximum of 12 single-family dwelling units or 12 duplex dwelling units, 24 units, not to exceed 21.7 dwelling units an acre for a one-phase development.
So that complies with MR3 then?
Yeah, so 12 single-family units would equal 7.76 units an acre, and 24 duplex units would equal 1.5 an acre. Yes.
My understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, they're sort of spotting and outlining the non-residential uses, which we had the discussion on earlier, how that's located, but not doing any of that for the residential.
Oh, I'm going to get to that in a second, if you'll bear with me.
Good.
All right. So no dwelling unit for residential uses would exceed 35 feet in height. Site 7 has a future land use classification of medium density residential. All right, so to your point, Ron, you kind of beat me to it. So this is a site plan laying out the site. You will see that there are building proposals for the non-residential aspects of this. If you go back to Article 4, actually I'll read it to you right here if I can find it quickly. So in Article 4, section 4.08 conditional zoning, subsection B, bear with me. If you look at subsection B, number 5, and you look at H and I, it states for residential uses, the total maximum number of dwelling units, height, uses, and density by development phase and approximately phasing is acceptable has to be shown. For non-residential uses, the height and approximate footprint and location has to be shown.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the difference. They don't have to show the footprint for residential. They have to show it for non-residential.
Which is making, well, let me make a general statement. I mean, this site's incomprehensible to me what they want to do. Really. So we can discuss when we get into details, but maybe they know more now. But certainly when they put this together, I don't think they had a clear understanding what they wanted to do at this site. And this subject is completely troublesome to me.
And then that's where you'll have an opportunity for the applicant to address. This is also the tract where you see the floodplain coming right down through it as well.
You would rather have, would you rather have us talk about specifics? Because I'm going to bring up at some point Edgewater Terrace Point and the development of those lots. But I don't think this is the time that you're really opening up the door to that.
I am not.
Okay.
All right.
I guess one question on a non-resident. So it's because of the way it's worded right now. If it was worded footprint in the residential,
they would have to show it.
Right. And I guess my question maybe is to Wes is showing the footprint like the non-residential. Can we apply that as a condition to the residential?
I mean, you can.
Still realizing that they could still move it around a bit inside the setbacks.
I think it's a simpler exercise if it's a multifamily proposal, but the point of it, I mean, certainly if it's a single family or a duplex, you may know the general location of lots, but identifying the location of the footprint of a house is, I mean, that's a very difficult thing to surmise, especially, for example, if the lots are sold to individual owners and they may build in 15 years from now.
But they're also asking for a variance. They're asking for different setbacks than would be required in MR3 now.
Sure.
And without the idea of knowing where the lot is or where the house is, that to me, to give a carte blanche for somebody to do that is, I'd have to scratch my head. I want to know why.
So I guess, well, remember, we're just evaluating the proposals. We are not the proposers, correct?
I didn't want to get into the weeds too much on that.
But I mean, I think it's important to understand the setbacks if the setbacks are concerning, right? That's something that, you know, should warrant some discussion perhaps when we get there.
Okay. You satisfied, Ron?
Sure.
Well, are you temporarily
satisfied? Yes.
Well, Jerry, Sybil, any more questions on this?
No, not yet. No, I have questions, but they have to be more specific later.
Mm-hmm.
Subject parcel.
8.
Yeah, subject parcel number 8. Site number 8 is an improved tract of land that totals 1.4 acres in size. It is located on Clubhouse Road across from the Jones Bird Clubhouse and Convention Center. The applicant is proposing the following 10 non-residential uses. The proposed setbacks are off the front 25 feet, 8 feet off the side, and 15 off the rear. The maximum height is 40 feet. The existing footprint of the building shown on the site plan has a proposed expansion footprint not to exceed 3,750 square feet. So they are asking for not only the existing, what they're saying is that there's an existing building on this site. The expansion would not exceed 3,750.
The expansion would not concede it, or the whole thing together?
The expansion. They would not be adding more than 3,750 square feet to the existing building. Site 8 has a future land use classification of medium density residential. You can see on the screen and in your packet or paper that I gave you that the existing footprint of the building with the lines going through it, and then the existing blank space with the 3,750 labeled on it as the proposed expansion footprint. And then this right here is in the middle of the screen with the 80 right there off of Clubhouse and Mill Pond. That is the current site. Subject tract number 9. Subject 9 is an improved tract of land that totals 4.46 acres in size. It is located on Clubhouse Road, adjacent to the Jonesburg Clubhouse. This is the convention center. So this is the existing convention center site. It has 13 proposed non-residential uses associated with it. No building on this site shall exceed the maximum of 50 feet.
How tall is it?
50 feet. Okay. There you go. The existing footprint of the building shown on the site plan does not propose any expansion. I think that's important to note. And site number 9 has a future land use classification of recreation.
Now, as a question for Wes, it's saying existing. It's saying no improvements proposed for current tract at this time. That to me is unclear. It should say no improvement proposed for current tract, because at this time can mean at some point in time they want to.
It should say as part of this zoning request or part of this application or something. Yeah.
Say that one more time.
It says on your drawing.
Yes.
It says with an asterisk. It says no improvements proposed for current tract at this time, and I said, what about future?
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, It sounds to me like the applicant is unsure what they want to do with the site at present, but they are requesting the ability to do, you know, certain additional items in the future. I mean, that is a matter that can be stricken, certainly. You know, and I think that will be something where we bring the applicant back up.
Because if we're locking in a reduction in, let's say a reduction or an increase in setbacks, that would then carry through with that lot forever.
Correct.
With that parcel forever. Okay, you said something about we can at least maybe strike that or discuss striking that.
Yep.
Yes. Okay. Any more questions?
Here's a GIS picture of what the site looks like currently. As we move forward to subject track number 10, which is
the clubhouse.
Yes. So this is the site right next to subject number 9. It is the existing Sea Trail Jonesburg Clubhouse that is adjacent and connected to the convention center. The applicant is proposing the following 15 non-residential uses. The proposed setbacks are 25 feet off the front, 0 feet off the right side, 8 feet off the left, and the rear setback is 15 feet. Building, Todd, is still 50 feet. Is that the height of that building, roughly? Okay. But they're not to exceed 50 feet. The existing footprint of the building shown on the site plan does not propose an expansion. And subject 10 or site 10 has a future land use classification of recreation. Here's a layout of the site plan from the applicant, and there's a GIS layer of it. All right, subject tract number 11. Site 11 is an improved tract of land that totals 1.02 acres in size. It is located on the Clubhouse Road at the south entrance of the Sea Trail community. The applicant is proposing 5 non-residential uses. This is the existing Sea Trail Sales Center site. The proposed setbacks are 25 feet off the front, 12 feet off the right side, 25 feet off the left side, and a rear setback of 10 feet. No building on the site will exceed a maximum of 40 feet. The applicant is proposing an expansion to this structure, but did not provide a maximum square footage for the expansion. I think that is something to note. And then site 11 has a future land use classification of medium density residential.
The existing building that's there is a non-conforming, I believe.
It's a legal non-conforming building.
Legal non-conforming building for the rear setback.
That's correct.
Of 10 feet. We therefore are not, I don't want to say forced. The applicant really cannot expect us to continue that non-conforming. We may choose to in the discussions, but is there any additional status that request would have because it's an existing legal non-conforming rear setback now?
No.
You would say that you approve this as requested. You would be, erasing the legal non-conforming status because you would be creating it conforming based on the new proposed zoning.
So it makes the whole lot conforming.
Correct.
That's
under
correct.
Conditional
That's correct.
zoning.
Yep.
Okay. Which I can see an advantage to a applicant wanting that to happen, because then they can rebuild if there was 51% of the property were destroyed in a hurricane.
Sure.
They'd be allowed to rebuild in the same place where otherwise they couldn't.
Mr. Chairman, how much more do you want me to roll through this? I'm on site 12, and there are...
Well, it's 5 minutes of 12.
Gotta go through the list.
Well, it's really up to you as to whether you want to break for lunch now, or whether you want to finish and then
I-
break.
How many
break for
more?
lunch.
I mean, I bet you could just. You think you can get through them in
We got-
another 15 minutes or so?
We've got
Yeah. Why don't we just do track subject 12 and 12A because 13 is like,
Okay.
big.
yeah.
Okay.
You can do 12 and 12A. And then
That,
take
I
a
agree with
break.
Ron. I think 13 is kind of an item on itself.
I had a
So
feeling
it's-
that was going to happen, so
Okay.
that's fine. So,
All right.
You're clairvoyant.
huh?
You're clairvoyant.
Yeah.
You guys agree with that?
Sure.
Okay.
Push through it.
Subject number 12. Subject 12 is an improved tract of land that totals 2.51 acres in size. It is located on the Clubhouse Road adjacent to the Royal Point condominiums. The applicant is proposing 9 non-residential uses. The proposed setbacks are 20 feet off the front, 0 feet off the side, and a rear setback of 15 feet. No building on this site will exceed maximum height of 45 feet. The existing footprint on the building shown does propose future expansion. And Site 12 has a future land use classification of high density residential. So this is the current, the VAC. Is that correct, Mr. Rodemacher? The VAC. They do propose a expansion on this. I think it was conveyed in the community input meeting that because the nature of how close that building is to the condominiums, that's why they were requesting a 0 foot side setback on their expansion to this building. Again, this would be
But the
one that would,
expansion was just that patio thing? I'm trying to remember.
I can't see off the, I'll let the applicant ask that when they come up.
Okay.
But also this is another one of those ones that would be, depending on if approved, it would be brought into a more of a legal conforming light instead of a legal non-conforming as it sits right now, or a legal non-conformity as it sits right now. Subject tract 12A. 12A is an unimproved tract that totals 0.77 acres in size and is located on Clubhouse Road adjacent to the Maples Clubhouse. The applicant is proposing the following residential uses, such as multifamily. Proposed setbacks for that would be 30 feet off the front, 25 feet off the left side, 20 feet off the right side, and the rear setback is 20 feet. The applicant is proposing one building on a one-phase multifamily dwelling with 12 units not to exceed 3 stories. 12 units on this site would calculate to 15.5 units an acre. I'd have to go double check what the density calculation is for high density residential. I don't think it's to exceed 21.7, but no dwelling unit would exceed 40. So no dwelling
21.7.
building would exceed 45 feet in height. So if you,
Do we know what the height of the River Creek condominiums are?
They're 3-story.
yeah, so it would probably look to match that.
Are they 45 feet?
No,
River Creek?
no. They're 3-story. They're not 45 feet.
I'm going to let the applicant touch base on a couple
Well,
of things.
okay, we can deal with that later
and,
too.
along with the height, but also as this is complete, would this tie into the existing River Creek condominiums as it's looked to just build out one building in front of that? And now I'm at
Okay.
subject 13.
How about if it's seeing the time is lunchtime? Planning board, how long do we need as a break for lunch? Chad, you're coaching here.
Lisa,
45.
45 minutes, 1 hour?
Would it just be just as easy to say we're going to resume at 1
One.
o'clock? Is that okay? Planning board? Can I have a motion?
So moved. I
Second?
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, we're resuming back from our lunch break. It is now 1 o'clock or 1:01.
All right.
We're resuming at subject 13.
Yeah, subject site 13. Site 13 is an unapproved tract that totals 15.11 acres in size. It is located on Clubhouse Road adjacent to the convention center, an existing multifamily site of the Avenues of Champions. The applicant is proposing the following 18 non-residential uses. In addition to non-residential uses proposed, the applicant is also proposing the residential use of dwellings multifamily. Non-residential uses, the proposed setbacks are the front 25 feet, side 12 on the right side, 15 feet off the left side, and a rear setback of 20 feet. There's additional setbacks the applicant is presenting for non-residential to residential, 8 feet, and residential to non-residential entities, 20 feet. Does that make sense? So if you are a residential to non-residential entity, your setback is going to be 8 feet. And if you're non-residential to residential, it will be 20. I think I actually have those confused. No building on this site will exceed a maximum height of 50 feet. There's a hotel proposed on this. The footprint of the hotel is to not exceed 22,000 square feet in size. The proposed seasonal amenity center and a covered activity center not to exceed 12,000 square feet. The driving range, the proposed driving range building is not to exceed 5,000 square feet, with the hitting bay area not to exceed 9,000 square feet. Golf cart building, the golf cart storage building is proposed not to exceed 8,500 square feet. Mr. Larkin, did you have a question? Did I see your hand raised? Okay, sorry. Residential uses, the proposed setbacks are on the front are 25 feet, side setback 12 on the left, 15 feet on the right, and the rear setback is 20. The applicant is also proposing the same setbacks from non-residential to residential and residential to non-residential. That language might have to be cleaned up some. I'll address that with the applicant when he comes forward. No building on the site will exceed a maximum height of 50. The applicant is proposing a maximum of 72 multifamily units, not to exceed 4.8 dwelling units an acre for a one-phase development. 72 multifamily units would equal 4.7 units an acre. If the site is subdivided into 5-acre tract, then the density would be 14.4 units an acre. And then Site 13 has a future land use classification that is split. Back in September, Planning Board and the Council future land use rezoned this tract of land from recreational to a split land use classification, with the northern part being high density residential.
Reclassified.
Excuse me, reclassified as into high density residential in the northern part. And on the southern part of this tract, subject tract, will be mixed use. So you can see this is pretty complex. You can see more in detail on your bigger plans. But what A, B, C, D, and E, all that proposed on it, you have in the middle separating the hotel and its proposal, everything with that. In the middle, you have the driving range. F and E are the bays, and golf amenity that is associated with the driving range. And then on the northern part, you have the future development of the Avenue of Champions. And then here is the GIS layer of that tract. Any questions? All right, I will roll right through it. Subject tracts 13A and 13B have been combined into one site. This is an unapproved tract that totals 0.05 acres in size. Actually, it's bigger than that. And is located off the Avenue of Champions adjacent to the golf clubhouse and convention center. The applicant is proposing 9 non-residential uses. The proposed setbacks off the front is 25 feet, side 8 feet, and rear 15 feet. No building will exceed 40 feet in height. The proposed footprint of the building is to not to exceed 3,000 square feet. Site 13A and B is a future land use classification of high density residential. You can see that this is also off the Avenue of Champions. It's this 2 lots right here, triangle up at the top, odd shaped lot at the bottom. Originally, they brought these as 2 separate subject sites. After talking with the applicant, they've decided to combine those into 1 subject site with eliminating that parcel at the top and combining this into 1 tract and 1 parcel of land. There's the aerial of that. You can see how GIS has it subdivided right there. And the intent here is to recombine that lot. Subject site number 13C. This has a following non-residential uses proposed to it. The proposed setback is 25 off the front, 8 feet off the side, and 15 feet off the rear. The proposed footprint of the building is not to exceed 1,500 square feet. Site 13C is a future land use classification of medium density residential. You can see this is also at the southern tip of the Avenue of Champions, next to fairway started number 10 of the bird course, and it's that site right there. And here's the GIS aerial of that. Any questions pertaining to any of that? Subject tract number 14. Tract totals 2.6 acres inside. It is improved. It is located off of Clubhouse Drive, also known as the Maples Golf Clubhouse. The applicant is proposing 15 uses with non-residential uses associated with this. The front setback is 25 feet. Side setback off the right is 12, 8 feet off the left-hand side. The rear setback is 15. No building will exceed a maximum of 50 feet.
We know what the height of the building is now.
Well, I don't think it's 50 feet. Yeah, I would say somewhere between 35 and 40, if that.
I'll bet it's not, it's barely 35.
So
I guess the question then going to this then, say the existing building there is 35 feet.
Mhm.
And because this says in here, will not exceed 50 feet. Should they decide to replace that building, are we now allowing a 50-foot building?
Yes.
Good. Thank you.
You're welcome. Site 14 has a future land use classification of recreation. You can see that this is the existing clubhouse for the Maples course right here. I don't think that they are proposing to expand this building. They have just put a maximum height of the building not to exceed 50 feet on this one.
A question I would have, appropriate timing?
Sure.
If this is intended, which it appears that it is, to remain the Maples Clubhouse, then I can see other uses that would be incorporated into that building, like a restaurant or a pro shop or another, maybe a small retail selling something. But there's nowhere where it asks to be a golf clubhouse. Is it because it already is one?
We don't have that use, do we? There is no use at our table of golf clubhouse.
It's included in the golf course use, but this does say
yes.
golf driving range.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But
a golf driving range is not what we
Correct.
have now.
But I think, Mr. Chair, Mr. O'Brien, I don't remember which one proposed it. I think you are right. I don't know if we have that exact proposed use in our table as it sits currently.
Community center would likely be acceptable, but we can make a note of that.
Because the only thing we have right now is a golf course can incorporate a clubhouse.
That's correct.
Right, but we don't want, this is not the course, and it's not the driving range.
Correct. It's a separate entity of
So you think
property.
community center would be the appropriate designation?
I believe that that would be very close to what is there. I mean, there's a range of uses: community centers, meeting halls, performing arts center, professional neighborhood services.
A community center, by its definition, is not going to be considered solely as a golf clubhouse. You know, a place where you pick up your carts, where you pay your greens fees, where you check in for a tee time.
So when somebody brings me a proposed use, I have to take that and find the closest use in our use table how that applies to.
But that's fine because you're trying to fit that application into an existing framework.
Yes.
This is conditional zoning, it's different.
Correct.
And I guess if the intent is, and I want to be general here, not specific here because we're not getting into the weeds, but if it is going to be maintained as a Maples clubhouse primarily, with other ancillary uses that we will need to have on the list so we can approve them because it's in a recreation area, which they normally wouldn't be allowed. I would want to have the fine print under the agreement say that this is going to be maintained as you can't say Maples Clubhouse because they could change the name.
Sure.
Golf course
I
clubhouse.
made a note for subject 14, golf course clubhouse added as a
Would
use.
probably also apply to the Jonesboro.
It would, yes. Yeah. I didn't think of it till now, though. Or I didn't see
Now-
my margin note
Yeah,
until now.
since we don't have a
And-
use, we kind of have to write it in.
And here could be the scenario that gets played in this. I am speculating at best on this. I'll let the applicant and their representative touch on this, but
In their timing.
in their timing. But if the current clubhouse for the Jones Bird decides to house all 3 golf courses, then they would be seeking permission to use this building in any of those 15 non-residential uses that are proposed before you.
That's correct.
Yes, well, that's fine. But if they don't, it still can be used as a golf course clubhouse.
That's correct.
Because I don't think, like I say, I don't think we have that as a separate use anywhere. I couldn't find it at least.
No.
It's not its own use. It's a use within a golf course.
Right.
Yeah.
But Wes has got it.
Yeah. All right. Subject site 15. This is a unimproved tract that totals 15 or 3.57 acres in size. Is located on Kings Trail next to the Club Villas. They're proposing 19 non-residential uses on this site. In addition to non-residential uses proposed, the applicant is also proposing residential use of multifamily. Non-residential uses, the proposed setbacks are following: front 25 feet, side 12, and the rear setback of 15 feet with a maximum height of 50 feet. The proposed footprint of the building is not to exceed 8,250 square feet. All proposed coming back from this morning, this is on every slide. All proposed parking and landscaping must meet the requirements of the current Unified Development Ordinance. And then for your residential uses, the proposed setbacks are 25 feet off the front, 12 feet off the side, and 15 feet off the rear. The applicant is proposing a maximum 18 multifamily dwelling units that will be constructed in one phase. The density calculation would equal 5.04 units an acre for this tract. No dwelling would exceed 50 feet in height. And Site 15 has a future land use classification of recreation.
But I must say, the lack of footprint is troublesome.
Okay.
And especially the multifamilies.
Now, on this one, they do have a square up here.
Yeah, they've got like
it
a
does
trapezoid
have-
up
yeah,
there that shows the
square
where it's supposed to be.
polygon, future multifamily tract.
Rhombus.
I do not know if they wish to separate these parcels out. I do see a blue line up there. That would be something that might need to be cleared up.
That could be done though, right? Like we did on the other one where you separate and
We would figure out,
Like we did on
staff would
13.
figure out how to either allow them through this process or through another process to subdivide that lot out if they're not asking for that during this. Todd, are y'all looking to subdivide this? No. Is that what that blue line represents? Okay. So the applicant did say the blue line is representing, it's not clear on here, we might need to clarify that blue line is looking to subdivide those tracks into two different
So each one could have different conditions and be evaluated individually under this conditional zoning review.
Yes. We might need, I'll take note of that one, figure out if this needs to be split up into two separate sites or leave as one. That's what the GIS area looks like. It does look like it encompasses some of the golf hole for one of the Maples back nine.
Well, it's interfering with the cart path.
So
I don't know that it changes.
I'm
the
sure that
holes.
will have to be looked at as well. So, all right, number 16. Number 16 is an unimproved tract that totals 30.41 acres in size. It is located on Clubhouse Road near the north entrance of Sea Trail community. The applicant is proposing the residential use of multifamily. The proposed setbacks are 25 feet bordering Clubhouse Road and 20 feet everywhere else. The applicant is proposing a maximum of 216 multi-family dwelling units that would be constructed in two phases, each phase constructing 80 to 110 units at a time. The density calculation would equal 7.10 units an acre for this tract. It would not exceed 50 feet in height. Site 16 has a future land use classification of medium density residential. This is the Discovery Lake tract, where you see multifamily that will be proposed at the top of the lake and at the southern tip along one of the bird back nine holes.
And refresh me, medium density was 5.8?
5.8 units per acre, yeah. That's what it's classified as now.
Yes. Yeah, it's classified as medium density residential. Let me go look at something.
I agree with you, it is.
Pull the map out if you want.
Yeah, so medium density residential, not to exceed 5.8 dwelling units for detached and 11.6 dwelling units for attached. So this would be attached dwelling units. So it would not, as long as it
How many? 11 point what?
11.6.
It's the double of 5.8.
Yeah, this would be considered attached dwelling units. Sure.
Pose a question. In a previous version of or in the initial application, this Discovery Lake subject 16 indicated, at least representatively, buildings. And now that the latest application has come through, they've been removed. Does the prior carry any standing, or is this the only thing we look at?
This is what we would look at. Yeah, the UDO dictates that they did not have to be that specific. So, and I think that goes back to Mr. LeBruno's question, all the residential entities with multifamily, figuring it out moving forward with what that looks like on paper moving forward.
It would be completely helpful if we could see an estimated footprint on a multifamily.
And just to kind of give you a light of what the conversation I had with the applicant Riptide here was that if they were to show something on site, they were to propose a building with 8 units on it, and they were to show it on site. And my question to Wes, and Wes and I talked about this as well, would that lock them into 8 when they were really wanting to do 8, 16, 24? So 8 units a story. So that's why you don't really see that detail. That's one of the reasons why you don't see some of that detail right now, is that the applicant doesn't want to lock themselves into something when we come back with a subsequent approval process, that there is some non-black and white entities going on there.
But we still have the ability as the planning board to, I don't want to say negotiate, but to discuss height of a building,
Yes.
Yes.
which at the end of the day is one of the biggest factors in the,
Oh, height and density.
yeah, right. Okay.
So I'll point out what it looks like on a GIS layer here. So you can see Discovery Lake through here, where you have this is the top portion of that track for you got, and then you come down here, and this is the remaining area of that track. So none of this would be proposed in this skinny area coming up through here. So.
And there was, if I recall, there's no flood issues in this. Was it?
No, there was not.
No wetlands or anything. The next one is this one.
Yes.
That lake is a tertiary, I believe, it's a tertiary sewage treatment plant lake from the Brunswick County plant. I don't want to go there now, I guess. I'll wait and do that later.
And the last one, number 17. Site 17 is an unimproved tract of land that totals 25.05 acres inside. It is located on Crooked Gully Circle in the Sea Trail community. The applicant is proposing the residential use of dwelling multifamily. The proposed setbacks on the front where bordering Crooked Gully are 20 feet. Excuse me.
Scared myself.
Scared me.
Yeah, I see 20 all the way around. Is that what
The
you're
20 all the way around?
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
Okay.
Except for up on Crooked Gully where it's 25 feet on that small ledge.
Yeah, I just wanted to make
that's
sure I
correct.
was clear on that.
Uh,
The applicant is proposing, the applicant is proposing a maximum of 126 multifamily units to be constructed in 2 phases, each phase consisting of 60 to 70 units. The density calculation would equal 5.02 acres for this tract. No dwelling unit would exceed 50 feet in height. And this one has a land use classification of medium density residential. And this is where you have some uplands and some wetlands here.
But there
that
was
run
no
through.
flood map like we had, right? Submitted.
It's located on here. That's why I didn't.
It's shown.
Yeah.
It's shown not in color, but
Correct.
it's delineated there.
Yeah, but with all the zones? All the zones?
Anything.
What zone is it?
It's an AE.
AE.
So if you see the proposed, they're not proposing anything in the wetlands, but they are looking to build on the uplands part of this parcel.
This area borders on the Pearl Golf Course,
Yes.
which is outside of our jurisdiction.
That's correct.
Are there any nuances that get involved when we border on another, well, that would be county, I guess, or maybe it's Calabash. I'm not sure if it's county or Calabash, but
It's
No.
Calabash, no. But no, outside of notifying them because they're within X amount of feet of the subject tract. But yeah, it would be inside the town of Calabash.
okay. And because the Pearl would technically be considered non-residential or commercial,
It wouldn't have any bearing on this.
well, it would dictate the minimum setback allowed on that along that side, though, wouldn't it?
I mean, I think that potentially you mean the buffer.
Yes.
I think that if the board has a concern about it, then that should be brought up when
Okay.
we get to it.
Okay.
Any questions?
Yeah, I think that a question. Why is it all they're looking at building is, or maybe this isn't the appropriate time to ask, all multifamily, why no single family? I think there's one section that has some single family.
That would be
Is it because of the size of the land?
That would be it's the applicant owns the land or has rights to the land or has rights to propose or permission to propose what they want to with the lands that they don't own. It's just what they're asking for.
Okay.
The reason why they're doing multifamily versus single family, I can't really answer that question.
Well, they could do single family as it is. So clearly,
That is true.
it's already MR3. So
That's right.
they could do
So-
single family if
so-
they obviously chosen to do
Yeah.
something other than that.
Yeah, so they could do single family by right. So probably one of the reasons why they're asking permission on the multifamily is if you propose multifamily MR3, you'd have to come through the special use process.
All right, does that complete your staff report?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Before we, I guess, turn it over for the applicant's presentation, excuse me, I'm coming down with something. I'd like to direct a process question to Wes with the Council of Governments. Since this is our first application for conditional zoning that the Planning Board has interfaced with, I'd like to get your recommendations, Wes, on the format for proceeding further. Since the Planning Board, us, and the Town Council and the applicant have already established some common ground on some of these sites, such as the Lodge at Sea Trail, driving range, the Convention Center, the Jonesburg Clubhouse. It would be my thought that it would be productive to start with those subject sites for our discussion, I don't want to call it your presentation necessarily, but I think if we can go at the items that we're familiar with, that we have common ground on, it would be clearer, easier, more productive.
I am certainly open to proceeding in whatever fashion the planning board would like to. I do have some general remarks, right, in response to some of the comments we heard. If the planning board would like to hear those remarks related to
From the town, you mean, from the
yeah,
public comments?
so it was addressing common themes that came up. So the land use plan, some questions related to just general conditional zoning or why
And
we
that's
included
appropriate,
uses.
Yeah, if Mr. Chair, I think it would be, before we turn it over to Mr. Cogburn, I think it'd be beneficial to hear from Wes on proceeding procedurally, just to give him an opportunity to answer your question on just some general guidance to the board on how we're going to kind of move forward with this, if that's okay.
All right, that's fine. I thought they were going to ask a question. Please, Wes, go ahead.
Yes, this is a large application. Obviously, this is not just one site. So if there are, sounds to me, 4 or 5 sites that you all are comfortable with that we discuss first, I think that is certainly fine. Following that, I would start going in order. And then remember, while this is pretty complicated, there's really 3 outcomes for each site. And then obviously the entire application overall. A recommendation for denial, a recommendation for approval, and a recommendation for approval subject to conditions. And so that is sort of what you all are charged with, and figuring out those conditions is sort of up to this board. The applicant is here. Ultimately, those conditions have to be agreed upon by the applicant at the town council stage. And so I think that obviously they'll be here to interject if there's something that is problematic. But it is first up to this board to determine and come to consensus on how they want to proceed on each site. Does that make sense?
So the applicant does not have to agree with our stipulations or our conditions on this at this level. But those conditions will in fact go before the town council.
Yeah.
Where the town council, I guess, would have the opportunity to either agree with planning board that those are reasonable and required conditions, and that at that time the applicant could say, I agree or I don't agree.
Correct. And these will all be reduced to writing too, and the applicant will be given a full opportunity to respond. And I'll conclude my remarks.
Yeah, and what I'll say, just to touch on that, Wes, I appreciate that explanation. Once we receive those, and obviously it sounds like there are some conditions that the planning board is already considering and may talk about as part of our question and answer, as part of the applicant's presentation. Obviously, the devil is in the details there, so we will have to see them reduced to writing. But I do anticipate strong consideration of a lot of those, specifically related to maybe additional use conditions, some dimensional and density conditions. I can't make any promises, and I don't have authority to agree to anything at this point. What I do have authority to convey is that my client is taking those very seriously and take them under consideration, and I would anticipate some, if not a good amount, being agreeable ultimately. Again, devil's in the details, but that is something that we anticipated when we filed the application and when we got here today.
May I also add, and Wes can correct me if I'm wrong, you can also make a decision of no action, meaning you can neither recommend approval nor recommend denial because you perceive there to be conflicting policies that prevent you from making a decision of approval or denial, and you turn it all over to the council at that point. So you really kind of have four options.
That's correct.
Option 1, approval. Option 2, denial. Option 3, approval with conditions. Option 4 is you can't approve, you can't deny it because you perceive perhaps irreconcilable differences or conflicting policies in the land use plan or whatever, and you kick it up to council with that concern or those concerns being noted for any given tract.
And just to clarify, it's my understanding that you could take no action, and Greg, correct me if I'm wrong, but still have the additional proposed conditions as part of that.
Yep. So I
And
guess
then-
5.
One other, so we're writing all these conditions and then presenting it back to the applicant?
I will be in the process of trying to write them down for each site as they are discussed.
And
yes, sir.
And one note I'll also make is that we could also further restrict voluntarily as well. So it is not a burden of the planning board it is the only entity, or staff is the only body that can suggest those conditions. If there is something else that when we take a look at it, or something that we heard from the public where we think this is something that we can do and is something that would be beneficial, we can come to town council with more restrictions. The thing that we can't do is give ourselves more flexibility. Once you have the conditions in place, those conditions kind of set the constraints. So that is a consideration we will have as well.
Okay, so that's an additional step at town council level.
And those would be, and it is a fluid process. Those would be things that we would work through with staff to make sure that those are ready for council.
I guess the one, which I don't maybe clearly understand, and when, again, are we voting eventually, not today, at some point per subject, or are we voting then on a total package?
So my goal would be that there's consensus. We come to some level of consensus on each site, going through summarizing them all, and they are all moved forward. I mean, that is the first goal.
But some could be denied, some could be approved.
They could. So if that's ultimately the case, then some could be moved forward with a recommendation for a denial versus approval.
And from applicant standpoint, that is certainly our understanding and our approach. While we do believe that these are intertwined and interconnected, I'm happy to discuss how those are. We certainly believe that taking the individual parcels on their merits is appropriate. They're included as a single application for just to save paper, frankly. And it would have been.
Go ahead, Sylvia.
I think that's an awful lot group to make one decision on.
Correct, and that's why we did not view it as one vote up or one vote down, because there are individualized conditions, dimensional characteristics for each of their sites. Again, from a 30,000 foot standpoint, and I'll get into that, there is interconnectivity, and we framed each of these up in the way that they're framed because of that. But in terms of a final decision, we certainly think that it is appropriate for there to be individualized decisions. Now, again, our hope is that those will all be yes, but we understand that there are individual specific concerns for certain sites.
Right.
Jerry, do you have any questions?
The applicant
Yeah. Okay. But do you have anything else before he?
No,
Because you're going to give us
let's hear the
kind of
summary first.
your thoughts of the public comments and.
Yeah, and some of just the overarching concerns that I heard both in public comment and from staff's presentation. I certainly don't want to recover land that has already done so, but I want to be thorough because I know that there's also been a lot of questions about why certain things are structured in a way they are. So I'm happy to go into detail and do think it may be beneficial to go ultimately into each site just to say this is why we did it. But there are a lot of themes across the sites that I can address kind of at the top. And so to start, Mr. Chair, members of the board, my name is Clint Cogburn. I'm a land use attorney with the law firm Warden Smith, with offices at 82 Patton Avenue in Asheville, North Carolina. It's good to be down here at the beach. With me as well from Riptide is Todd Rademacher. I know that you all know Todd very well, and he will be contributing and providing input related to the sites as we go on. I want to thank staff, Chad, Wes, Grady, Lisa, everybody at the town for their work on this. This has been a collaborative process, although I know that the application was filed at the end of February. This process has been ongoing, and I've been involved related to these sites for the better part of 2 years now. And so it has not been something rushed through or put through without a lot of thought. There's been tremendous thought put into these sites, how these sites work together, and the overall vision for Sea Trail moving forward. And I think that you could see that from public comment as well. There's a lot of comments related to the work that Riptide has already done, and I think that that is visible in the community. And so there's a commitment from Riptide. One of the questions, or a common kind of comment in the public comment period, was related to unknown investors, or whether or not Riptide is tied to unknown investors. I do want to clarify that, although I know that it probably departs a little bit from the planning board's considerations here today, but I do want to address it. Riptide is the entity involved here. Riptide is the entity that has purchased property, has property under contract, including the ability to purchase the golf courses. And this request is part of that overall plan. It is tied to revitalizing Sea Trail, revitalizing the golf courses, creating a good golf community and a good golf resort community that benefits both people visiting and then also benefits community members. So I just wanted to clarify that although Riptide will ultimately have strategic partners related to golf course operation, because that's highly specialized, and you do want folks who have a distinct background in there, Riptide is the one that has these under contracts. Riptide has invested considerable sums, time, and so I just wanted to clear that up as well. There aren't mysterious investors in the background here.
But the additional zonings with the land.
Correct. And these are just considerations that popped up across the comments. Another main point, and I know that Wes and Chad both addressed this, but I did want to touch on the land use plan because we got a lot of questions and comments on that. We would first submit that this request for each and every property here is consistent with the policy goals of the land use plan. If you look to chapter 10 of that land use plan, it lists them out, and Chad touched on these as well. One is to encourage connectivity in the town for walkability and bikeability. Providing a mix of uses and a mix of appropriate uses within a community will promote exactly that. It will promote walkability and connectivity to restaurants, coffee shops, the golf course, golf amenities from people's residences. It also talks about appropriate redevelopment that is compatible with the surrounding area. We would submit that these requests do exactly that. There's been a lot of comments about these requests changing the residential nature of Sea Trail. We would submit that that is fundamentally false. The character remains primarily residential here and primarily single family residential. It is just providing additional housing options in the form of townhomes, duplexes, and multifamily options, as well as targeted commercial locations to support things that are appropriate for a resort style community. So Riptide's intent here is not to come in and clear cut and to change it from the residential community that it is. It is to promote that and support that, and to bolster that, again, not only for people visiting, but for the community members as well. And they've been very deliberate in wanting to do that. And finally, number 9, in terms of the policy goals, is to preserve the current golf courses. I think you've heard a lot from the community about the importance, even those in opposition to our request, about the need to preserve the golf courses, to revitalize the golf courses. The requests before you today do exactly that. And it is important that these requests are approved, because without approval and without the supportive amenities and commercial structures, golf course investment is not fundamentally viable. You have to have those supportive structures to then invest substantial sums of money to revitalize, because that is where there's a balance in terms of income generated from those to support the golf courses. It is something that Riptide has looked at extensively. They've had golf course designers and developers out here, and that is the consistent theme that they have heard from those individuals. They had Reese Jones out here as well to look at it. And so that is why this request is before you. And that's why we think the request is appropriate. Yes.
The golf courses are obviously classified as recreational. And I believe, Chad, we have the ability or the right as the planning board and conditional zoning review to understand the ownership of recreational properties.
Yes, it's laid out in Article 4, and that's something that was noted on my.
Saw it on your report.
Yeah, and the applicant Todd and Clint have those as well. There was about 4 things that are outstanding that we feel like that still needs to be negotiated through. But when it came down to reviewing this application at the level that we reviewed it as, that Wes and I felt we felt comfortable moving it forward in front of you to start the hearing process and review process to the planning board, to where staff could still negotiate those things with the applicant. So there is, like I said, that's one of them. It does specify in Article 4 under 5, those letters, that the recreational uses, approximate ownership has to be relayed. Part of this application, the applicant is aware of that. I know Todd and I've talked about that.
Recreational areas, the future owners need to be specified.
And I will note that we have complied with that in terms of both providing who the owners are.
You made a statement, Clint is your name. Right?
Yes.
You made a statement, at least the way I heard it, was that Riptide has the ability to purchase golf courses. Does that mean the direct ownership of those golf courses? I can understand where you'd bring in other agencies, other groups to run it, to take care of the greens, to maintenance, those kind of things.
Correct.
All right.
Yeah. So to clarify, and I probably was a little imprecise there. They are under contract and have the option to purchase. Is my understanding. And again, we have divulged obviously who owns what or who doesn't own what. The golf courses are not part of this request, just to clarify, obviously, but I did want to mention that because I know that there's been a lot of questions about that.
Well, that's what people are interested in, is the viability of the golf courses, and that these other subject tracks that we're dealing with are really to help support that.
Yes, yeah, and
bigger picture.
And again, that's why these are all before you, is because although they are unique in their own ways, they're intertwined, and those and having a viable commercial, viable multifamily viability for golf packages is essential before you can go in and really truly revitalize the golf courses. It's a chicken and an egg kind of deal.
But are you saying, though, that he can buy these if he chooses to? He can buy them. It's not if it goes, and if this support group comes, then he might buy them.
So we have had them under contract for almost 2 years. And with everything that's been going on, which is why the final sale has been delayed as we go through this process. We have extended the contracts out till October. We have the ability and capability as Riptide Builders to own them outright.
And the intention is to.
So it is in process. It is not just we hope to do that.
No, we will.
I mean,
the golf
I
course.
understand.
You have a signed contract to purchase
Yes, sir.
with a contingency,
We have.
number of contingencies, and now an end date of.
We've extended these out numerous times over the past couple of years, and been able to push it out to October of this year. And our intention as Riptide Builders on its own is to purchase the golf courses. Depending on how everything goes, obviously, in the bigger picture, once that happens, we can start to fold in the investors who obviously have the equity to build hotels, throw the millions of dollars that we've discussed into the golf courses and those entities, and renovate massive clubhouses, things of that nature, as we move forward. Like Clint said, it's a chicken and egg kind of thing.
Okay. I wanted to clarify that, not just talk in generalities.
No, and we appreciate that. And again, we certainly want to provide as much specificity as we can. There are certain details related to those contracts that we can't go into, obviously, but that gives you
Thank you.
I want to make it clear that the golf courses are not part of this application.
We understand that.
All right.
We understand
just want to
that.
make sure.
Should they be?
That's up to the applicant, not me.
Okay. You're right.
I try.
So I guess circling back, and I appreciate those questions, and please feel free to obviously jump in whenever. But going back to the land use plan, we do believe that this is consistent for all those reasons listed. You can also go to chapter 10-4, which talks about maintaining and enhancing the quality of life, providing appropriate amenities and aesthetics, ensuring redevelopment of currently developed areas, which we believe we're doing here with some of our requests where there is already a developed building. There's already an existing use. We're just asking to bring it either from non-conforming to legally conforming, or to just provide some more flexibility to make certain improvements, not fundamentally change the use. It's proactive management of new development. We believe that with the town instituting conditional zoning, which I'll talk about here in a second, this is proactive redevelopment. It provides more specificity, it provides contours and restrictions, and we're, again, open to further consideration on additional restrictions there. I will say, even if you ultimately find them inconsistent, you are not required to deny them. You have the legal authority both under your ordinance and the land use plan itself and by state law, and I'll cite some statute for you here shortly.
Well, Wes has already clarified that to us, that we can in fact advance this to town council
correct.
with an approval, even though it's inconsistent with, even though we feel it's inconsistent with the land use plan.
Correct.
We
And so
understand that.
And yeah, so chapter 10-4 has policy 27, which specifically authorizes you to do that. And it talks specifically about you can find it inconsistent, and as long as you provide the appropriate and legally required consistency statement, you can advance it. Additionally, 160D, and I'll keep this brief not to get into too much legalese, but it again entitles you and allows you and authorizes you to, even if you find it inconsistent, to advance it. And not only that, if town council ultimately decides to approve it and also finds it inconsistent, their final decision triggers a change in the future land use map itself just by that decision. So there's no need for a separate consideration there. That change would be reflected ultimately in the future.
On their level. Okay.
Correct. And so, again, we think that it is entirely consistent for the policy reasons stated, but even if it is inconsistent, you have the authority to move it along, and town council ultimately has the authority to approve it. I know there's been a lot of questions on conditional zoning, right? I know that this is the first run for this, and frankly, we were excited when conditional zoning was adopted. I think it provides a lot of benefit to the community and the developer from a flexibility standpoint, and also from a predictability standpoint. From our perspective, there's been a lot of, or I've at least heard a lot of questions related to why did we include so many uses, or why were certain uses included. I'm happy to go into detail on a parcel by parcel basis. The reason for that is frankly just due to some ambiguity and lack of clarity within the UDO. If you go and look at the use table, there are a bunch of uses, some of which are very, very specific, like candy store and jewelry store and things like that, which would also potentially or arguably fall into the retail establishment use. Well, from an interpretive standpoint, when those are broken out, if we do not include them, then they're excluded. And so even though you see these categories that you think are included within one another, we have to be a bit we have to overstate some of them just so that we make sure that we're not unnecessarily excluding them. There's also just a lack of clarity from some of the definitions in the UDO, and I know that the UDO is going through a rewrite, and Wes and Chad are working really hard on that.
We're doing the work.
And yeah, that's right. That's right.
They're
just taking the credit. But that's why is that there is just some ambiguity.
We appreciate
it. We really wish that we could have come to you and said, this is exactly what we want to do from a use that is outside the use table, but that would be unenforceable by the town because they are constrained by the use table. We cannot create a bespoke use as part of this. Mm-hmm. So that is why that's why you saw those listed conditions. I will say that we do have flexibility on removing some of those. Again, we just need to get clarity.
I mean, like for the commercial part of it, why can't that all be limited to one area instead of it could be here, it could be here, it could be there, it could be anywhere?
And that's a good question. It is because of the lack of we obviously do not know what you all and ultimately town council will decide to. And so if there are certain parcels that are approved and certain ones that aren't, that may change some of the configuration. I don't think it would fundamentally change most of them, but that's why there is some built-in flexibility just because of that unknown component. We have done our best again to drill down on that. And I can talk about the intent of each of those sites to show you that, but that's why is that we obviously want to be as specific as possible. We have attempted to be as specific as possible. We believe we've provided a ton of specificity and again are open to further drilling down on that. But that is why because it is something may shift to another site if just dependent on it. Again,
we've made some recent attempted revisions at the UDO and that's a work in progress on its own. And it's going to be a little while before that's adopted by town council. But you're going to hear the planning board, because we've all talked about it individually, you're going to hear the planning board say, okay, yeah, we didn't have a definition for this before, but now we do in the new UDO revisions. So we're going to incorporate that definition into it, which is going to create some, legalities possibly, because we're assigning a definition to something that hasn't really even been approved by town council yet. So we're going to have to work together on those as we deal with each individual site.
I guess it may not be a definition, but it'll have to be described as a condition that this use is this.
And that is something that we can certainly take into consideration. Again, I don't have authority to commit to any of those, but those are things that I will have lengthy discussions with my client about, depending on what you all want to propose. Mm-hmm. We're certainly open to consideration and potential adoption of reasonable considerations that balance interests of the town with my client, and those things will be considered very strongly.
Okay. Well, we'll have to work together on that too, because we're in a UDO transition right now, so that's another complexity. All right, please.
But yeah, and then I guess. Finally, before I get to just some of the more specific public comment, just to kind of tee up the sites, I know that there's obviously a lot of sites and it can seem a bit overwhelming, certainly understandable. But I do think it's important to call out that when you break down these sites, a lot of these things are either existing commercial foundations, sites that are outside of Sea Trail itself, previously designated multifamily sites, or at least sites that are reflected as multifamily. And so really when you drill down on it, there are just a handful of sites where we're proposing fundamentally new uses. And we can talk about that some more. In terms of some of the public comment that I have not addressed, I just want to, they certainly spent their time. I want to give them the respect of addressing their comments. And I appreciate everybody that was here today. So I think one of the original comments was related to whether or not these were in the HOA. I know that is outside the purview of the planning board. I'll just go ahead and say they're not. They're not subject to the covenants. They are not subject to any of the restrictions in the homeowners association.
Some of the sites.
I believe all of the sites
Okay.
or I guess specifically, and let me clarify that, specifically the commercial sites, most importantly. And so those are not going to be, and I believe that that was where the question was related to the commercial sites, and the commercial sites, the proposed commercial sites are not.
And what does that mean? Does that mean the HOA doesn't have any influence over their use?
Correct. They're not subject to the restrictive covenants.
Can I also weigh in on this? It is not for this board to get into the business of whether or not there's a restrictive covenant that prevents what they're asking for. That's for a judge in a black robe in Brunswick County. You have to take the application at face value. They're holding themselves out as the rightful applicant seeking property rights. And if someone believes that whatever property rights they have or that they may get from the planning board and ultimately the council violates a restrictive covenant or some POA, whatever, that's for the folks that believe that to take it up with the Superior Court of Brunswick County or in federal court if they felt the need. That's not for your purview, and I would tell council the same thing.
I don't think we were even planning on going there.
Good. Well, and that's also for the benefit of those who raised that issue. I can't remember the gentleman's name off the top of my head, but sometimes those get conflated and it makes it for a messy thing. You have to stay in your lane and let a judge do what he or she's going to do on the other lanes if it ever came to them.
Yeah, and I appreciate that, Grady. I wanted to clarify that as well. Yeah. There was also a comment related to, and I kind of addressed this at the top, related to public input or whether or not this was being kind of shoved through, or if there had been substantive public input. I would submit to you that there has been incredible public input here. There's been lots of correspondence, email blasts. There's been, I believe, a website link that included all of this information initially, in addition to the fact that we held that community meeting, which was a multiple hour meeting that was very well attended. And coming out of that, because of the participation, 3 additional 2-hour listening sessions were held after that to discuss it with the community. And what I will tell you is that Riptide is committed to continuing that dialogue after planning board, even after council. This is going to be an ongoing process where Riptide wants to be a good neighbor. Riptide succeeds when the people that live in the community like what's being developed. And so those conversations will happen. But I did want to clarify that, is that we have tried to be as transparent as we can. And
were you talking about the questionnaires that they said that there was they alluded to the fact that you could only respond positively?
Yeah. So what I will say is there was, I think, a general comment about public input in terms of those petitions. I do not have direct knowledge as to how those were published, but certainly there was a petition related to support. There's a petition related to denial. I can't speak as to how those were sent, how those were published. What I can speak to is the considerable amount of formal meetings that Riptide has held, in addition to providing this information, the documents related to what we're proposing, to those in the community. It is not one where we're trying to hide the ball or get this quickly through. It's one where we have tried to be very forthright with the community on this.
Well, we have the opportunity to evaluate petitions on their own. So
absolutely, and I explained that to them, is that they can, you all can take it into account and give it great weight. You can elect to not give it any weight, and certainly understand that. We certainly believe the petition speaks for itself, but I do understand where the board is coming from. One other major point was related to kind of trees and buffering. I know that a lot of people were concerned that there are going to be a lot of trees removed. What I will say is Riptide is certainly, as part of any development, trees are going to be removed. It's just a natural part of that. What Riptide is committed to doing, and is reflected, I think, in a lot of these site designs, is in one, maintaining existing trees to the extent possible, incorporating in pretty dense buffering. Additionally, if this board would like to see more buffering on specific sites, that is something that I do know and have discussed with my client, and that they will consider. Obviously, there are site considerations, but buffering and maintaining buffering specifically along these golf course locations is of vital importance in terms of reducing any visual impacts. So that is really my general overview here. I mean, I'm happy to answer any questions. Happy to go through the sites. I know we've talked about a general framework. I appreciate the board's time here, and happy to go site by site if you would like to, in the manner that Chad did, or if we want to address certain sites first, happy to do that.
Well, I think that we've talked amongst ourselves, and to go go after the sites or address the sites that we're the most familiar with because they've already been before us. The Site 13 jumps out as the first one, but also to be closely coordinated with the convention center, with the Jonesburg Clubhouse, and even that area across the street that's now the Sea Trail sales office.
Okay.
You know, those kind of act within the same geographic location. So, planning board, what do you guys think as to guys and gals think as to a preference on?
I agree, totally.
Okay.
No, yeah. I mean, when I looked at the thing, I mean, I see kind of 4 distinct blocks of information, which I provided you guys. There's the critical mass, or like you say, around the convention center, Jonesburg Clubhouse, and around that. Then, of course, another block of all the residential properties that are going to try to support the meetings, conventions, and conferences. Then you had the block around Maples, and then a 4th block of all little incendiary little commercial things all the way around that.
Yeah.
Were kind of the nice to have add-ons or whatever. So I've always felt it was probably more important to kind of go in that order, but I could do it either way. I mean,
Well, I think we're saying the same thing.
I have some global comments, suggestions, objections, whatever you want to call it, that applied to the whole thing. And then I have some specific comments, suggestions, whatever you want to call it, on a per subject basis. So whatever works for everybody, I'll go.
Well, applicant, what do you suggest?
I'm flexible. There's a big part of me that maybe thinks going just in order, and I certainly understand wanting to group them. Maybe simplest and maybe the easiest way to go through. But if you would like to group them together in a different way, I have my notebook right here, and I'm happy to jump around.
So you don't mind us going, picking a site in the middle of the package and
I do not.
Starting with it. All right, it's 2:00, and I'm not suggesting we adjourn right now. But
Chad, is anything better for you?
pardon me?
Is there any way that you would recommend?
I think, yeah.
Okay,
I
Wes?
mean, I also agree that it would be great to start in order, but if there are 3 sites or 4 sites, let's choose them now, choose that order, go through those 4 sites, and then start at the top. So are there 3? 13 was one.
Well, board. I'm thinking of 13, which is the new, we'll call it the new hotel area, and we might as well bring in A, B, and C to 13 at the same time because they're all, the uses are complementary to each other. And that also includes the Champions area with the expansion of those units.
Subject 13, 13A, 13B, 13C.
9, 10, and 8.
And then 9, and then...
I agree, 9, 10, and 8.
So 13, 13, A, B, and C, 9, 10, and 8.
So
To
you're
me,
talking
are
about
all
that whole
somewhat
corner up there
related.
except for 16.
Correct. And there is, they're related.
8, 9, 10. Okay, so we'll proceed subject 13, 13A through C, and then 8, 9, 10, and then we'll start at 1.
I don't care. I mean, I want to start at 13 and do that, but I don't know that it's as important. The reason I want to start, or the reason the board wants to start with these is, again, familiarity. And then we'll get to better understand the synergy between us in the process.
Certainly.
So any one we go to next will at least have the education of having done the prior ones that we had some common ground on to begin with. Does the board agree that we're going to go that way?
Agreed.
And we can make a change as we go along if we need to. What about timing?
So from applicant's perspective, I don't know obviously where the board is on how many questions and how much detail you want to go into.
A lot.
Yes, I certainly understand that. And so I'm certainly available to continue on. My preference, frankly, would be to try to get as far as we can today to minimize what may need to happen coming back tomorrow, frankly. But I want to be respectful of everybody's time.
Okay. Staff, do you agree? Start now.
Yes, I mean, do you want to set a cutoff time for today, or do you want to just go till 5 or 4?
It's 2:00 now. Board, do you have any preferences? I've got another hour or two in me for sure. But may not. Okay.
So we're going to set it at 4?
4 o'clock.
Yeah.
Okay.
Cut off at 4.
Mr. Chair, may I just provide a comment? And applicant Clint, may I ask this? Do you want them to just start on their review and you be available to interject, or do you think that would be?
Yes,
Okay.
Yeah, I'm happy to obviously provide an overview of the intent. I think the intent of 13, 13A, 13B, and 13C is very clear. I can just give a brief summary. Obviously,
Yeah, I think that might be helpful. Then just a brief.
You start.
A brief summary or
Correct.
vision of the site.
Yes.
And then we can go at it.
Okay.
And so really, obviously, 13 is the main site there. What you see.
Hey, Alan, is there any way we can get these sites from my PowerPoint thrown up onto the screen? I do. Cool. Okay.
All right, so we're going to start, Clint, with you giving an overview of the site.
Correct.
Of what your,
Of the
as Ron
intent.
just said, what your vision is for it.
Correct.
You may have to even refer to some other sites that we haven't come to yet, but briefly to say, to show the synergy there.
Certainly.
And then once we better understand your idea,
correct,
we can then, some of that may answer our questions that we have in margin notes already.
Certainly. And so 13 is up on the screen now. I think that there's actually a lot of familiarity, obviously, with this site for the board and what we're planning to do there. There's obviously the plan for the hotel, which we have provided certain restrictions related to both the approximate location and also not to exceed 150 rooms. So there's a room cap, a density cap related to the hotel there, and that is shown on the site as well. In addition, there is a proposed driving range, and there are dimensional restrictions related to that proposed driving range. I'm happy to go into those. I know Chad covered them as well. I won't cover them unless you want me to.
Well, let me ask you a question, if you don't mind.
Absolutely.
And again, I don't want to interrupt your vision,
No,
but we had a question today about that's really not a practice range, and the importance of a practice range. We have one now at Sea Trail,
right,
where there's sand traps, there's chipping, there's putting, there's long shots. This isn't going to provide that.
So this will be a dedicated driving range. I certainly understand where that individual is coming from and understand your comment in terms of this being the quote unquote kind of traditional legacy driving range that you have seen elsewhere. It will vary from that, but it will still have all the capabilities of people to use the driving range in that same function. The intent here is to also provide a little bit more of an experience as part of that. So just to have very accessible food and beverage right there on site as well, rather than you having to go somewhere else.
So also entertainment.
There will be an entertainment component, but it will be compatible, obviously, with the driving range. There's also, and I would need to go back and pull the subject's site there, but there is plans for a chip and putt as part of the request here. And I can call that out, but there's a plan to have a kind of practice area as well. So Riptide is not trying to get rid of that. And it would not make sense for Riptide to get rid of its driving range or practice area if it's got the golf courses under contract, because look, I belong to a country club and I go to play golf and I want to go to the driving range and I want to go to the putting green. Those are going to be part of this process.
You're also doing Gulls Landing, and I think it was stated by Mr. Hill in the community meeting that they were talking about starting Gulls Landing by the end of the year. It would seem to me there'll be a significant amount of time then when there will not be the existing practice area and driving range at this Jonesburg Clubhouse because Gulls Landing will be being constructed. So there will be a time frame where there'll be nothing.
So I cannot speak exactly to that timeline. I think, and Todd can speak to it more. I think obviously if we can get this approval, the intent would be to try to sequence those so there's minimal interruption.
Is that outside of our purview to pass that?
It's not necessarily related to this application.
Let me just jump in on there real quick. Obviously, this is designed to be the future long-term driving range / facility, you know, where people can come and get together and do a little more than just hitting golf balls. Obviously, the town has already approved Gulls Landing, which is the obvious site of the existing driving range. That project is going to be moving forward, you know, like Pete said, you know, before the end of the year. And there will be some down period. And we've already been analyzing areas and looking for places where, you know, additional facilities can be added. So there would be a continuity between the old and the new, and allow for that continuation of warming up, practicing, working on your game, being frustrated with your game, what have you, on the Sea Trail Resort. So, yes, the current driving range will be going away, and there will be a transition period with a driving facility of some sort. And then as we move over to this driving facility, you would not only have the entertainment side, as some folks want to call it, where you can hit golf balls and get the feedback from the computer systems that are there, kind of like they installed over at St. James recently at their driving range. But you also would have the traditional hit from the grass like you do today, practice facility, and then the chip and putt / practice greens. That's something that's over at the track, Subject 7 over by the Maples Clubhouse. So you'd have a more robust practice facility, golf amenity, as it were, at the end of the day, as opposed to one centralized location. If that helps clear it up a little bit.
Ron, did you have any specifics about this?
Okay, well, talking about the tracks. So this one has been divided into two classifications, right? The
yes, the land use
mixed use and high density.
Right. So the 2C is the 10-acre site, and then there's what 2D, which is the 5.11 acre site. So uses, getting into the uses, which is some of the questions we're asking now. I feel your pain on the table. We agree that the table is cumbersome, but unfortunately, it is the table. So I guess I'm looking at this two ways, is that some of these uses maybe should be removed or not there, and why others hasn't been added. So the one use I want to go to right now is when we're talking about the golf driving range, and then you do have the use on there as golf course.
Correct. And again, that is just out of an abundance of caution and kind of being, for lack of a better term, over-inclusive, because there are lacking definitions and a lack of clarity
Right.
within the UDO related to what is confined within certain scopes.
But I guess I don't see any golf course on this particular subject.
No, and that's not intended. It's not intended to. I mean, it's practically impossible, I would say.
Right.
But it is just, again, to include it because certain golf course amenities could arguably fall within the use of golf course.
And we discussed that with golf club.
And so that's one
clubhouse.
And one option, and this would be something to discuss with Wes and Chad, is to, if we want to further drill down, just make comments or as part of a condition, certain things that say certain accessory uses for those can be included and maybe call those out. I don't know if that is a possibility.
Yeah.
But
I mean, is there an issue, Ron? I mean, if you have an issue with there being a golf course use, then say so. But if not, then let's just move on. Is there an issue with there being a golf course there now or in the future?
Okay.
If there's not, then you know we just move on.
Okay. And then on the golf driving range, we currently do not have any supplemental regulations, but we can add supplemental regulations to this through conditions.
They've provided structural dimensional requirements for the driving range, but are you concerned about lighting?
Yes. Well, we obviously are in the process of writing what we call new use standards here. And I noted the section to be 3.8.L, I think that's correct, where we have some use standards in there. So that could be written as a condition to
We would need to
driving
provide
ranges,
those to him, though.
provide them to them, say if they accept them as conditions.
Ultimately, yes, but is the pleasure of the board to include the golf driving range use standards that are currently drafted as part of the UDO?
The new UDO?
The new UDO.
Yes.
Yes. And then we go to lighting.
Do you guys agree?
Yeah. Go to lighting is, I would think, and I don't remember what the new one says, but my thought is we have no lights here before 4 p.m. and after 10 p.m. as a condition.
Before 4 a.m.?
4 p.m. No day morning lights. The only way I can figure out how to do it is say no lights before 4 p.m. and no lights after 10 p.m.
Lights can only be turned on at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and they have to be shut off at 10 o'clock at night.
We're certainly happy to consider something like that. Our intent is obviously to
And we've talked about lighting not being from above, but being from ground.
Yes.
Well,
Yeah. So the intent on this, the vision on this golf course or this driving range, is ground lighting, not poles up in the air or anything like that. The
All right,
spot
we need
lights,
to
whatever
put
you
that
call
in as a stipulation then. But do you object? Well,
So we'll have to see the language again.
Yeah.
They're like an outright prohibition on anything but ground lighting. Obviously, functionally, I don't believe is possible because there's going to have to be some additional lighting. But
And then likewise, you have a miniature golf course use.
Pretty well.
Let me ask Wes a general question here. When they call out a use like miniature golf course, does the present supplemental apply?
Yes.
Okay. So
Unless-
they don't have.
un-
I noticed on
unless
some of them they said,
Unless there's a request for exemption.
because I noticed on some of their boxes, I think mostly what they actually spelled out include supplemental regulation 7.06 or whatever.
It says here, well,
But I guess in general, the supplemental always applies for their use, even when they don't say it applies.
that's correct.
Is that correct?
That's correct.
yes, if we don't, and I believe it's called out in these, and it may not be across the board, but obviously our intent is to say, look, if there is not something included in here, we will be bound by the ordinance and how the ordinance dictates that.
For the use.
Correct. And that's
Right.
where those supplemental, I mean, the supplemental regulations, if you had, for example, the miniature golf course, if we did that somewhere else, those would come into play because those are applicable to that use.
Mhm.
Again, under essentially what we're trying to do is to simplify this rather than spell everything out, is to say, but for these conditions, the ordinance will apply.
And then likewise, I guess this has to be a census of the board. Restaurants, which are going to occur all over this thing, we have no supplementals on, though we were in the process of writing some use standards to draw those into this as a use standard or supplemental, whatever you want to call it. I believe it's 3.8.J.
And to comment just on the scope of the restaurants, I know that obviously comes up a lot, and there will be some, for lack of a term, standalone restaurants or primary restaurants, but a lot of those are intended just to provide food and beverage. And again, it is.
I think most of our
The
new regulations relate to
the-
trash handling and
the
something.
in the draft UDO, the only thing that's in there regarding eating establishments is that trash, refuse, and garbage collection shall be located behind the front facade, and the location shall be prioritized to provide the greatest possible separation from existing single-family residential structures. That's the only provision that's in there. Okay. In the new
Right,
one.
which would be not super important on this particular one, but because restaurants occur like some of them are closer to.
I understand.
Right.
Is it the pleasure of the board that that provision apply throughout the entirety of their request? Okay.
it would be mine. What do you guys
Is there an
think?
objection?
I mean, we have a new definition that's been fairly well thought out. It's certainly better than nothing. And
Right.
but
And
you
it doesn't
would
seem
need to
overly-
be privy to that.
Yeah, we'll have to see the language, but I do not.
It's not overly.
Right. Yeah, based upon what I'm hearing, I can't commit to it at this juncture, but based upon what I'm hearing, I do not foresee that being an issue.
And then a question, I guess this sort of goes to the uses, your vision on the hotel. I don't know how to ask this properly. is this a Country Inn and Suites, Hampton Inn, Holiday Inn Express, or is it a golf resort hotel?
It is a golf resort hotel. It is.
Then I think your uses understated the thing.
In terms
Because
of
if I would envision a golf resort hotel with
Right.
a first level that's guest services, restaurants, beauty shops, clothing stores, a daycare. None of that were listed on potential uses here.
well, I think
that would be you know, a hotel by its very nature provides those services, and so they've also requested this range of uses here already. That's part of the principal use of the land. Now, if there's certain things that you prefer not to be included,
I'm saying they didn't include that.
Right.
So, I know it seems cumbersome to go through that table, but
and just to answer that question specifically, and what I think Wes is getting at, and our understanding and working with Wes and Chad on this, is that those are accessory and included within that hotel use specifically. In this instance, that is what we would submit to you. It is certainly our intent for it to be a high-end hotel because it does feature prominently on the property. There's no intent to put a Motel 6 there.
Right. But it really,
so
I get
it is from our perspective, and again, we are working with an imperfect UDO, and that lacks some clarification. It is we would submit to the board that the hotel use includes those things that you just called out.
right. And I was.
But we
I'm
need to have
hoping
language that says
Yeah,
that
I was
then.
hoping that's what you were thinking in your division. Well, it doesn't really say that anywhere, I guess.
And we're happy to include those because that language would permit. I mean, there's no way to require us to do those specifically.
but you
those
can
things
do
could
them if they're
permit it.
listed.
We're
Mr.
happy.
Chairman and Ron, that use again would be interpreted by the UDO administrator to be a hotel and motel without a full-blown narrative to that effect. It is already being proposed, and so you are asking for something beyond that. You're actually asking for a hotel motel in a very specific way.
No, I'm just saying, are they?
They are
the way
allowed-
it's written out. Is that limit to them to not what they
No.
want?
I thought it would limit them.
I thought it would a little bit too.
It does not.
But I didn't understand the fact that Chad had that ability.
If someone
that
came
power.
and they wanted to put a restaurant in their hotel, it would. I mean, it's already part of the hotel when it gets proposed. You don't have to separately approve the pool.
Okay. All right.
I have a couple questions.
Please, Jerry.
Yes. The driving range itself is 9,000 square feet compared to what we have now. How many square feet difference is it? It's almost 40,000 plus square feet, cutting down to 9,000 square feet.
I honestly have no idea.
If I do the math quickly,
So
I can.
I will also comment that what you're speaking about is the foundation for the bays and not for the range itself.
Okay, the range itself is how long?
It says 15 acres, doesn't it?
No,
Yeah, I think it's
15 acres.
15 acres.
Also, it says the bays could be up to 16 feet high.
Correct.
So it's going to be 2-story?
It would allow the potential for 2 stories. And again, as Todd mentioned, the thought there is to allow for obviously that kind of more modern driving range feel, and then also provide the ability for somebody to go down on the grass.
Your building G is for the golf carts?
Yes.
How are they going to be staged when your bag drop is on the other side of the building?
So building G is not for the actual use per the, like you traditionally do. You'd still have your golf carts underneath the buildings like you do currently at Jonesbird. This golf cart shed barn, as it were, however you want to call it, is more for your convention goers, hotel users, to have the opportunity to rent something so they can
That
go
makes
around
sense.
the community.
That makes sense. Okay.
Sybil?
No, I'm good.
Couple questions. Now, we're not just dealing with the driving range here, we're dealing with all of Site 13.
Correct.
At the point in time at which Riptide and the town and the planning board got together and talked about changing this classification from recreational to multi-use and high density. You provided a sketch, if you will, that indicated 2 more Champions buildings that would have 18 units in each of them. And Wes and Chad, keep the reins on me here. The last thing I want to do is go beyond my scope. Right now, we're talking about 2 each with 72 units total. Significantly greater number of rooms than we had originally talked about.
I'll point out and certainly understand that, and that this is the evolution of the project. What I will put forward is what is shown and what we're restricting ourselves in terms of density is actually drastically lower than what is provided for in MR3. So even the increase itself right there is much reduced from what somebody could arguably do.
Well, the
in MR3.
existing Champion buildings are 3 stories tall. And we're looking here now at your request for a 50-foot tall, 50-foot tall height, which I assume would be those buildings. You don't specify that those buildings are where the 50-foot limit is, but you have a 50-foot limit.
Correct. And we were requested to remove the buildings from the site plan, from the plans that we submitted to the town, like was mentioned earlier.
So the 50.
Go ahead.
The 50 goes to the hotel or goes to the residential?
We originally submitted
Go to the
plans
residential now.
with building pads.
And that was done, as Chad and Wes discussed, because of some of the intricacies related to more multifamily development.
50-foot residential.
What I will say is that, again, as you have been told, these conditions are caps. It is very likely that Riptide will elect to go underneath those, and underneath those by some margin. Again, I can't commit to anything. And again, we're open to reasonable and targeted conditions related to certain heights on buildings, if that is ultimately an issue. There's obviously some that are much more difficult for us to adjust than others, but these are not things that are. We're not coming here and saying because we have 50 feet listed, it's going to be 50 feet.
All right. Well, my concern is dwarfing the existing Champions that's there already, and I'll add a question to that. Hopefully, I have the right to ask this question. Who's going to own those buildings, and what type of usage are they going to have? Are there going to be condominiums like the existing Champions, or is it going to be golf package 3 days?
I think we're getting a bit far afield on some of this.
I don't think the question's appropriate. Because whatever you may approve that gets approved ultimately by council is going to follow the land. That could be a current owner, and 10 owners from now could step into the benefits of this approval from the current owners 10 years from now. The ownership is something I don't think is appropriate.
Yeah, nor are we allowed to regulate.
Okay. So I can't restrict it to long-term rentals or,
Now, you could.
Well, that's a different question. I mean, what's your question there? What's your hypo on the?
Well, if the existing Champions are used by vacationers, it's generally a family kind of thing. They're individually owned. So the people that rent them out are me and you, not Century 21. Well, that's a bad example.
They're Verbo or Airbnb units. That's what you're trying to say. Vacation rentals.
Yes.
Okay.
But they're owned by private individuals who treat them differently. In other words, they monitor
You
their
cannot
use.
go there.
No.
Yeah, that would be. Those are two different.
I go on golf packages all the time.
Yeah,
With 10 guys in a 4-bedroom condo, I wouldn't want to live next door to that.
Right, and so I think our intent for those are for them to support golf packages,
Yes.
but to do so obviously in an appropriate way. I know that people don't want to be overburdened, but that I think is kind of the direction of that proposed.
You can't determine who's going to buy the house next door to you either.
Can I
Well,
go-
but if it's a
can-
private ownership, it's different.
Can I
It's-
back up to the
no.
height issue again for 1 second?
Go for it.
Now, the 50 foot, I guess when I originally have not an objection to it for the hotel, because that's going to be the prominent structure. But I guess going to the residential side on track 2D, the 5.11 acres, I guess I would be more inclined to not have it dwarf the condos next to it. So without knowing what the other ones are, I guess I don't
They're
know
three-story,
if I don't know if I can
35
say
foot.
the condition is they not
Maybe
be
38.
essentially any taller than the other ones.
So it's my understanding that they're, I think, at least 40 feet. But again,
Well, 40 is not 50.
Right, and I understand that. What I would say is two parts. One of which is that the 50 foot is included in the ordinance, right? That is something that we went over as part of the MR3, correct?
But only if you back up from this. That's
Cor-
got that
correct,
whole
correct.
formula thing.
Right. But I'm mentioning that the 50-foot height is not abnormal.
It is, but to the board's credit, they may condition certain height requirements, which ultimately you all don't have to agree to.
And what I would say is we're certainly happy to again consider reasonable conditions.
I guess
on this.
what I would consider reasonable is a somewhat rounding around what the existing
height.
buildings are. The condominium. If the Champions building is 42 feet, let's just say in actuality, probably okay to say 45, but I don't think we're okay to say 50.
And again, I don't have authority to commit. I think
I
that
don't.
would be something that we would strongly
We're
consider.
only asking you to take it under consideration.
Correct.
It is the pleasure of the board on this site to restrict multifamily to 45 feet.
No, it isn't mine. It's to make it compatible with the Champions that is there, because a number of these other sites have other multifamily units that I would want to say the same thing in those conditions.
So
compatibility with adjacent
is the
structures.
pleasure of the board then in the condition the height not exceed the adjacency of the existing Champions?
Within reason. I like the rounding thing that Ron suggested.
Yeah.
Question on that, and this is just strictly sitting in my seat as the UDO administrator. When it comes down to subsequent approvals, and I look at Mr. Rademacher on the behalf of Riptide Builders bringing in an application that roundabout looks at the height of structures next to it, how do I enforce that?
I would much prefer it be a strict number than based upon the a
Surrounding
building
areas.
nearby.
Yes, and I think it necessarily has to, because otherwise enforceability.
All right, how about if we say 40 feet and then we're going to investigate the height of the Champions that's there now?
My understanding, and just looking at some of this stuff, is that some of the surrounding kind of compatible or like structures that I think are Discovery Lakes related, and I know that's it's different somewhat, but those are things to be considered are right around 40.5 feet. And so what we're proposing here is not going to tower over things that are existing. 40 feet, from my understanding, would not be feasible to allow for what we're trying to do here. I can't speak to 40 feet, but again, I think you're looking at these things are not going to be fundamentally towering over. It's not like we're building a 100-foot skyscraper. It is a matter of 5 to 7 feet, most likely, in terms of difference, which is going to be, I would submit, negligible.
But at the time the planning board and subsequently the town council gave approval for breaking these classifications from recreational into to high density and multi-use, what was on that drawing showed 2 18-unit buildings, and now we're up to 72 units. And so it's I don't, if there were 72 units on there before, I don't know that I would have bought into it.
I understand, and again, that was illustrative and conceptual,
and I appreciate that.
And what I will say is that to the extent that the board wishes to consider a modification to the height condition, we would politely request that not go any further than 45 feet.
Not go any lower.
Correct.
45 feet.
Correct. Which we believe aligns with that area. I will note that as well. Again, we cannot commit to that. That is just what I'm suggesting as part of what the.
What do you guys think of the height?
That's reasonable. Well,
45 feet?
without knowing again, when we first looked at it, it had those two buildings on it. We were kind of assuming, I guess, maybe, I don't know if we said that they'd be the same. And again, the same within a few feet.
And again, those.
But without knowing what the other ones are, I'm hard.
Well, let me push the question maybe a little bit further, but it has to do with those two buildings. You're not bound to tell us where those buildings are exactly. You're only bound to give us a clearance area all the way around. There are certain things that in my mind would be deal breakers to that little box that's out that backs up on Crooked Gully on lot number 312 and 314, where 314 is vacant. It is, I would not want to see anything there, particularly a 45-foot tall multi-family building in the back of a existing single family.
So the intention on that site is not to go in there where the golf cart path is crossing through. The intentions on that tract of land for multifamily is to leave a pine tree buffer that you have on that site. So you are buffered to a certain degree from the golf course, from the single family homes.
Can you show us a box that, not right now, but provide us a box for our consideration that those two additional, call them champion units, would stay within? Because the further back you go, the more trees you're taking out, which is the buffer, the natural buffer for everybody that lives on Crooked Gully.
So you're asking us to delineate the multifamily buildings?
No, because I don't have that right.
That's what I'm trying to understand what you're...
I think he's talking about how far they go.
I'm allowing you
can move them
to provide
around.
a box that you're going to stay within, not necessarily tell me exactly where they are.
Well,
that's been provided. That box is about, or the length of that leg or flagpole is about 115 feet. Would it be fair to condition that no multifamily will be located within 115 feet of those two parcels? That would
solve my initial problem. Yes.
Okay.
And I believe again we'll have to go back and look at that specifically. I don't foresee that being an issue because I think there is plan obviously to keep a fair amount of the trees there that are buffering it. But I'll have to go back and look at it.
Because otherwise the only buffer, if you go back even to your 25-foot boundary line in the rear, you would still see them right out your back window.
And again, our intent, as I previously said, is to try to keep trees and to ensure that the sight lines are not interrupted.
Well, that's my point about if you provide me a box that you're willing to stay within, then I guess what I'm really asking them to do is increase the 25-foot rear boundary.
Yeah, and Chairman Larkin, I think it is through a potential condition related to setback from those properties that is where it is achieved.
Yeah, well, right now, MR3 has a 25-foot rear setback. So.
Right. And I'm saying that the discussion we just had related to the exponentially longer setback is something we would consider.
So the condition would be no multifamily structure shall be located within no structure shall be located within 115 feet of lot 139 and 140.
In this site 13, I don't believe you're going to restrict the flow of traffic on the Avenue of Champions that would then lead into the driving range, lead into the hotel. That would still be a through street, so people can still get back to building number 39, which is an existing Champions building.
Correct, and we could not restrict that.
Well, I don't know who, well, I guess you don't own that road. That is outside of your, Avenue of Champions, is that a town road?
What I'll say is there's no plans to restrict that. It is to allow the flow of traffic. I think there'd be a whole host of problems if we tried to do something.
It's not a town road. Do you have, Grady can ask the question, are they allowed to use it even? Private road?
I don't think it's relevant because it is up to them to be able to get easement rights and accessibility rights.
Okay.
If they contend they have those rights, it's for you to take it at face value. And if someone disagrees with their contention, that's when they find themselves in front of a judge.
Same answer as the HOA then?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
I think the requirement is whether or not they have safe access shown on their proposals and their site plans that would meet, among other things, fire safety code, fire trucks, and that sort of thing.
And I will note that that will be thoroughly vetted when we have formalized site plans. So those things we will have to meet in terms of sufficient ingress and egress, including on, as you all talked about, NCDOT roads. Having worked with NCDOT and having to go through driveway permit process, they are very, very particular. So we will make sure that we meet all of those obligations, both with the town and with the state.
Okay. Chad, am I correct that you had said before that when they go to build anything in Site 13, subject Site 13, they're going to provide preliminary site plans for the planning board?
So normally your non-residential entities go forth through either a minor or major site development plan process.
This would be major though, wouldn't it?
Yes.
Okay.
And then your residential entities normally go through your preliminary and then your final plat process. I would work with the applicant to figure out how they would split the land up, or if they were willing to do that, or Wes, would this give them ability to just put all of it cahoots on one plat without having to subdivide or anything else?
Well, I mean, they're not proposing to subdivide anything here, and it would fall under whatever the terms of the new, potentially the new UDO on their approval, ultimately, and whether or not they fall under the terms of a development agreement and any administrative approval processes that are outlined there.
Yeah, staff would make sure it was brought forward through how the UDO is laid out for this.
Okay. Any other questions on 13 from the planning board?
No.
Because I have a question on 13 A and B, but I want to give the floor to somebody else so I can swallow.
I will just go ahead and briefly summarize 13A and B if you
Please.
want me to.
Yes, I'm sorry.
So these are just complementary to these are complementary resort style facilities, as you would expect. They're smaller parcels, so they're really going to serve in a supplementary, complementary function to the subject 13. It may be something like a indoor practice facility or something to complement the hotel and provide an additional amenity, or I think specifically an entertainment style use. And so that is kind of what we're looking for there, is just something to supplement the hotel and that area with the hotel range and convention center. And we obviously have drilled down a fair amount of the uses there.
Well, and the rear setback is shown as 15 feet, and this is really on A, I guess, because I've been looking at A and B as one topic, if you will.
Correct.
But it butts right up to the barbecue area and the pool for the existing Champions facility. So what goes in there obviously is going to have an impact on their recreation and use of a barbecue grill on a Friday night.
And
What kind of buffer are we looking at?
We're happy to consider a pretty substantial buffer there. Just and I think that's reflected in the amount of open space that's there. I think additional buffering there, or a required substantial buffer yard is something that is very likely agreeable. Again, I have to check with my client, but that was factored in laying this out in the manner that it was. And additionally, we are open to increasing the rear setback. So both of those things are considerations that we can take into account. And again, it is laid out to provide additional benefits to that area, but not impact the Champions.
Well, their normal MR3 would have been 25 feet, right?
Yes.
So
Well, rear setback was 25 feet, yeah.
Why don't we just leave it 25? Well,
It is 25 feet, yeah.
on the drawing, it's 15, right?
Oh, you're right, it is 15,
It is
yes.
proposed as 15. So
Yes, you're right.
So should we not,
it's the pleasure of the board to make that 25.
to leave it at the normal 25? which looks like doesn't interfere with what they got there anyway with my cheap ruler. So I would say yes, we just leave that rear setback at 25. And that should provide enough room for all that buffering and stuff. No? Yes?
I've noted that.
Guys?
Is there an objection that?
Do you guys object to that?
And again, we're just not, given that these are the first time that we have received these, I am not in a position to say yes or no. What I can say is, from my view and knowing what my client has done on these sites, and again, I'm an attorney, which is why I was not a landscape engineer or didn't go into the sciences, for lack of a better term, and didn't do great math. It is tough for me to eyeball, so we would need to make sure that works. My belief is it does, and I believe that will not be an issue. And both an increased setback and maybe an increased buffer would be things that we would very strongly entertain as part of any planning board.
We're looking at a 40-foot height there on 13A and B, 40-foot height, which is, let's say that's compatible with the Champions buildings. But its proximity to the pool, I think, would be something we might want to think about.
I would, again, I'm happy to consider it. I know that it was included to, again, align with the Champions design.
But it's hard to envision a 3,000 square foot building that's 40 foot tall.
Right.
It would fall over.
No, and I understand that. And, and again,
fall
this kind of goes back to where the conditional zoning, we're trying to provide we're providing dimensional caps. And so those things are likely to vary. It is just, that is how the process goes. Again, we're happy to consider recommendations. Again, they need to be reasonable and within the purview and ability for my client to develop it appropriately.
Mm-hmm.
But I think the height design inclusion was to align with the Champions.
Is it like?
Can we just have kind of a standing understanding that anything that Clint says that, I mean, if he says, I think my client will go for that, but I need to, we'll just have a standing understanding that that's got to be something that goes to town council, where by then you and your client will have the ability to confirm those conditions as being definitely acceptable.
Yes, and I know Wes and I kind of talked about this is and as I said at the top, my client is very open to considering some of these. Some of them that may be proposed, I will candidly say, just may not work from a development standpoint. Mm-hmm. But I think a lot of them will end up being something that can be adopted in whole or in part.
Well, I would think a 3,000 square foot building, if it's any taller than 35 foot, would look weird.
Is this intended to be a 1 or 2 story structure, or do you know?
I do not know off the top of my head. I believe that it is probably intended to be a 2-story structure.
Okay.
But we can confirm that. What I will say, and I agree with Grady, our response for when you suggest stuff is always going to be.
It's always the patented statement. We appreciate that.
All right. Is there a consensus on the board? Are you fine with the height? Do you want to recommend a reduced height?
I'd like to reduce height of 35 feet due to its proximity to the pool and the barbecue area for Champions.
And I believe that
because of its footprint of 3,000 square feet.
I believe that will be agreeable. I just received word that it is planned for about 1 to 2 stories.
Okay.
Certainly would like the flexibility. For
all right. So 35. I've added a condition: no structure greater than 35.
That's in the residential part. No, never mind. This is A and B.
13A and B.
Yep.
Planning board, do you concur?
Yes.
Are we going to move on to C?
Yeah. And C is very much similar, kind of in a supplemental amenity type of use. I think it's going to align very much with A and B in terms of what it will provide, design, etc.
And that is 35-foot height. But that's only 1,500 square feet. That's really going to look strange, but I'll be consistent.
Wait.
And that's a weird shaped lot of which there's medium density mature pines on there, which are pretty in that area. But there's a great portion of that lower finger which you can't use anyway.
Correct. And as you've seen, we are reflecting not to touch that and to maintain what I, at least based upon the aerial images that I have, those trees that are shown.
Now, the 8-foot side setback, Chad, that they're showing there for the side, that does fall.
What? Yes.
That does fall in line with our
Chad,
MR3
too.
now anyway, which is 10% of the width of the property, which I think, and it used to be 5 feet, so I think
Sure.
8 feet is okay.
Sufficient. Okay. Yep. You mentioned the trees on the site.
In the southern finger of that, which is really being shown as not being developed anyway.
Okay.
Now, I don't think, would they have the right to go in and just knock those trees down for no reason?
Well, they'd be subject to the tree preservation rules, but
doesn't really protect
anyways,
pine trees.
yeah, that's true. All right, is there any issue with this site? You guys good with it as is? Okay, so
Well, if you want it to be made clear that the trees are going to be preserved, then you want it to be clear above and beyond the tree ordinance, I think it would be appropriate for you to ask them to impose a covenant or a condition that those trees will not be disturbed.
And what I would say is that I think the majority of those would not be. Again, there would need to be some specificity there, because I think there would need to be some tree removal, I guess, further up the site, just because there are some existing trees based upon the aerial that I'm seeing. But in terms of kind of that narrow,
Well, could you just
that narrow southern area?
I mean, that's.
I mean, you got a vertex to your kind of build area triangle.
there's-
If you drew a line across there, and
It is, and again, this is a layman's opinion. It is undevelopable perspective.
Right,
that-
you could.
that- So
Right.
I don't think that would be an issue, and we would
Thank you.
consider that.
We are going to put that stipulation in
And-
there.
yeah.
Thank you.
So, and I can. Let me
I mean, really, the same stipulation would flow through even Site 13, wherever they put I call them the Champions buildings. I know you're going to have a different name for them, but
Yeah, and again, we're happy to consider that, and my guess is it will be something that will be strongly considered, because
and
it's already shown.
that can be a condition to be included
Yeah.
that hatched on the site plan.
Correct.
all right. We're now going to number 9. Is that what the agreement was?
well, 8, 9, and 10.
I'm sorry.
But do we want to take 9 first? It's the convention center. or
Yeah,
what?
I was just looking down the chart. That's the one that's right next to the driving range
So we
hotel
wanna
area.
Do
9.
Site 9?
9.
Okay, so that is the convention center. Obviously, everybody is very familiar with that. Riptide is planning to just remodel, renovate, update the convention center. It's obviously sat dormant for a long time. But there is some desire to have some multi-purpose rooms, some food and beverage, drinks, that type of use subsumed within there. There's a need for a larger kitchen and bar, and there's about 6,500 square feet available in there to have that, which supports a pretty good sized food and beverage restaurant operation, however you want to term it. So it is not one that is, again, changing the use fundamentally at all. It is just trying to specify what will be included in there and to allow for this remodel and renovation and to bring it into accordance with the UDO.
Because it's a recreation classification, Chad, I would assume that a convention center is allowed there. In other words, this is not a non-conforming site right now.
The recreation is only the land use. The land use plan, not the UDO. Sorry.
Yeah, no, you're good.
The UDO is MR3.
So I guess where my question was going is if they go in, and I'm sure that the renovation of the convention center is going to be significant.
It is.
It's underway right now.
I know. I tried to get into the parking lot the other day and I had trouble because there's a lot of yellow tape up.
Yes.
Is there anything that puts them in a bind where let's say they're changing 51% of that building that makes them?
That's a 0 side setback on that.
Well, we've already approved that.
Correct.
And that's not non-conforming. That makes
right.
it conforming.
That's right.
Okay. But because we've allowed them, well, I got 2 questions. Number one, we're not putting them in a bind. We're not restricting what they're doing with the convention center as long as they stay within the footprint of the convention center right now. What about if they want to add something on to that 0 setback line that we've established.
I
They
can't
can
remember
then-
what the particular provision was,
Well,
but
it said existing structures.
then they'd be subject to, well, what is the setbacks being proposed on this site? Zero side.
Yeah, it's the left side setback. It is just in accordance with what is existing.
Yes, I saw that.
So then they would be permitted to add something along that lot line.
With zero.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Which I wouldn't have any problem with, although it goes into somebody else's property. So that would be up for them to cut that deal.
Yes.
Yeah, we could obviously not build on
Yep.
anybody's
Yep.
property. We
Yep.
would be subject just to that lot line and where
Yep.
it ends.
I noticed you had golf driving range listed on this subject. Where is that going to be at?
So again, I think that was probably just in the effort to be over inclusive and provide clarity as to what's going on. It is an imperfect science here. It is, as Wes and Chad can tell you, it is something that you attempt to provide as much clarity as possible, both in trying to balance flexibility from a development standpoint, but provide clarity to the town.
But there is no place to put one anyway.
Correct. So it is going to be this convention center. As Todd mentioned, there are millions that are being allocated to it. And so that is what it is planned to be.
It says no improvements proposed for current tract at this time. Does that lead me to believe that at this time, you're going to stay within the box that's there at the convention center? You're going to do internal stuff to it.
That is my understanding, is that the renovations are related to updating the existing structure.
A question for Chad, maybe. I know there's been discussion about like a transportation center, shuttles, and I think one of the public spoke to like shuttle service. Do they need anywhere? We don't have that as a use anywhere. We have taxi stand or something. Should that be put somewhere? Do they need to put that? Nothing would exclude them from doing that from whatever they want to do it, from any of these sites.
I would submit that specifically for this and probably the hotel, that is an accessory encompass use, right?
So it would be at the hotel probably. Or...
So I don't know logistically. I'm not.
I mean, if there's a shuttle that takes people from the hotel to somewhere, it's just a service.
I think he's talking about the beach.
Sure.
Well, there's. I think the public asked
a regular
about
shuttle
it.
that goes to the beach that I could use.
Yeah, it'd be an entirely different thing if someone bought a random residential lot in the middle of Sea Trail and they ran a shuttle out of it and built a structure there. That's a totally different thing. You guys are talking about something that's ancillary and accessory.
Don't give people ideas.
No,
That they
okay,
can do
well,
that.
I'm just telling you, you couldn't do that.
All
Yeah.
I'm saying is there was talked about being there, but it was like
Yeah,
called
it
out
would-
no place.
it would be part of the
They can do it
use.
wherever they want then.
Yeah, it would be part of the use. I mean,
Do we
think
need to incorporate that then?
I don't believe so, frankly.
I don't mean in this, but in our UDO revisions.
We could talk about that during the UDO meeting. But I will note that we should probably make a condition or a recommendation to the applicant to remove that note regarding no improvements. It doesn't necessarily need to be on there.
Yeah, I agree. I think it probably creates just more confusion.
Well, they still would have the ability to, if they were, they could move that note, remove that note. That's their right.
I'm just
But
requesting.
they could still
that
put
note-
an addition on the back of the convention center as long
Absolutely,
as they stayed
it's
within the
just
setbacks.
confusing because I mean they're out there doing work right now. So
It's for clarification.
Sybil, any questions on
No.
the existing convention center and parking lot? Jerry?
No, I've not.
Ron?
And I think we earlier established that the height was correct. It was 50, right?
Well, I don't know.
Correct. We did verify that it is.
It is
The height shown
It is 50.
It's one story. How can it be 50 feet tall?
Because based upon the height calculations, which is one of the things we factored in, the town really, in some jurisdictions, you will have things that are exempted from that, like cupolas or how things are designed. The town
Right.
does not actually exclude a lot of those things. And so those are factored into what the height calculation ultimately is.
We have the plans. It's 50 feet tall.
Okay.
It's just a massive. I mean, it's got a drop ceiling that's probably 35 feet up in the air inside there, and you know,
Firewall thing all the way
Yeah.
around.
So how the town measures that is not from the final floor. It's a lot of times from roof height or
It's a
certain
big building.
or certain other instrumental.
All right, so
things
we
that are-
done with 9? We're going to 10, which is the Jonesburg Clubhouse.
And yeah, so briefly, this is the Jonesburg Clubhouse. Everybody, I think, is very familiar with this. Similar to the convention center, the goal here is a pretty extensive remodel within the facility, but adding some additional entryways and also just maybe providing for a reconfiguration to better utilize that space. But it will still fundamentally be the Jonesburg Clubhouse. Which I'll also note mirrors, I believe, the 50 feet in height.
And I guess I don't really have a care. I don't care, but Chad, the rear setback in MR3 is 25 feet.
Correct.
And this is showing a 15-foot rear setback. Do we care?
Well, because
I mean, it's bordering on its own golf course.
And that's why we think that the reduced setback, or at least the 15-foot setback, is appropriate. One, again, because as of, we're not planning to move the building or adjust the building or anything like that. But as you said, it abuts the golf course in a way that I think would support that setback inclusion.
Now, there's an 8-foot side setback between that and Gull's Landing. That's a commercial property bordering a single-family unit. Don't we require in MR3 I don't want to say 40-foot setback, but there is between commercial and residential. Commercial to residential, the commercial has to stay back some distance. I could be 40 feet.
And what I will say briefly on that is obviously this was existing commercial prior to the residential there. I would also note that, I mean, I think we would be more than happy to potentially include a condition to extend that, because the building itself, the structure itself is so far within the site. So I think we would want, not certainly for it to be extended up to the clubhouse, but certainly something we can consider as part of it. Because
increase the setback to the side and rear setback. Increase the rear setback to what, 30 or 40 feet?
Well, see, we don't really, and I'm going to correct myself, because in MR3 we don't have a stipulation because commercial is not allowed. So we don't have a setback between commercial and residential.
I mean,
in writing.
The side setback would be, if you're looking at it in the MR3 as it is right now, it'd be 10% of the lot width, which would be, this would be one of the biggest side setbacks in MR3, if not the biggest.
What do we do in other zones that border on, like, commercial to residential?
I mean, a lot of this stuff comes down to when you get into residential to commercial or non-residential is the buffers. But the other thing I want to point out here is that we have to be careful of is you don't want to create a non-conforming situation by extending it to 40 feet, because, and Jerry knows this as well as Todd and Clint do, there is a cart building that is on that site that if you increase it to 40 feet, very well could be creating a non-conformity.
Which we do not want to do.
Correct. So I want to point that out as we think about this.
You would be. You would be.
So,
because it's that cart building might be 25 feet from that line.
Just square.
So, I mean, they're proposing 8 feet off of that side to audit and to a proposed Gull's Landing development that has not broken ground yet.
Well, but in Gull's Landing is their own development too.
And obviously their folks are buying in kind of with the expectation of
what's there
here. So we would submit that the setbacks are appropriate if there wants to be a slight adjustment related to that side. And it would have to be obviously very reasonable given the proximity to the cart structure there. We can consider that. We think it's likely unnecessary though.
Go ahead. Todd, there's that cart path leads to over to the bird. The cart path you see,
it
leads over to the bird. What's going to happen with that cart path?
All of that will be relocated. Actually, some of that gets relocated, and it cuts.
Gull's Landing
It's showing on
specifies
Gull's
where
Landing,
that is.
area with that stormwater pond there, and I think, if
So
I'm not
this-
mistaken off the top of my head, and I don't obviously have the plans in front of me, but I'm pretty sure that whole area is actually part of the open space. If I'm not mistaken, that area just to the left of the pond, my left of the pond, looking at it right now. If I'm not mistaken, in the Gulls Landing plan, and obviously I don't have it in front of me, I'm pretty certain that that is part of the open space that we had there. Those aren't actually lots backing up
And
to
the
the parking
pond
lot.
creates a buffer in itself because you're certainly not going to build a single-family home north of the pond.
That is correct. The houses that will exist there will back up to the pond. And there's
One of the things I think that might help,
I don't have any.
especially
I'm
as
going to
we-
withdraw my request.
as we move forward, is that as you potentially make changes to this site in particular, as we take this forward to council,
I remember that.
it might be to note that open space on that. That way, as this comes up again, you can say, hey, that buffer is 8 feet. We don't want to create a nonconformity, and that these southern tract parcels, yes, we do realize it's a residential entity, but it is part of our open space.
Yeah, and we're happy to do that.
Okay.
All right, the next one, am I correct in assuming it's number 8? that we
Anything
agreed
else
on?
down here, Sybil?
There's no conditions for 10, correct?
Well, we're not going to change that buffer. We decide not to do
Well,
anything with that side setback. right?
Yeah, when I'm looking at it, the pond is there and everything else. I don't see a reason to do it, and I don't want to make a hiccup with the cart area. So,
Yes, and
Okay.
that would be our preference. So subject 8.
Yes.
So subject 8 is has pretty reduced use conditions, primarily around retail uses, gift shops, those types of things. The intent here is for a resort style shopping area to be a kind of like a shops at or shops at Sea Trail. It's a community store, something where people can if they forgot something, they can grab it. Just a very convenient location for essentials or gifts or those types of.
You're not showing any setbacks on the map itself, on the drawing, but you do list them on the box page, as I call it, on the data table.
Yes, and those are front setback of 25 from the right of way, right side setback of 8, left side setback of 8, and rear setback of 15.
Right. Now, your rear setback of 15 is, you agree, the rear setback of 15?
That is what we have shown.
Okay.
Or listed.
MR3 has a rear setback of 25 feet right now. This is MR3.
That's correct.
Is there a need? It doesn't seem to me that there is a need, because we're looking at an existing structure that's there and a 3,700-foot new building you're going to add. I don't see why the 25-foot setback wouldn't stay there, but let me continue. However, I realize that that's the ninth green of the Jones course that's directly behind it, which is soon to be yours anyway. It would be obviously foolish of you to build to take away the ambiance of missing the putt on the ninth green.
I think the two general things that I think you've turned to me and said, is there a need or do we have an opinion? This is, again, going back to what they're pursuing, and keeping that at face value moving forward. If they want it, it's up to them to, I guess, justify why they're wanting it. And if we don't have any, if we don't care, or and when I mean we, I don't get to be a part of that. It's the pleasure of the board. It's the conceptual vote up to the 5 of you, one not being here. If that's where the care and the want and the need kind of comes from, is the makeup of the 5 of you.
So I feel an obligation to protect existing property owners. That's why I said, hold it, it's their property that's adjacent to it anyway, so I guess I probably shouldn't.
So the existing setbacks that are proposed, you're sufficient with,
I guess, yes.
that are on
That's why I withdrew mine.
that previous page. We would just ask that they be placed on the site.
We will do that.
Yeah.
And again, there will be adequate buffering back there as well, and existing. I think there's some existing buffering as well along that. But there will certainly be buffering involved in addition to the setback.
Does anybody have any issues with the uses that are it's subject 8?
No, I do not. It's protected by both sides of the golf course.
Well, it's going to be a busy street in front of it. On Mill Pond Road is going to be very busy once Pelican's Reserve gets built.
I would think.
Yeah. Because anybody coming this way is going to come right through there as opposed to going out Angels Trace Road.
Can I make one comment?
Absolutely.
I'm just thinking about, we're changing these setbacks and we're saying that that's your property anyway, blah, blah, blah. And one of the things that were pointed out to us in the beginning, this conditional zoning is in that
perpetuity.
word.
Forever.
Thank you. And so 10 years from now, it all goes south. Then that property has legally got 15-foot setback.
Yeah, but who was ever buying the new property that, say, the golf course goes to hell in a handbasket, somebody's buying it knowing exactly what the route, what they're buying.
But everywhere else, it's 25 foot. But here, in this conditional zoning now, in some of the parcels, we're changing it to 15. I'm not saying I'm against it. I'm just saying, should we be thinking that far ahead, or should we just be dealing with now?
I mean,
what do you guys think?
Can I jump in real quick?
Is, moving forward, I mean, if that's what they're asking for, again, we take it at face value. If it goes to the point where the land is sold, then the applicant or the buyer has a couple options here. They can either take it as is,
Mm-hmm.
but when it comes to, they have the right to, new buyer, new owner, whatever, would have the right to rezone it, going back to the original zoning district.
Well, I think she's talking about somebody, the golf courses.
I don't think
if the golf course doesn't happen and somebody buys it, they were stuck with this shorter setback.
They would be, unless they wanted to.
There again, we're going through this whole process again. I got
like,
that if we change this, is it in perpetuity? Today,
perpetuity.
Into perpetuity. And that was a big deal. That was a big part of thinking about that before we make these decisions. And now you're saying, but then it could be changed again.
It can always be applied to be changed again by the future owners, including the current owners, if they get in there and they start putting footers down and things aren't working quite the way they want it, they want to tweak their plan, they'd have to come back here and go through the process of tweaking the plan. But absent that, it lasts in perpetuity, which can be advantageous if they were to go bankrupt or go through foreclosure or whatever. Those entitlements are still there, which would be attractive to a would-be investor party to come in and know that that's already been approved.
Done. That makes sense.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Well, yeah.
Okay.
I would also.
I just wanted to ask.
I would also note that if something if that horrible situation happens, no one can build behind this building. This is the Jonesburg area, and under the stormwater regulations, the whole ability to build the rest of Sea Trail is because the golf courses are inherently the open space for the project.
I guess my only question is you're sort of requesting changes in setback when you don't really need them, right? For this particular, so why did you do it?
We were what these setbacks are. These aren't arbitrary setbacks. These are actually come directly out of the ordinance, and we utilize the MB2 setbacks for all these commercial. Correct, but we were asking for the MB2 to be more consistent and in line with the types of uses that we were asking. Yes, sir.
They could always. That building, just because it's there, doesn't mean it can't be raised
Right, that's
and
what I mean.
replaced.
So
that
they've
could
asked
be a long-term reason for that.
They've asked for a change in the setbacks that are not needed for the existing structure
Or the new structure.
or the new structure they're adding on.
Mm-hmm. Then you should ask them why they want
because they grabbed them from another district. This is not going to be.
Yeah. So just to be.
So should you put them back to MR3 where you don't need them?
That's a good question. And just to clarify, we understand that this is MR3 and that was done purposely as well. For familiarity's sake and to not be creating something out of whole cloth, we looked at the MB2, which seemed appropriate given some of these uses, and just elected to adopt those as the proposed setbacks. That is why we did it. It was for familiarity's sake. It's so that when we came before for you all, when we had these uses, we could say we propose these setbacks because they're compatible with commercial style uses that you already see and that are already part of the ordinance. What I will say is that the setbacks are included for some flexibility, right? They're intended to provide some development flexibility for us. I will say that again, we're happy to consider some changes here, but what I would say is that if you look at it, that new proposed structure obviously angles towards the lot line closer than the existing structures. So that is just a consideration we had to put in place, and one of the reasons we proposed what we have proposed.
The rear setback on an MB2 is 20 feet. But we have just changed it to 15 foot with the MB2 revision that we made through planning board and then through town council a couple of months ago.
Right. So I get, and it was just, again, these were not arbitrary numbers that we came up with, I guess is where we
Well,
are.
The numbers could be used.
Yeah.
They could be used for a future application to say we want a rezoning to MB2 and our setbacks are compliant with your MB2. Man, I'm just.
Again, I don't have,
You have
an
to-
issue with it.
Okay.
Well, it's just that we're happen to be talking on this site, but there are other sites where they've extracted the MB2 setbacks as normal when they're butting against residential or other commercial, that they're not normal to MR3. So now we're having to try to find those.
Well, if they do back up on a residential, we have the ability to deal with that site-specific condition and
Correct.
say, hold it, this is different.
And I think just for the sake of efficiency, that's what we do.
And we haven't come across that yet in our path since Wes added the quarter mile between that and Clubhouse Road. Championsville.
Got it.
115 feet.
Yes. 115 feet. Yes.
All right, we've done 13A, B, C, 8, 9, and 10.
Do we want to do 11 now, which is the
Well,
existing?
if you want to do 11, that's
Since we're right there, let's go ahead and do it.
Okay.
So 11 is the existing Riptide sales office and Sea Trail Realty General Brokerage office.
Yes.
That, from our perspective, is going to remain unchanged from a use standpoint. We've clearly conditioned those uses aggressively to reflect that. It is currently legal non-conforming, as I believe Chairman Larkin, you mentioned, and that is one of the reasons we're here, is to allow for that proposed office space expansion and redevelopment there with the 2,000 square foot proposed building and a proposed garage space, just to allow for a new updated office space to accommodate Riptide and Sea Realty's growth in the future.
Because and this is an example of it's the first one we've had, that there's residential properties, single family, that are adjacent to this. So my antenna is up. And I would contend that because the existing single-story wood frame building, I guess maybe it's not that, is that the same description of what you have there now? Because you've done a major renovation there. Is it a single story?
Same footprint, yes.
Okay.
Same exact footprint.
And it's still a single story.
It is the same exact footprint, and it's still a single story.
Okay.
That is correct.
I would submit that adding the proposed future office space and the proposed garage and continuing the legal non-conforming 10-foot setback needs to be discussed. Because just because the existing building is legal non-conforming, I don't think we need to continue that out, particularly because you're getting closer and closer to the front yard of the Old Oak Lane lot number 31.
So the reason behind that was just because of site dimensions and the tightness of the site there. It was also put into place just because that has been the existing location. We wanted to keep it consistent so that the individuals behind there, it just remains unchanged in terms of what they are seeing and what the impact is. So it won't impact them any more negatively or differently than what is existing there. We're not asking to get a shorter setback from what we already have. That is the reason there, and that site has, I know that has been looked at several ways to see how to to see if there was wiggle room related to the setback. And it really is because of the site design and layout and tightness of the site that makes it very difficult to do so.
Well, it would seem to me you could still go south if you needed to add additional parking, even if you had to remove the parking that would be directly in front of the proposed 2 future buildings. So I don't think that the site itself, the entire site itself, restricts you from following the appropriate MR3 side setback, rear setback. And we could discuss that because that rear setback would be 25 feet.
Yeah, and it is my understanding that that would very much inhibit this. Again, I don't obviously have that in front of me in terms of where that 25 feet would lie, but it was done in a way, again, to condition it down very aggressively so that it is office space, so that it remains office space. And then just to keep those setbacks consistent so there is no additional interruption or negative impact to those adjoining properties.
And you're also continuing that 10-foot legal nonconformity all along, all south, all the way out to almost Shoreline Drive, which again, I would submit it doesn't need to, because it would then allow you to build in there later on.
Yeah,
and
because 31 and 35, well, 35 has a house, right?
Yes, it does.
31 does not have a house.
So 31 does not have a house.
But it could.
But it could.
Correct.
Have we heard from that person? We don't have him. That property is not pointed out on the map here, right? With their name in it, with their name.
Vacant.
Yeah, it's vacant.
But we've had other vacant lots that were pointed.
You scare them away?
Scare them away.
Well, the owner was notified.
Anyway, I've got issues with that that rear setback. Obviously, you can't do anything about the existing building because it's there and it's legally non-conforming. But I think to play into adding more things that are non-conforming when I don't believe they need to happen.
To clarify, this would bypassing this, town council would make this legally conforming.
So the board may choose to create the existing non-conforming, create that legal, through this, that can be made a legal conforming setback and use. And then depending on how you want to handle the further expansions, you could set increased setbacks for those as necessary.
Right, we could, the rear setback line can jog to a higher number once it goes beyond the existing building, right? Right now, they're showing the 10-foot all the way to the furthest north point.
It's along the whole east-west side.
Right, but it doesn't have to be a straight line, right? It can jog over and be a higher number, basically where the new buildings are, let's say.
Sure.
No?
Yes. I'm just saying I don't think we have, I haven't heard reasons why we want to add to the legal non-conforming future buildings that are being built.
I'm going to propose another question of the 10-foot rear setback. Is there something such as a very heavy buffer there that would make you more comfortable with it, or is that just a no?
Well, you wouldn't allow somebody else to do it. You wouldn't be providing that as an option if I wanted to do it on my lot. Unless I went to the Board of Adjustment.
These setbacks are appropriate, right? Is that supposed to be a side?
Yeah, side.
Okay.
Yeah.
This corner.
Side.
What I will say is this request is available now to people through the conditional zoning process. That's why we're here.
Yep.
And again, it would not be legally non-conforming. If council passed it, it would be legally conforming by law pursuant to the ordinance and the conditional zoning provision. The intent here again was not to circumvent requirements. It was to, because of how the site is laid out and how the site is designed, that just to keep it uniform so that interruption to adjoining lot owners does not occur.
The address is Clubhouse Road, correct?
Is there an
Okay.
issue with putting the location of the future office space and the future garage space on the other side of the parking lot?
That's what I asked. Yes.
Well, but they could or move the new structures east and put the put the parking on the south side. I mean, I think what they're trying to say is they're squeezed right east to west.
Yeah.
So
And they
the
want
mo-
all the parking in front.
I've been
They want
told
the
that there are
parking in front.
limitations on putting it over there.
Todd?
With this site plan, what would you be able to do with the southern half of this tract? Looks like you could develop it as well.
Well, they've got their stormwater there, but
in the right corner, yes, but looks like they could still develop south of the existing parking lot with the enhanced setbacks.
Put the parking lot on the other side.
With the reduced setbacks, I think that's what they're trying to do is they've got the proposed stuff on the northern end.
Yeah, and what I will
but then preserving the ability to build something on the southern end.
and there is not a plan to develop the southern end. If we want to include a condition to restrict that or create just a very substantial setback, we can
But
do
just if there's no plan, it just seems to me that
It-
you could put both of those proposed uses very easily on the southern end and not have to have.
I'm happy to take that to my client.
But
What
even if we
what,
do-
what my client is telling me is that it is not a viable.
But even
option
if we
from
do
what-
that,
from the review of the site,
the owner of 31 is really getting squeezed, right?
and I would go back to Chad's proposal. If there is a buffer that would be agreeable to minimize that, we'd be happy to consider it.
And we got to the point where we're at the top of this when we got started back. You know, it could get to the point where both sides between the planning board and the applicant are so far apart where you either could find common ground to where, hey, this would, if you did this would make it work, or if you're so far apart, then ultimately the board could recommend denial to town council on this one as well. That one's up to you.
Can we pass on something?
We can
right
pass.
now.
Yeah,
and let
because that
them
would
consider
give.
it? I think you.
I mean, certainly we can, but what is the pleasure of the board here first? I know that the applicant is noted that they have an issue with on the southern site. Do you, what setback would be amenable to this board along the rear line?
Well, to be MR3 compliant, it would be 25 feet.
Okay. That's MR3 compliant. Is that?
Well, I'm saying that because there's a residential property at
Behind
108 Old Oak Lane.
That's right.
That has to look at this.
This is true, but this is right now, that's a single story building, you know, for all intents and purposes, almost of a residential character. So depending on the height, depending on the bulk of what is proposed, you know, a 25-foot setback may be more than is needed.
Well, they're asking for a 40-foot height.
I know. So that's what,
and
you know.
And that would be something we could consider.
The existing building is probably only 35.
It
right?
is.
The existing building is probably
The intent is for this to be a very good looking office building in a very much residential style character.
So if the board proposed to limit the height to 20 or 25 feet, subject to a 15-foot setback, is that a more?
Well, let me ask you another question. It's a garage and it's connected to the main building by a breezeway and courtyard. Is that an accessory structure or is that a?
Well, we're allowing, you know, this thing to exist here.
Okay. All right.
Yes, ma'am.
May I ask? I mean, I know what's existing there. I've seen it. I go by it a whole lot. It's like a house. I call it a sales office, whatever you want to. It looks like a house.
Yeah.
Now you're telling me they're making an office building out of it. I mean, that was your term.
No, they're
just
going
a
to add
minute
on
ago.
to it.
Yeah, because that goes to what the use is going to be, not the design elements. So we have to term it as an office because it's going to be used in that.
Is it going to be one story?
It says single story on it.
Yeah, so
Well,
it's single story, and what I can tell you is that if the condition is to be not to exceed the existing height there, for what the existing structure is, and obviously we can figure that out.
Architecture wise, the whole 9 yards, it's going
But-
to match exactly to it. I mean, that's the intent. That's the.
But in terms of a condition,
Well,
we could very likely, and again we would need to confirm the exact height, have a condition of it will not exceed the height of the existing structure.
I
Another
just think
question, please.
Please.
What would be the difference if they built on to the front end. To me, it's the front
That's what
and the
Grady
back.
just asked, and they
And,
couldn't answer.
and to the front end and made the parking lot at the back end.
So in terms of putting it towards Clubhouse Road,
No, putting it towards,
Shoreline
I
Drive.
guess it's 17 Shoreline Drive.
What has been communicated to me is that there are development difficulties with that southern portion of
What
it.
kind of development, please?
Well, for this particular site, you've got the issue with the existing wall, and that side of the site actually is where the more pristine and undeveloped land is, where the area between the existing office and the street is the area that's been improved over the years, for the, where they've done more clearing and stuff like that. That's why we wanted to push everything in there. So when you came into Sea Trail, you had more of the tree at each gate or wall.
But then
as
you're
you-
taking other gates and you're going to put commercial areas.
No.
Yeah. Other
No,
entrances.
you'll see when we get to them. There's lots of tree buffer
Well-
around the gates. That's not an issue.
I still think the key thing you're pushing. We know there's an existing building there, which is a non-conforming. I forget the exact term.
Legal non-conforming structure.
Okay.
Setback.
That whoever owns 31 has there, but to allow additional 2 structures, or however you want to call it, a structure in the garage to be built at the same distance as that property, I don't think is right.
But that's also, to be fair, that is a vacant property. So
That's not. What that's irrelevant.
okay. Well, I mean,
The only thing that can be built there is a single story,
Single-family house.
single family unit.
So, do you guys want to keep the 30 to 25 foot, whatever this is not a substantial structure, and I'm not necessarily trying to argue the applicant's position here,
understand.
but it looks like a house at present, and in all intents, they're proposing to build another house. So, is there a setback that is sufficient to you, a height limit that's sufficient to you, and perhaps a fence that would serve as a buffer that's sufficient for you?
Yeah. But could I build another house next to my house?
Hmm.
If my lot was deep enough?
You would not be allowed to do that.
They were
You're not, right. You would not be allowed. You had to stay 25 feet.
Yeah.
I don't think what's good for the goose, never mind, that's wrong.
No.
Wrong rhyme. What's good,
Sauce for the goose is sauce for the
I
goose.
am sensitive to single-family lots that are impacted by these various subject zones.
Okay.
And I think we've had minimal objections up to this point, because this is the first one that we've faced.
And we certainly understand. And look, our intent is not to try to disturb single family residences here, specifically for this one because of the residential character of it. That is why this has been formatted.
But
in
just go ahead and buy it.
Yeah, but you put
Buy
townhouses
31.
everywhere, not single family homes.
So that is, we can certainly take that back to client, but this is
Just kidding.
this is the consideration here. I mean, there's been a lot of thought put into it, and again, my thought on conditions is, we're happy to limit it to the existing height of the structure there. We're happy to consider buffering or fencing, as Wes suggested, to mitigate impacts to those.
Well, I think right now, and let them consider it as imposed a 25-foot setback in rear, except behind the non-conforming legal building.
So can we make the existing building legally conforming because it's part of a conditional zoning? Because that's one of the things they wanted to achieve.
Because
They wanted to have that removed, that black eye removed.
Yes. So let me ask this. The board, sounds like the pleasure of the board would want to make this existing structure a legal nonconformity. Would that be
yes?
Yes. All right.
No, it is now, but make it a conforming
Make
structure.
it a conforming
Yes,
structure.
that would be
All right.
fine. Did everybody agree to
So-
that? That
Yes.
portion of the existing building?
So I'm going to ask the board this. What on the proposed future development of this site, what would the board's pleasure to want the rear setback to be?
25 feet on the south of the single-story existing building.
Okay.
25 feet.
All right.
Because there is no reason why that needs to, I don't see a reason why that needs to encroach on 106 Shoreline Drive West any more than is the MR3 standard right now.
All right.
That's somebody's home.
So
Could
I'm
be
gonna-
vacant,
I'm
but
going to
it's
make a
nobody's home.
statement and then ask a question to the applicant. Again, at the top of this, we made this statement, Wes and I did, that any condition that you are looking to impose on the applicant has to be agreeable to the applicant.
Sure.
So now I want to ask the applicant, would you be
Ultimately.
would you be in agreement to that?
And that would be, I apologize. There was a lot of
Yes.
discussion, a lot of crosstalk.
Yes.
What is the proposed
25-foot rear setback.
25,
which would be
Except where
from
the existing building is.
on the proposed new
so,
development.
so the proposed future development would have to be set back 25 feet.
Yes.
I'm not in a position to commit to that.
Okay.
And the
So-
southern line, you jog it in to keep that existing, that 10-foot legal non-conforming, which I don't even see any reason for that.
Mr. Chair, let me, if I'll summarize the conditions, sounds like the planning board is on consensus of this. It will be reduced to writing and provided to the applicant, and they'll be able to provide a response at a later date. The height of new structure shall not exceed
35 feet.
I put 20 feet because I believe that existing one.
Well, it's allowed to be 35 feet.
Yeah. And so is the neighbors.
Yeah.
But they just were willing to condition themselves onto that.
Well, he's
Yeah.
going to change his mind.
He's gonna, they can come back with a counter.
In consideration for the reduced.
If I can, and I don't, you all tell me if I can. What we would like to do is, if we could table this particular issue, I can get you guys additional plans and explain exactly why we want to do what we want to do. We have those on hand, and we can get this to you. And I think that is something that would help enlighten everybody and explain this in a more succinct and clear manner.
So I'm going to piggyback off of what Todd said. So Wes, on this site, with us being and using this for future as we go through every and one of these, we're this far apart. Where would you say we need to act procedurally moving forward with this?
Well, procedurally, it's at the board's discretion to act upon this.
Okay.
And so they can move this application forward in any way that they proceed.
I'd rather
Ultimately,
give them
they
an
can.
opportunity to consider it, particularly the area between the existing building and Shoreline Drive. I would suspect that they can easily make that 25 feet. That then resolves the person that lives at 106 Shoreline Drive West.
So I'm just merely saying that in order for us to progress here, there's going to be times that there's disagreements. It's important for you guys to come to consensus on what it is that you want. Okay. And then, this will get fleshed out at a later date.
I'm going to interject and say, I think there are a number of unknowns that they're not prepared to answer right now as to why these structures are being proposed in the location they are, and they've asked to table this probably until tomorrow. I suspect that we could come back in tomorrow and pick right up on 11, and they'll have answers to you as to why they're not to the south and what they're willing to do, and that'll help you make a decision to approve it, to deny it, approve it with conditions, or take no action and send it to the council for a decision.
Yeah, that's good. And we'll be prepared to provide that tomorrow.
What does the planning board feel?
In fact, I'm in favor of that, yes.
We're happy to do that.
And I'm sure there's some reason, but I can't.
Yeah,
fathom it
and
right
again,
yet.
we're not trying to hide the ball here. We're
I
just
know.
trying to make sure we provide accurate information. And in terms of next steps, what subject site, if we are
11's
concluded?
been tabled until tomorrow, so now we've got 1 through 7, 12, 14, 15, 16, 17.
And-
Dealer's choice. Well, really, chair's choice. What would you like to do? Which track?
I'd like to table this for now and let them come back.
Yes.
Right.
And-
Yeah, we did that.
Yeah, we
What's
agreed
their
on
next step?
What is the next site?
parcel is track 1 through 7.
Oh, we're going to do more. Oh,
They-
We're
okay.
gonna get back to the front.
Well, it's seeing how we could pick up with this tomorrow.
If possible, I would like to try to advance this as much today
Okay,
as possible,
okay,
just
that's-
for time
we'll-
concerns and given that we
we'll
are
honor
here.
Do you have a proposed site that you want to go
do.
to next?
I do.
Chad does.
Chad
I
does.
would say if we're rounding out this, we need to look at 4 and 4A.
Okay.
All right.
Wow.
Happy to do that.
Because that is the existing maintenance track.
Yes.
And I think it falls in line with what we're looking at here. Unimproved tracts of land with existing
Yes,
uses already on
I
it.
would. To me, these would seemingly be non-controversial, and probably a good 2 to pivot to after the last discussion. But maybe that's counting chickens. But in terms of subject 4, this is where Riptide's current storage and laydown yard is. It's completely fenced and screened, that would remain. And really what they're trying to propose here is a storage, garage, golf facility just for kind of primary storage related to the golf course use. And that is what has been reflected here, when you look at the site with the building footprint, it's next to an existing maintenance facility. So we are just kind of showing an accompanying use for the golf course there.
Okay.
And then for 4A, I can jump into that very quickly. That is that existing maintenance facility. There's no change proposed there. They're just the desire to make certain improvements and potential, I guess, additions there, but primarily just potential improvements. So both of those are intended as, again, complementary to the golf.
But it's the same rear setback issue.
You want to lead this one?
Well, I got to get to the right page.
Because I want to talk about rear setback with this house.
So again, we got the same kind of rear setback issue. You're showing 15 feet there, and we're abutting properties 1, 2, and 3 there. Oh,
Yeah, but 4 is, but it's not this particular site. It's Sawmill Townhouses, which would really a different subject. But
so again,
we're not bordering on your on your specific house.
My preference there would be leave that at 25 foot as MR3 would dictate.
We're talking about site 4A.
Sorry.
I believe that would not be an issue.
Right, because 4 is that little corner in the front, right?
Yes.
And there's a 8-foot tall wood fence in between 141 to 147 Talbot Court. You're on Talbot Court, ma'am? Okay. But I know, but that again, that's Sawmill Properties, and I'm sorry, I'm really not allowed to deliberate with the audience.
What's the question?
There's a fence back there.
We will obviously have to put some buffering there as well.
Yes.
So what we will what I've been told is that proposed
Yeah, but
increased
they could.
setback that
If we
Mr.
approve
Labruno
this,
proposed, I do
they
not
could.
believe will be an issue.
Got it.
So we
So
go-
subject 4, I've added a condition, the rear setback shall be
You're right,
25
you're right.
feet.
4A.
4A, right?
4A. Sorry.
Is there some question on the west side one? Is that what the question was? By track 3? Because I don't see a number there for a setback.
What are you talking about?
4A.
Yes.
That abuts track 3 Sawmill Town. I see a dotted line, but I don't see a
Well, but
dimension.
that's you're well, there is a dotted line.
The
you're
rear
right.
setback is 15 feet is what we have listed.
Right, but we're changing that back to 25.
And that would really be a side setback there, wouldn't it?
No. Yes, the west. I'm saying the west side setback.
Yes, I don't.
There's a dotted line, but there's no. What is that? How much is that?
A little skinny.
It doesn't look like 15 foot. It looks like 8. And they might
On the other side, they're saying 12 on the east.
So the west side setback is 8. The rear setback is 15.
8.
It's not dimensioned, but I'll bet that's what it is.
Or shouldn't that be?
Well, it does say it. It says it in the notes on the box sheet.
Okay. It's
Rear
not dimensioned,
setback.
but it's in the notes. So that west side setback, you're saying you're asking for 8 feet?
Yes.
But why is that 8 feet? Why can't that be more?
Well, that's their property.
Yep.
Sawmill is their property. Is it? Is that your property? Is that a Riptide development?
Yes.
Okay.
That's what they've cleared now.
Okay. That's the thing that there's, never mind. I won't editorialize. But it's.
We can go bigger on that. Yeah, we are comfortable with additional setbacks.
Yeah,
there.
I see it should be certainly no less than the 12 we have on the other side.
And we're comfortable. We are comfortable with
Getting that
increasing those setbacks.
Left setback 12 feet.
So, or is it
Was 8.
all side setbacks are 12 feet?
No, 12 feet is on the right, and yes, all side setbacks are 12 feet. Yes, yes.
Front is 25.
And the rear is
It's
25.
That
So-
should not be an issue.
So side.
Oh, wait a minute. It depends.
You
on
already have a
That-
25-foot front setback.
Yes, and I'm saying for the rear, I believe that is also fine.
25 feet.
Both sides will be 12.
Yes.
Now, the buffer that's there right now between I'll call it the southernmost driveway, and parcel 4 is some beautiful 25-foot tall evergreen trees. And would you contemplate that they would have to be disturbed at all during your process? Because they provide an extremely good sound and visual buffer from Clubhouse Road and the houses that are directly across the street.
Say that again. I'm sorry. I apologize.
So I think that is something we would consider, and we're happy to review it. It is not something that I can commit to, just because that goes into things that I'm just not in a position.
There's no intention
but,
to. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's the intention to, and that is certainly something that I would suggest that you all put as a proposed condition for us to consider.
We're talking about, you're talking.
This is right south of the tractor mower shed. Right now, there's a probably 200 foot of 200 foot length along the north side of Clubhouse Road with 25-foot tall evergreens that are gorgeous.
Yeah, and what I will say, just to make this more efficient, is there's no intent to disturb them, and we would consider a condition related to those trees.
Along the entire frontage of your property.
It only goes
it's
right
all
in.
wood. That's what. So what I'm trying to make the condition uniform about a certain length back that the street yard would remain. Perhaps you guys could.
Yeah, we can work on that. That's
another 25 feet would be 50 feet from the lot line, which should be. Or is that too much?
I just don't know what the depth of it. It's close.
Well, right
Yeah.
now, the trees are in that.
Yes.
Trees are right on the property.
The trees are right on the property
Yeah,
line.
because you've got a ditch on the north side of Clubhouse Road, and as the ditch rises to its peak, then those trees are the stand of trees.
38.
Okay. So we'll put in street yard up to 35 feet from the property line shall remain, and then we can
negotiate
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
That's the front street yard, right?
Along Clubhouse Road.
And the same thing really applies to Site 4, which is, I believe your use is going to be more office than it is right now. Right now, it's not an office. It's a storage yard.
Right.
Ish.
Right. It will have components. Obviously, there'll be somebody who has to have an office in there to operate it. But again, it's provided to be a maintenance facility and a supplemental golf related use.
But not in 4. I was talking about 4. I'm sorry.
4.
I was confusing.
4
4
is
is
that
office professional.
Yeah, and again, the goal here is for storage, garage,
I mean, you
golf
said
shop
maintenance
facility.
facility, and that's different.
Right. It's going to be kind of that
It's a
that
place
flex
where
type
we can-
use.
Can I jump in here?
The existing maintenance track that we own was part of the existing golf maintenance track that was sold to us when we purchased this back in 2020. Currently, right now, just because of the way MR3 is written, stuff like that, we have outdoor storage, outdoor materials, vehicles being, when they need maintenance and stuff like that being done outside. We'd like to bring all that inside and have the ability, like they do at the golf course, in their buildings, to do that type of maintenance and have that safe storage for equipment in a much better looking place that can be buffered, get rid of the Connex boxes, things of that nature that can be just more appealing to a community.
So can we say then on Site 4, which is, I'll call it the square unit, which is going to be a building contractor's office.
Are we on from? Is everyone good with 4A? Are we on to 4?
I think so.
Okay.
4, I would like to see some stipulations on the buffer, and I'd like to have it a what do you call it, opaque, where you can't see through it.
The fencing, yeah.
8 foot or some dimension along Rice Mill Circle and along Heatherbrook Drive.
So you want opaque or non-opaque?
I don't want you to be able to see through it.
That's okay.
Non-opaque, right?
Yes.
I thought it did, but
You want
you got me.
opaque fence.
Oh, an
Sharon, why
opaque
don't you continue
buffer.
these trees?
It can be trees, but it needs to be opaque.
You can continue these trees.
Because
all
across
over.
the street is the Pink Palace, where there's weddings. I mean, there's things that happen across there. And then Rice Mill Circle, you're making that turn. You could see it. Heather Brook Drive. Right now, there's a 6-foot fence with slats in it and some.
And so that's the south edge and the east edge.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Yes, Todd.
If you, the way that site's drawn out, we are not removing anything tree wise that's there. That's one of the reasons that building's set where it is. You see that larger.
Well, if you don't remove any of those, you won't have to improve the buffer.
Right, exactly. I just wanted to make sure that you guys knew that we could set it.
Yeah. I mean, again, we
Yes.
don't put it in. It's allowed in the future to be taken out.
And that's why we say put it
Right.
in and let us take a look. And if
Right.
there is some issue with it, we'll certainly.
And what's your height limit? You say you want to go 35 feet. Okay, that's 35 foot. It's MR3.
Mm-hmm. That's
Um,
good. Right.
Planning board, any more questions on this site 4 and 4A?
Does the planning board have a preference on the next location?
Well,
that
I don't, but I thought we were going to start at the beginning. So it's, but
okay, yeah, I'm happy to go back.
we've
tomorrow.
got 10 minutes till 4 o'clock. You want to try to get another one in?
Yeah, I'm happy to continue again. I was not aware that we would be starting at 11 tomorrow, so that creates some time constraints for myself.
Okay.
And so to the extent that the board would like to continue past 4, I'm happy to do so. I also want to be respectful of people's time.
What do you want to just go to site 1?
Sure.
So yeah, so site 1, this one is not inside Sea Trail, actually. It is outside the boundaries of Sea Trail if you take a look at it. And it's not inside the gates.
You mean that Sea Trail just kind of jogs in there where around the sewage plant and around this?
Correct. It is not, the boundary does not include this. It is next to the sewer plant, as Chairman Larkin pointed out. It fronts Angels Trace Road, which I know you discussed with Chad when he presented. Here, the focus is on some type of commercial use that would be beneficial along that stretch of Angels Trace. Really, the vision here is for kind of an interior or internal storage type development, something that you see that is very classy and high end, just to provide an available
You're talking
use.
about public storage? Public.
So storage that would be available. Correct. It would be available to folks. And again, it would not be the intent here is not the exterior storage that you see. It is the interior storage that is self-contained.
Like
and
climate controlled?
Correct.
Okay.
Oh,
I'd like to read something.
Really?
I want to read something that came from our Brunswick County Government Sewer Authority. This facility, they're talking about their sewer plant, which borders on this. This facility both treats and transfers sewer from surrounding communities. There is extensive noise associated with the operation of blowers for aeration, gas-powered transfer pumps, and the biological element of sewer treatment that does produce odors that can be considered offensive. None of the factors listed above. Okay, that's.
Yeah, and I think that's why it probably lends itself more to that storage type of use, something that is potentially not as intense, right?
But any kind of a business like a dry cleaning establishment or a
Yeah, but
daycare
you also,
facility or
but
dry
you
goods.
included entertainment and restaurants too.
Correct, and I think that again, it is to provide development flexibility here, and it is, and again, we've tried to narrow it down. There is obviously the interconnectivity that we talked about, where flexibility is needed on some of these, just depending upon what ultimately gets approved.
Mm-hmm.
In terms of what the vision here is, though, it is really very much that type of interior storage type facility.
I wonder because of, well,
It's not going to be
I
the
mean, physically a sewage
boats and
plant.
the
is there.
trailers and the.
It's there already.
No, it would be intended.
I
to
was just reading
provide,
that for
again,
their
a high-end
edification,
type of
so it's
storage use.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear.
It is intended to provide a high-end type of storage use. I am familiar with B-Safe storage. It is in that same vein. It is one of those that is climate controlled and provides the ability for people to come and go and to store their belongings.
Jerry, do you have any comments regarding the golf course that's behind it?
That's on the 7th green and the 8th tee box on the Jones. How much of the building are we going to see from those two particular locations, tee box and 8 and green? Is there going to be enough vegetation to?
We're certainly open to including an increased buffer there to.
There's some good sized trees back there.
Yeah.
Let's make sure we preserve those.
Again, the rear setback should be 25 feet.
Yeah.
Hold on.
But
I just wanted to make the applicant aware that there is, per the definition of a storage facility in the UDO, it would not allow for self-storage facilities.
Well, I think we can come to.
And I just want to let you know, as it's written right now, it would, storage facilities would exclude, or does not define self-storage facilities.
And that's in the supplemental, right?
Yeah, it's in the supplementals or the definition.
I think we can sort out what they're intending to do.
Well, it seems like there's a little bit of a mixed message here. I mean, you got automobile service station and storage, which which infers I can't think of more of an industrial
and
use.
And again, that is because of over inclusivity, and I believe that we would be prepared to remove those conditions there.
Removing automobile and storage facility?
So storage facility, again, I think it is clarifying our intent as part of this application that we would like the ability to do what I just described.
Automobile you'd
facility,
remove?
yes.
Removing automobile.
Put out there.
But then
Service station.
yeah, well, yeah.
I think I would be, excuse me if I may speak,
Yeah.
Be a whole lot more comfortable if we didn't have this multitude of it could be, it might be, but it's given us versatility or ability to, there's just too much put into these properties.
And I will say, to the extent that there are uses here where you're going to say we can't support it, period, we're happy to consider removing them, obviously, before we go to council. And look, I completely respect where you're coming from there. The reason, and I can only explain the reason behind this, is because, again, we're not sure what will be ultimately appealing to you all and to council. And some of these are to provide flexibility so that if a location does not work for something else, but it works for something that you all want, we have some flexibility there in uses.
I think there's too much flexibility.
And again, what I will say is to the extent that the board has uses that are just, they cannot support, we will consider those and consider removing them. And we would just ask the board to provide those to Wes, and Wes will provide those to us.
Yep. Well, we need to do that now.
Yeah. I mean, it's just, I mean, certainly right now, because of the sewage plant there, I don't think you're putting a restaurant there, right?
Or a bank.
Or a lot of these things. So,
or a candy
so
store.
there seems to be
ice cream.
kind of I don't know, it's like a confused use here. I mean, with the sewage treatment plant there,
Service station.
which is the way it exists now, whether there's contemplation at the county level to remove it is another issue, but I don't know. I think we have to assume it's there, so put uses there that conform.
I'm just yanking your chain.
Sybil, what do
I'm
you?
just yanking his chain.
No, tell us. We share.
Were
you guys making an agreement there? Because
I was just making a joke with him because I really don't like the multitude of things they put down. I mean, it could be anything from, dropping a plane down to.
It frustrates all of us.
Yes,
Really
and that really is. I think that bothered me more than anything when I first started studying this.
Are there applications there that you think should be removed?
Oh yeah, lots
Please
of them.
share them with us.
Okay, well, let's
Yep.
just go to this one.
No, we're on one. We're on.
I'm on one.
Okay, all right.
I don't think we need a service station there. I don't think we need a bank or daycare or dry cleaning or dry goods store or entertainment and amusement type businesses or a grocery store or none of these pretty much for this number one, space subject one. Now, I'm not saying for other ones a lot of those still would be on most of the other ones, but there are exceptions on each subject. Is that what you wanted me to say?
Yeah. Well, we're
That's
trying to
the
get
way-
our thoughts
I
out
mean,
as
do
to
you want
what
it
we
in
think is not that we don't want it there, but we don't think the site itself is
It's
appropriate for it. So
appropriate
it's-
for it, yes. And this one is now going to be a storage facility or whatever you call it.
That's contemplated. And again, we provide this just in case following
It doesn't work out.
Well, and also following community input if there's a desire to have some other use there. But that is just what the intent is at this stage. That is why we provide this. Again, to the extent that ones are to be removed, we're happy to consider it. I would say that is where we're at. If there are ones that you want to go ahead and take out or propose taking out, we will consider it.
Well, Jerry was bringing up a point about the golf course, and obviously it's been stated by everybody that high quality, which involves both character, visual appearance of a golf course, to look at some of these applications, like an auto service station, that with a 15-foot setback in the rear that borders right on that hole. I think Jerry was asking the question is how close is that really going to be to the play of golf?
And our intent there again, I think was, and we communicated this, was to keep the buffering there so that we minimize it. We're happy to consider additional buffering. I don't want to just kind of go over ground again. My thought is, to the extent that there are uses that you all want to take out, please provide those to Wes, and we will consider them.
I'm not a very good golfer. I do love playing golf, and I like to play golf on courses that are very attractive. The overall mission of this whole thing is for them to make this whole place more attractive and upgrade their golf. I can't imagine that they would put a service station. Yeah. So I think he's trying to get as much possible uses allowed, but they're because
But make them reasonable.
well, but I guess at the end of the day, if they want to try and put a restaurant in there because it's going to be a good investment for them to try and make that happen, they better hope that the sewer station doesn't stink as bad as it may. Or you never know, that could get moved. But I would imagine that you're going to talk about enhanced buffering around this golf course and all that. They're not going to put a 7-Eleven backed up to
but they could sell the
But there
station.
are,
But they could sell the property to somebody else, and then they can do what they want and not care. This
That's
is
true,
again
too. Yes, you're right.
The major drawback of this conditional zoning is it's with the land in perpetuity. So again,
it can be the town can rezone the property if there's no rights that vest
But-
at a certain point in time. So it's not always in perpetuity. But sorry.
No, I'm listening. I think the zoning would vest. If they got a special use permit or a conditional use permit and didn't do anything on it, then they would lose their entitlement, right?
Right. Well, yeah, but the town could initiate a rezoning.
Right.
If they needed to. But
so I see the two issues: the rear setback again, which I guess maybe I've lost in the conversation where we are. Do we want the 15-foot increased, or we don't? I don't know. Where we
at least 25.
We can consider increasing.
Okay.
That's what because there was a sidebar conversation.
I got confused too.
So
we can
all
say
right,
that
25-foot rear
is
setback.
being reconsidered at 25, and then we got into the uses thing, and I thought I heard him say automobile will be removed,
Right.
or did I not hear that right?
Yes.
Remove.
And storage
Well, storage we need to keep and clarify.
we'll keep, but if requires clarification from Wes because of our definitions or whatever.
The supplemental
the condition
regulations.
would just say confirm allowance of self-storage facility.
Yes.
Climate controlled interior self-storage
Yeah,
facility.
self-storage facility.
No,
Right. It needs to be described to what they want.
No taller than 40 feet.
And I guess they can leave it in if they want, but agreeing somewhat with Sybil, with the sewage treatment plant next to it, to me, entertainment places and restaurants are probably not conducive to this site.
But-
Now, I guess they can list them. I know what you're going to say. It's their choice to list them, and so be it.
I would like to see the 40-foot reduced down to 35-foot because it is still MR3. And unless there's a reason to put a larger building in there, it's
what do we got going on?
So Miss Sybil was basically going through these uses of things that she didn't find to be compatible. I mean, y'all need to come up with what you're proposing for him to eliminate from proposed uses.
Exactly.
I don't know that they're going to go as many as Ms. Sybil would like, but
Well,
dry cleaning and laundry seems to me to be one that would be a auto service station you'd want to remove.
Where this site is, I really don't have any gas with anything but the automobile service station, as long as we would keep the heights down to 35 feet. Because I think the market is going to decide what goes in there. And where it's located right now, you have Angels Trace Road, which is inaccessible. You have Jaguar's Lair, which hasn't been built across the street. So if this is built and Jaguar's Lair is developed eventually, then buyer beware, you can see what's across the street.
And one of the things I will note as part of this site design is there's that easement that runs through it, the 100-foot easement that runs through it, but also it does impact the site design and layout there related to some of the setbacks.
That is one of.
What are you talking about?
What is that?
100-foot power line easement.
There's a 100-foot power line
I'll
easement.
point to it up on the.
Okay, and I see it now in the drawing.
Is that why you're looking for the reduction in the rear setback and the height?
That is correct.
Yes.
So the rear setback goes up to the golf course hole.
Yes.
Increasing it to 25, what doesn't appear to impact your current, or I mean, it would be close, but.
And maybe the middle ground is 20.
I don't think it affects it scale-wise.
It's right at that corner, but the way my rule.
And once again, we'll do heavy buffering in the golf course because we obviously, like we stated before, do not.
We just
want
like to have you keep what's there.
Yeah.
And that's more than adequate, which is there right now. But the 35-foot height, I don't see a reason to go 40 feet.
I think it's, again, kind of the site design and related to that. Again, I'm not the design. I don't do the design on this. I'm the attorney, so I would need to go talk to my client related to design elements.
Well, it borders on Pelican Reserve, which has got a 35-foot height. So
and again, I understand. I'm not again trying to be evasive. I just can't. I do not have the authority to say 35 feet works for this site.
And this is one. Okay. Well, what's the board's feeling on the height? Pete, you're
35
you're
feet.
inclined 35. What?
I don't have an issue either way.
Sybil and Jerry?
I don't have an issue either way. But I would like to see most of these left in there, these uses, because one day that sewage treatment plant is planned to be decommissioned. And as they make improvements to Angel Trace, it could be viable for one of these services. So I would suggest we leave it in.
I agree with you. I think the market will decide what goes in there.
And if any smart businessman comes up with a great idea in the meantime, before it's decommissioned, to put something in there, good for him.
Or let's just make it any house you want.
Okay.
Yeah, and our proposal would be to keep it 40, because of the proposed use, the footprint, and again some of the restriction. That would be our request.
And Chad, a question on the parking here. Here's
How do
one.
we deal with that then? Excuse me. How do we deal with?
Which one are you on now?
We're still on one.
Y'all have lost.
I don't know that we've agreed on 35 feet.
No, we have not.
What?
Is the position of
I
the
said I
board
don't know.
35 feet?
But I hear the consensus is it's okay at 40.
And Mr. Chair, if I may, I
Yes,
feel
sir.
like we're starting
wait a
to
minute.
digress
wonder I'm
here. We might
confused.
need to, and I know Clint has got, but we might need to sort of button things up after this one and come back with clear
fine.
minds.
We had 4 o'clock.
Okay.
So-
Well, I believe what I heard is
Okay.
okay at 40 feet.
There was sidebar, so I couldn't hear. But
For the use of the storage facility, I believe it needs to be 40 feet.
Yes.
I don't have a problem with that, as long as the rear setback is maintained at 25 feet.
okay, you've sold me.
And my last question was.
Sybil, does they agree with that?
No. No.
What about you, Ron?
I just think it gives them too much leeway to do what they want to do as things may change. I mean, if they want to put in a gas station 10 years down the road, then
No,
they can come back and
We took
ask
that
for
out.
it.
We took that
We
out.
took that out.
It was just an example.
Okay. Well, it's the only one we took out. But
Yeah.
Okay. Well, the question is on you're okay with the leaving it as up to 40 feet or no?
Yes.
Height, building height.
I'm okay with that.
So you're okay you're okay at I'm okay with 40 feet on this.
all right,
particular one.
I'll outvote it.
Right. So it's okay
And
at 40 feet.
25.
And 25 foot setback.
Yeah,
So my
got-
last question to Chad was an interpretation of our parking. This is one it seemed to me that they were way over.
Yeah, and just to briefly address that again, this is illustrative and conceptual. That is
Right.
not where what is
So the
shown
final design will be based on the code.
will be based
Okay.
on the code.
Okay.
And because we are very sensitive to over parking.
Yeah,
so
and
it's-
again, we were just as part of the layout design to show again conceptually what it would look like. It would look kind of odd if we did not have parking reflected. That is just conceptual. We will be bound by the parking requirements.
I'd like to entertain a motion that we get my script here. We can't do anything because I don't have my script. Yes.
Recess.
That we reset, but I still have to have my notes because I got notes on it. That we recess this meeting until tomorrow at 11 a.m. And I'd also like for the public edification to know that we've established a third meeting, if needed, for June the 7th. And if we don't finish tomorrow on the 26th, the meeting would resume, recessed and resume on the 7th of June at 9 a.m. Okay. I'd like to entertain a motion to recess.
So moved.
Seconded?
I'll second it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Meeting is.
Thanks, gentlemen.
Will be.